A black shape cuts through the sky, wings spread wide, casting a long shadow on the ground below. The sound of its harsh caw echoes in the air, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who hears it. There's something about a raven or a crow that stirs something deep within. It's not just the color of their feathers, so dark they seem to drink in the light around them, it's the way they look at you. Sharp eyes, too intelligent, as if they know something you don't. As if they are watching. Waiting. For centuries, humans have been both fascinated and fearful of these birds. In every corner of the world, they have been woven into our stories, our myths, and our beliefs. Some see them as messengers from the gods, others as harbingers of doom. But no matter where you go, the raven and the crow are never far from the human imagination. There's something almost magical about them, something that feels otherworldly. In ancient forests, on battlefields, and in quiet cemeteries, these birds have always been there, perched on the edges of life and death. Watching. In the cold, windswept north, the old Norsemen believed that ravens carried the thoughts and memories of the gods. Every morning, the two black birds, Hugin and Munin, would soar across the world, seeing all that unfolded beneath their wings. They would return to Odin, their master, and whisper everything they had seen into his ear. The Allfather would sit upon his throne, surrounded by the knowledge of all things, thanks to his ravens. But there was always a sense of unease, even for a god. What if one day, the birds didn't return? What would happen if the ravens abandoned the world, taking its secrets with them? There was fear in their power, even for those who called them allies. Far to the west, among the Native American tribes of the Pacific Northwest, the raven was not a quiet observer but a trickster, a creator. It is said that Raven, with his gleaming black feathers and clever eyes, stole the sun from the greedy sky and gave it to the people, bringing light and warmth to a world of darkness. But this gift came at a price. Raven was cunning, yes, but he was also mischievous. His gifts often came with consequences. One moment he could create the world, and in the next, he might tear it apart with a flick of his wings. In these stories, the raven is both savior and destroyer, hero and villain. He is not easily understood, and that's what makes him so powerful. In the green hills of Ireland, the caw of a crow was enough to send warriors' hearts racing. For where the crow flew, the Morrigan was never far behind. The Morrigan, the phantom queen, the goddess of war and fate, could take the form of a crow, circling above the battlefield, waiting for the moment when blood would be spilled. To see a crow before battle was to know that death was near. The Irish warriors would grip their swords tighter, knowing that when the crows came, the Morrigan would choose who lived and who died. The birds would feast on the bodies of the fallen, their black feathers slick with blood, their beady eyes watching as souls slipped away. And yet, there was a strange beauty in it. For the Morrigan, through her crows, did not just bring death. She brought destiny. The crows were a reminder that life was fragile, fleeting, and that there was something greater at play, something beyond human control. Across the world, the line between life and death has always been where the raven and the crow reside. In ancient Greece, the crow was sacred to Apollo, the god of prophecy and truth. But even in his hands, the bird carried darkness. One day, a crow, once pure white, brought Apollo news of his lover's betrayal. In a fit of rage, Apollo cursed the bird, turning its feathers black as night. From that day on, the crow became a bearer of bad news, a sign that tragedy was not far behind. But it wasn't always death they brought. In Tibet, ravens were seen as protectors. The great black birds were believed to be the messengers of deities, guiding the faithful and protecting them from harm. They would appear in moments of need, their glossy wings shimmering in the light of the Himalayan sun, their cries carrying messages from the gods themselves. In these mountains, the raven was revered, its presence a sign of divine protection. There's a reason these birds haunt our stories. Whether they are saving us from darkness or leading us into it, ravens and crows are never far from the things we fear most. They circle above our heads, their wings whispering of things unknown, things we cannot see. They are there in the moments between life and death, between victory and defeat, between knowledge and madness. In many cultures, to see a single crow or raven meant change was coming. In some, it was a change for the worse, a sign of death or bad luck. But in others, it meant knowledge, wisdom, or even protection. One crow could bring a warning, a flock could bring a curse. In places like Scotland, where superstition runs as thick as the fog, people believed that if a raven left the Tower of London, the kingdom would fall. And so, even today, the ravens are kept, their wings clipped to ensure they never fly too far. Yet, in their intelligence, there is an uneasy reflection. Ravens and crows are smart, too smart, some might say. They remember faces. They hold grudges. They can solve puzzles, craft tools, and even mourn their dead. People have witnessed crows gathering around a fallen comrade, their caws soft and mournful, as if they understood loss in a way that most animals do not. This intelligence, this eerie awareness, is perhaps why humans feel both awe and fear when they look into a raven's eyes. It is like looking into something familiar, yet entirely alien. Something that knows too much. These birds straddle the line between worlds, between the known and the unknown, the light and the dark. They are symbols of transformation, of the delicate balance between life and death. They perch on gallows and thrones, on battlefields and temple gates, watching and waiting. What is it about these black-feathered creatures that has captured the hearts and minds of so many? Maybe it's because they remind us of our own fragility, our own mortality. Or maybe it's because, in their watchful eyes, we see a glimpse of something beyond ourselves, a world we cannot fully understand, but one that is always there, just out of reach, watching us as closely as we watch it. A soft rustling in the trees catches your attention. You look up, and there it is, a raven perched on a high branch, its black feathers gleaming like polished obsidian in the fading light. Its head tilts slightly, as if it's watching you, studying you. There's something unnerving about the way it just sits there, as if it knows something you don't, as if it's already calculated your next move. The raven opens its beak, lets out a sharp caw, and takes flight. Its wings beat steadily, powerful strokes that cut through the air with ease. You watch as it disappears into the distance, a shadow against the sky. But even when it's gone, you can't shake the feeling that it's still watching. What is it about these birds that grips us so tightly? Maybe it's their intelligence, the way they seem to think, really think, before they act. Or maybe it's their dark, glossy feathers, their piercing eyes, their ability to survive in a world that's always changing, always harsh. They aren't just birds. They are something more. They have a kind of presence that's hard to ignore, a kind of quiet power that makes you wonder what's going on behind those sharp, black eyes. Ravens and crows are more than just scavengers in the skies. They are some of the most intelligent creatures on Earth, capable of things that most animals, and even some humans, could never dream of. Their brains are surprisingly large for their size, and their problem-solving skills are almost eerie. A crow can figure out how to use a stick to get food out of a narrow tube. A raven can remember a person's face for years, especially if that person has wronged them. They learn, they adapt, and they remember. There's a story about a man who had fed crows for months in his backyard. One day, his neighbor decided to chase the birds away, annoyed by their constant presence. The next day, the crows returned, but this time they ignored the man who had always fed them. Instead, they lined up on the power lines, watching the neighbor's house. The man noticed how the birds would caw angrily whenever the neighbor came outside. They had marked him, remembered him, and were waiting for their chance to strike back. It might sound like a small thing, but for a bird to hold a grudge, to carry that kind of memory, is something extraordinary. Their intelligence isn't just in how they solve problems, it's in how they interact with the world. Ravens and crows are social creatures. They live in groups, they form bonds, and they communicate with one another in ways that are still not fully understood. Scientists have recorded dozens of different calls, each with its own meaning, each telling a different story. They can warn each other of danger, call out for help, or even play games with one another. Some have even been seen sliding down snowy hills, just for the fun of it. And yet, for all their cleverness, ravens and crows are survivors. They are scavengers, yes, but there's something almost noble in how they do it. They are not picky, they take what the world gives them and make the most of it. They will eat fruit, insects, small animals, or even carrion. They can thrive in the wilderness or in the heart of the city. It doesn't matter where they are, they will find a way to live. They are nature's opportunists, always alert, always ready to make use of whatever scraps life throws their way. There's something haunting in the way they circle a battlefield or hover over a carcass, waiting for their moment. In those moments, they are symbols of death, but also of survival. They remind us that life is a fragile thing, and that death is never far away. But they also remind us that life, in whatever form it takes, goes on. They feed off what's left behind, and in doing so, they continue the cycle. It's brutal, but it's also beautiful, in a strange, harsh way. It's not just their scavenging nature or intelligence that makes them fascinating, it's their ability to connect with the world on a level that feels almost human. Ravens and crows can show empathy. There are stories of these birds comforting each other in times of distress, of staying by the side of a dying companion, cawing softly as if to say goodbye. When a crow dies, others will gather around the body, not to feed, but to mourn. They hold what some have called a crow funeral, standing vigil for hours, sometimes days, before finally flying away. It's a moment that makes you stop and think, how much do they really understand? What do they see in the world that we don't? But for all their closeness to us, there is something wild about them that we can't touch. They are not pets. They are not animals you can tame or control. They remain free, elusive, living on the edges of our world, watching, waiting. In cities, they perch on telephone wires and streetlights, scavenging for food in garbage bins, thriving where other animals might falter. In the wild, they soar through the forests and over mountains, hunting, scavenging, playing. They are birds of all places, adapting to wherever they find themselves. It's in their adaptability that we see their true power. They have thrived for thousands of years, across continents, through wars, famines, and the rise and fall of empires. Where humans have struggled, ravens and crows have found a way to survive. They are not just witnesses to history, they are part of it. Their sharp beaks and watchful eyes have seen things we will never know, and in their own way, they carry the memory of the world with them. There's something almost chilling in their ability to survive, as if they know the world in ways we can't comprehend. When you see a raven perched high on a telephone pole, or a crow hopping along the ground, searching for food, you might feel a strange tug in your chest. It's as if they're watching you, calculating, always a step ahead. Their intelligence, their scavenging nature, their ability to survive and thrive in any environment, it all comes together to create a creature that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They remind us that there is more to the world than what we see, that there are creatures out there that are smarter, tougher, and more resilient than we ever imagined. The next time you see a crow or raven, take a moment to look into its eyes. You might just feel that strange, cold shiver run down your spine. Because in those eyes, there's more than just a bird staring back at you. There's something older, something wiser, something that's been watching the world for far longer than we have. In the early morning light, a bird sings its first note. Its song rises softly into the air, cutting through the quiet of dawn, and for a brief moment, the world feels lighter. Birds have always been messengers between the sky and the earth, creatures that seem to live in two worlds at once, one that humans can never fully reach. When a bird takes flight, it's not just its wings that lift it into the sky. There's something more, something almost magical about the way they soar above us, defying the very pull of the earth. It's no wonder that throughout time, across every culture, birds have played a special role in our stories, our dreams, and our myths. From the moment we first looked up and saw them darting through the sky, we were captivated by them. Birds became symbols, messengers, omens of things to come. In them, we saw freedom, hope, and sometimes, fear. In the great myths of ancient Greece, the gods themselves often took the form of birds. Zeus, the king of the gods, was known to transform into an eagle, a bird of immense power and majesty. The eagle wasn't just a symbol of his strength, it was a reminder that he could reach the heavens whenever he chose, that no place, no realm, was out of his grasp. To see an eagle was to feel the presence of Zeus himself, watching over the world from above, untouchable yet ever present. But birds were not just symbols of power. They were also seen as guides, leading souls from this world to the next. In Egypt, the soul of a person was often depicted as a bird. After death, it would take flight, carrying the essence of the person to the afterlife, beyond the reach of mortal hands. The Egyptians saw birds as more than just creatures of the earth, they were the bridge to eternity. And yet, not all birds carried hope and salvation. Some brought fear. The owl, with its ghostly call in the dead of night, became a symbol of death and darkness in many cultures. Its wide, unblinking eyes seemed to peer into the souls of the living, watching, waiting. To hear an owl's cry in the silence of the night could send a shiver down even the bravest spine. It was said to be an omen, a sign that death was near, hovering just out of sight, waiting to strike. But of all the birds, none have held such a complex place in our myths as ravens and crows. These dark, intelligent birds have always walked the fine line between life and death, wisdom and trickery. There's something about their black feathers, their sharp, knowing eyes, that stirs something deep within us, a feeling that these birds are not just watching, but understanding, perhaps even judging. In many Native American stories, the raven is a creator, but also a trickster. He brought light to the world by stealing it from the darkness, but in doing so, he left a trail of chaos behind him. The raven's actions were not always noble, sometimes they were selfish, driven by hunger or greed. Yet without him, the world would still be shrouded in darkness. The raven gave the people the sun, the moon, and the stars, but he also reminded them that the line between good and bad, light and dark, was not always clear. His feathers, black as the night, were a symbol of that blurred line, a reminder that creation and destruction often go hand in hand. In the cold lands of the north, the Norse god Odin was always accompanied by two ravens, Hugin and Munin. These birds were more than just companions, they were his eyes and ears in the world. Every day, they flew across the land, seeing everything that unfolded below them, gathering knowledge, collecting secrets. When they returned to Odin, they whispered all they had seen into his ear. Hugin, whose name meant thought, and Munin, meaning memory, were not just birds, they were extensions of Odin himself, carriers of the wisdom and knowledge that made him the All-Father. Yet even Odin, with all his power, feared that one day, his ravens might not return, leaving him blind to the world below. In Irish legend, the Morrigan, the goddess of war and fate, often took the form of a crow. She would appear on battlefields, circling above the carnage, her black wings cutting through the smoke and blood. To see a crow before a fight was to know that the Morrigan was near, watching, waiting to claim the souls of the fallen. Her crows were not just birds, they were the embodiment of fate, of death, of the inevitability of life's end. Yet, even in their grim presence, there was something awe-inspiring. The crows were not just creatures of death, they were reminders of the cycle of life, of the balance that must always be maintained. Across the world, birds have always been seen as creatures that connect the earth and the sky, the living and the dead. They are messengers, carrying whispers from the gods, from the spirits, from worlds beyond our own. In some cultures, the flight of birds was a way to predict the future. The way they flew, the patterns they made in the sky, were thought to reveal the will of the gods, the shape of things to come. To watch a bird in flight was to glimpse the future, to see the invisible threads that connected all things. But it wasn't just their flight that fascinated us. Birds, especially ravens and crows, possess an intelligence that borders on the eerie. They seem to understand the world in ways that go beyond mere survival. They recognize faces, they hold grudges, they solve puzzles that would stump many other animals. They are, in a way, almost human in their thoughtfulness and their ability to remember, to learn, to adapt. Yet, there's something darker, more mysterious about them. Their black feathers, their sharp beaks, their hoarse, unsettling calls, they stir something ancient in us, something primal. Perhaps it's because they have always been there, at the edges of life and death, watching as the world changes, as people are born and die, as empires rise and fall. They are the silent observers, the ones who see all, who know all, but never reveal what they have learned. There's a story from Japan about a bird called the Yatagarasu, a giant crow with 3 legs. It was said to be a divine messenger, sent from the heavens to guide emperors and warriors. The Yatagarasu's appearance was a sign that the gods were watching, that they were guiding the fate of the people below. But like all crows, there was something unsettling about it. It was a creature from another world, a world beyond human understanding, and its presence, though a blessing, was also a reminder of how small and fragile human life truly is. Birds have always been more than just animals in our stories. They are symbols of freedom, yes, but also of fate, of wisdom, of death. They soar above us, free from the pull of the earth, but they also remind us of the things we cannot escape: time, fate, and the mysteries of life and death. And among them, the raven and the crow stand apart, creatures of both light and shadow, creatures that carry with them the weight of ages, the stories of gods and men, the secrets of the world. Every morning, as the first light of dawn touched the sky, Odin stood high upon his throne in Asgard, gazing across the 9 worlds. But his eyes could not see everything, and even the All-Father, with all his power and wisdom, relied on more than just his vision. It was then, with a whisper of wings, that Hugin and Munin returned. 2 ravens, dark as night, circled above him before landing gently on his shoulders. Hugin, whose name meant thought, perched on the right, and Munin, memory, on the left. Together, they carried the weight of the world's secrets, sights, and whispers, things Odin himself could never witness on his own. They were not just ordinary birds, these ravens. They were an extension of Odin's mind, a way for him to see and know what lay beyond his reach. Every day, they flew out at dawn, spreading their wings wide across the skies, journeying far and wide over Midgard, the land of men, and beyond. They ventured into the dark corners of the world, to places where even gods feared to tread. Hugin, sharp as a blade, sought out thoughts and intentions, diving deep into the minds of both gods and men. Munin, quieter, but no less powerful, gathered the memories of what had been, history, the past, the things that lingered just beneath the surface of the present. When they returned to Odin at the end of the day, their feathers dusted with the weight of all they had seen, they would whisper their findings in his ear. No word, no movement, no secret was hidden from him. Through Hugin and Munin, Odin knew the hearts of men, the plans of his enemies, and the forgotten stories of the world. But there was always a shadow of worry that clouded Odin's mind. As powerful as he was, even he had his fears. Every morning, as the ravens took flight, a chill would creep through him. What if one day they did not return? He depended on them, perhaps more than he would ever admit. Without them, he would be blind to the world below, to the thoughts and memories that shaped the fate of gods and men alike. He could feel it in his bones. One day, the sky might remain empty, and the loss of that knowledge would leave him vulnerable. It was more than just a fear of losing them physically, it was what they represented. Thought and memory, 2 pillars of wisdom. What is a god without his thoughts? Without his memories? Without Hugin, Odin would lose his ability to understand the present, to think through the shifting events of the world. Without Munin, he would lose the past, the lessons learned from mistakes and victories, the very history that defined him. And that terrified him more than any enemy could. In many ways, Hugin and Munin were mirrors of the human condition. People live their lives guided by thoughts and memories. We rely on our ability to think, to reason, to make sense of the world around us. But we also hold tight to our memories, the pain, the joy, the lessons of the past. And just as Odin feared losing his ravens, we too fear losing those parts of ourselves. The idea of forgetting, the way time erodes our memories, or how we sometimes struggle to hold onto a thought that slips away, is something deeply human. Perhaps that's why the story of Hugin and Munin feels so close, so real. Even the greatest of gods, it seems, are haunted by the fragility of knowledge. The bond between Odin and his ravens was one of trust, but also one of dependence. Each morning, they left with the knowledge that they could venture wherever they wished, and they did. They flew over the lands of men, where warriors prepared for battle, where kings plotted their next moves, and where common folk went about their daily lives, unaware that their thoughts and deeds were being carried back to the ears of a god. Hugin's sharp eyes saw everything. He watched as men whispered in dark corners, plotting betrayals or swearing oaths of loyalty. He saw the flicker of fear in their eyes, the moment of doubt before they made decisions that would shape their destinies. And he brought it all back to Odin, every thought, every fleeting intention. Munin, meanwhile, dipped into the past, gathering the weight of history. He remembered the rise and fall of great kings, the moments when swords clashed and blood was spilled, the times when peace was made and broken. He carried the burden of all that had come before, ensuring that Odin would not forget the lessons of the past. Together, they gave Odin the power of foresight and hindsight. With Hugin and Munin at his side, he was never surprised, never caught off guard. And yet, even with this vast knowledge, there was still an air of vulnerability about the All-Father. His reliance on his ravens was absolute, and that trust came with its own dangers. There's a weight in knowing too much. For Odin, the constant influx of thoughts and memories wasn't just a gift, it was a burden. Through Hugin, he saw the darkest corners of the human mind, the secrets people tried to bury, the violence and cruelty that lay beneath the surface. Through Munin, he carried the weight of history, of mistakes made and lives lost. It was a heavy load, even for a god, and there were days when the knowledge he possessed was almost too much to bear. Yet, every morning, Hugin and Munin spread their wings and flew again. And every evening, they returned, their feathers dark against the golden light of Asgard's twilight. Odin would listen as they whispered their findings, and with each soft murmur, he grew wiser, more aware of the world below. But in the silence that followed their reports, as the ravens settled down for the night, there was always that lingering doubt, the thought that one day, they might not come back, and with them, his grasp on thought and memory might slip away forever. The ravens' presence was constant, but so was the fragility of their flight. Thought and memory are fleeting things, here one moment, gone the next. And in that uncertainty lay the true power of Hugin and Munin. They reminded Odin, and perhaps all of us, that no matter how wise or powerful we become, there is always the possibility of loss. The ravens came at dawn, their black wings cutting through the mist as they glided toward Odin's throne. The silence of Asgard was broken only by the soft flap of their feathers and the whisper of the wind. They were not just birds, but messengers, harbingers of knowledge and fate. Hugin and Munin, the watchful eyes of the All-Father, brought with them the voices of the world. Through their eyes, Odin saw what was hidden. Through their voices, he heard the whispers of the future. It is said that when the ravens flew, they did not merely see the events of the present. They carried more than just reports of what had happened in the realms below. Hugin brought thought, sharp and precise, dissecting the intentions of men, gods, and creatures alike. Munin brought memory, a shadow of what had passed, rich with the lessons and echoes of time. Together, they became not just observers but prophets. They didn't just bring back news, they brought back glimpses of what might be. Odin, the All-Father, sat upon his high seat, Hlistjolf, and with every return of the ravens, his wisdom deepened. His gaze might have been fixed on the horizon, but through Hugin and Munin, he saw far beyond it. Every plan hatched in secret, every silent thought of treachery, and every whisper of destiny echoed through the cries of the ravens. The knowledge they carried wasn't just about the present, it was about the currents of time, both past and future. In the hearts of men, ravens were feared and revered for the very reason that Odin sent them forth. Their sudden appearance in the midst of a battlefield, their sharp cries breaking through the din of clashing swords, often heralded doom. Warriors knew that when the ravens flew overhead, death was near, and perhaps, the eyes of the gods were watching them closely. The ravens were more than symbols, they were prophecy in motion. Each black feather was a reminder that fate could be changed with a single stroke, that Odin's wisdom was always within reach, guiding the threads of destiny. For Odin, the ravens' return was like breathing in the air of time itself. Their presence was not merely about information, it was about understanding the world as it truly was and what it could become. Through them, Odin did not just see the events that were unfolding. He saw beyond them, the consequences, the ripple effects that would change the course of history. Hugin and Munin became his prophets, carrying with them the weight of the future. There were days when Odin would sit, quiet and thoughtful, as the ravens whispered to him. Their wings folded close to their bodies, they would speak in low, haunting voices, filling his ears with the secrets they had gathered. Perhaps they had flown over a battlefield, where the bodies of fallen warriors lay cold on the ground, and through their keen eyes, they saw the shifting allegiances of those still living. Perhaps they had hovered above the halls of kings, where plots were being woven in the shadows. Or maybe they had circled high above a lone wanderer on the road, a figure seemingly insignificant, but whose choices would one day shape the fate of the world. Every flap of their wings carried the weight of prophecy. In the vastness of Midgard and the other realms, they saw the patterns that men could not. A glance here, a thought there, seemingly small things that, when pieced together, revealed the grander scheme of life and death. Odin, with his thirst for knowledge, listened to them as one might listen to the tides. Their words were not always direct, often they spoke in riddles, in fragments of thought and memory. Yet, through them, Odin pieced together the puzzle of the world, each moment adding to his already vast well of wisdom. But it wasn't just Odin who saw the ravens as symbols of prophecy. The people of Midgard, too, understood their significance. When a raven landed on a tree branch near a farmstead, old men would nod knowingly. They'd whisper to the younger folk that the bird had seen things they could not, that its presence meant the gods were watching, and that the future was in motion. Some would leave offerings, bits of food, small tokens, in hopes that the raven might carry their prayers to Odin himself. In times of war, when the air was thick with the smell of blood and iron, the sight of ravens circling above was enough to send chills down even the bravest warrior's spine. They weren't just scavengers, picking at the dead. They were something more, something sacred. They were Odin's messengers, witnessing the end of lives, and perhaps, choosing who would live to see another dawn. There were those who believed that if a raven circled above you in battle, it meant that the gods had chosen you, that your fate was already sealed. Whether that fate was life or death, only the raven knew. The raven's role as messengers of prophecy made them both revered and feared. To see them was to be reminded of the thin line between life and death, between present and future. They were the embodiment of the unknown, of the things that even the wisest of men could not grasp. And yet, through them, Odin did. Their loyalty to the All-Father was not just a matter of duty, it was a bond forged in wisdom and trust. Hugin and Munin were more than just tools for Odin, they were extensions of his mind, his will. Every time they left, they carried with them the weight of his thoughts, the questions he had not yet found answers to. And every time they returned, they brought with them fragments of prophecy, pieces of the future that only the All-Father could piece together. Through them, Odin was not just the king of Asgard, he was the weaver of fate, the one who saw what others could not, who understood the delicate balance between action and consequence. The ravens, with their dark feathers and sharp eyes, flew not just for him, but for the very fabric of the world. Their presence, their constant flight, was a reminder that the future is always in motion, that the gods themselves are always watching, and that somewhere, high above, the ravens see it all. The sky above the battlefield was dark with storm clouds, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat and steel. Axes clanged against shields, and the fierce cries of warriors echoed across the plain. But it wasn't the sound of battle that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened Vikings. It was the sight of the ravens circling above them, their black wings cutting through the sky like shadows of fate. These birds, with their knowing eyes and haunting calls, were not just scavengers waiting for the dead, they were something more, something sacred. For the Vikings, the appearance of ravens was a sign, a good omen, a silent promise that the gods were watching and that victory could be theirs. To the Viking warriors, ravens were far more than birds. When they lifted their heads toward the sky and saw the black feathers glinting in the light, they knew they were under the gaze of Odin himself. These creatures were believed to be his messengers, and their presence during battle was a clear sign that the All-Father was watching over them. The ravens moved as if guided by unseen forces, swooping low over the fighting, their cries mingling with the clash of swords and the shouts of men. The warriors felt a surge of strength, as if the gods themselves were lending them power. There was something almost mystical about the way the Vikings viewed these birds. To them, ravens were not only linked to Odin but also to death and glory. In Viking culture, to die in battle was not a tragedy, but a path to Valhalla, where the fallen would feast with the gods. The ravens, circling above the chaos, seemed to guide the souls of the brave to their next journey. Warriors would look up at the ravens and feel their hearts pound with fierce pride, knowing that if they fell that day, they would not be forgotten. The birds would carry their stories, their honor, their very essence, to Odin. On the ships that cut through icy waters, sails billowing in the wind, ravens were a common sight. Carved into the wood of their ships, stitched into the fabric of their banners, the image of the raven was everywhere in Viking culture. These symbols were not chosen lightly. When a Viking ship set sail, the sea stretched out like an endless, treacherous road. There was no telling what lay ahead, storms, enemies, or perhaps nothing at all. But the ravens on their banners flapped proudly in the wind, a reminder that the gods guided their path. The Vikings trusted in the ravens, as they trusted in the power of fate. There were tales told by the fire at night, stories of ravens appearing before great victories, their presence heralding the downfall of enemies. Before battle, Viking leaders would watch the sky, waiting for the ravens. Their arrival meant that the battle was blessed, that Odin's gaze had fallen upon them, and that their blades would be swift and true. To see a raven land on the battlefield before a fight was to know that the gods had chosen the outcome. Victory was not guaranteed, but the sight of those dark wings brought hope, a fierce, unshakable hope that made men fight with the strength of 10. Even in the quiet moments before battle, when fear crept into the hearts of warriors, the sight of a raven could transform that fear into courage. A raven's call from the trees was like a whisper from the gods, reminding them that death was not the end. In their minds, the raven was a guide, leading them either to victory or to the halls of Valhalla. And for the Vikings, either outcome was glorious. When the Vikings went to war, they carried the image of the raven with them, not just in their minds, but on their banners. The raven banner was more than just a symbol, it was a beacon of strength. As it flew over the battlefield, flapping violently in the wind, it struck terror into the hearts of their enemies. The sight of the raven banner approaching on the horizon was enough to make the bravest of foes hesitate. They knew what it meant, that the Vikings were coming, that Odin was watching, and that the battlefield would soon be soaked in blood. But the raven was not only a harbinger of war, it was a symbol of cunning and survival. The Vikings, like the ravens they revered, were not just warriors, they were survivors, adaptable and fierce. Ravens are known for their intelligence, for their ability to navigate the harshest of environments, finding sustenance and shelter where others would perish. The Vikings admired this, saw themselves reflected in the raven's nature. They too thrived in harsh conditions, battling the elements and their enemies with the same relentless spirit. When a Viking warrior stood at the edge of the battlefield, gripping his axe or sword, the sight of the ravens gave him a strange sense of peace. The blood that would be spilled, the lives that would be lost, it was all part of something larger, something that stretched beyond the mortal world. The ravens reminded them that every death had meaning, every battle was part of the great cycle of life and death, war and peace, glory and honor. And as long as the ravens flew, the Vikings believed they were part of that cycle, bound to the gods and the fate they had been given. For the Vikings, the raven wasn't just a creature that soared high above the earth. It was a symbol of everything they held sacred: strength, wisdom, fate, and the ever-present watch of the gods. In battle, they were never alone. With each swing of the sword, each clash of the shield, the ravens were there, watching, waiting. Their dark wings stretched out like shadows over the earth, and in their cries, the Vikings heard the voice of Odin himself. In the stillness after the fight, when the last echoes of war had faded and the bodies of the fallen lay still, the ravens remained. They picked among the dead, yes, but to the Vikings, this was not a thing of horror. It was natural. The ravens, with their piercing eyes, saw the souls of the warriors, lifted them up, carried them in spirit to the halls of Valhalla, where the bravest among them would feast for eternity. And so, with every battle, every journey, every carving of their ships and banners, the Vikings honored the ravens. They looked to them for signs, for wisdom, for the promise that they would be remembered. Whether in life or death, the ravens were always there, guiding them, watching them, and in their haunting, majestic way, blessing them. The battlefield was thick with smoke, the ground soaked with blood. Warriors clashed, their cries piercing the air, but above the chaos, something else moved. A shadow, swift and silent, circled overhead. It was not a bird like any other, it was a raven, dark and ominous, its wings cutting through the sky like a warning. The warriors below might have thought it was a simple bird, but those who knew the old stories understood. This was no ordinary raven. This was the Morrigan, the goddess of war, fate, and death, watching the battle unfold. The Morrigan was not just a goddess. She was a force, a shapeshifter who took many forms, but none more terrifying or powerful than the raven. When the Morrigan appeared as a raven, it was said that the fate of the battle had already been decided. Her presence brought a chill to the hearts of even the bravest men. She was not there to choose sides or grant mercy, she was there to watch, to judge, and to claim the souls of the fallen. Those who fought on the battlefield, especially the Celtic warriors, knew her stories well. The Morrigan was more than a goddess of war. She was fate itself, weaving the threads of life and death, deciding who would live and who would fall. She reveled in the chaos, the blood, the fierce energy of battle. To see her was to know that your life was hanging by a thread, that every swing of your sword, every beat of your heart, could be your last. But the Morrigan wasn't just a distant figure in the sky. She was known to walk among men, sometimes as an old woman, bent and hunched, her face hidden beneath a cloak. Other times, she would appear as a beautiful young maiden, her eyes gleaming with the knowledge of things to come. But always, she carried with her the shadow of the raven, a sign that death was near. There is an old tale of a great warrior, Cuchulainn, who encountered the Morrigan in her many forms. He was a hero, known for his strength and bravery, but even he could not escape the goddess of fate. As the story goes, she appeared to him first as a beautiful woman, offering her love and her loyalty. But Cuchulainn, proud and fierce, rejected her. In that moment, he did not realize who she was. He did not see the raven lurking beneath her human form. Angered by his rejection, the Morrigan shifted her shape. She became a great raven, flying above him, watching as he went into battle. She swooped down, attacking him in the form of an eel, a wolf, and finally a cow, each time testing his strength, each time reminding him that she was not just a goddess to be spurned. Even as Cuchulainn fought bravely, the Morrigan knew his fate. She knew that his days were numbered, that his death was already written in the stars. As she flew above him, her raven form casting a long shadow over the battlefield, Cuchulainn finally understood. He saw her for who she was, the Morrigan, the goddess of fate, the raven who watched over every battle, every life, and every death. In the end, even he, the great hero, could not escape her grasp. The Morrigan was not cruel, but she was relentless. She did not pick favorites, and she did not spare the brave. Death was her domain, and she held it tightly in her hands. The Morrigan's connection to the raven was not just about war. The raven, with its dark feathers and sharp beak, was a symbol of the inescapable truth of death. It circled over battlefields, picking at the bodies of the dead, a reminder that life was fragile and fleeting. But it was also a symbol of transformation. Just as the Morrigan shifted her form, the raven too was a creature of change. It was said that when the raven appeared, it was not just a sign of death, but a sign that something was about to shift, that fate was about to take its course. To the Celts, the Morrigan was both feared and revered. She was not a goddess to be worshipped with gentle prayers or offerings of peace. She was a goddess to be acknowledged, to be respected. Warriors would go into battle knowing that she watched over them, that her raven form flew above, waiting to see who would fall. Some believed that if they fought bravely enough, if they spilled enough blood, they might catch her favor. But others knew that the Morrigan had no favorites. She was impartial, an unyielding force that could not be swayed. In quieter moments, the Morrigan's presence was felt not just on the battlefield, but in the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves in the forest. Her raven form would appear on the edges of villages, perched on branches, watching with those dark, all-seeing eyes. Mothers would tell their children to be still, to listen, for when the raven called, it meant that something was about to change. It meant that fate was near. The Morrigan's power was in her ability to see beyond the present. She knew the past, the present, and the future, and she moved between them with ease. Her raven eyes saw everything, every hidden thought, every unspoken desire, every fear. And in her presence, the weight of fate felt heavy, inescapable. But there was also a strange beauty to her, a power that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. To be in the presence of the Morrigan, to see her raven form hovering above the battlefield, was to feel the pull of destiny. It was to understand, even for a moment, that life and death were not separate things, but part of the same cycle, that fate could not be fought or avoided. For those who knew her stories, the Morrigan was not just a goddess of war. She was the very essence of fate, the raven who watched over the world, guiding souls to their end, not with cruelty, but with the cold, unwavering truth that all things must come to pass. Her shape-shifting nature, her connection to the raven, made her a figure of both fear and fascination, a goddess who could not be controlled, only witnessed. And so, as the raven circled above the battlefield, the warriors below felt the weight of her gaze. They fought on, knowing that the Morrigan was there, watching, waiting, deciding. Whether they lived or died, they knew one thing for certain: the Morrigan, the raven goddess of war, would carry their story into the shadows of eternity. Cuchulainn stood alone, his breath heavy in the stillness of the battlefield. The sky above him was a bruised purple, the sun sinking into the horizon, casting long shadows over the fallen. His body ached, blood stained his armor, but the fire in his eyes had not dimmed. He had faced countless enemies, fought with the strength of 100 men, and yet, in this quiet moment, he felt something else, something watching him. From the corner of his eye, he saw her. Not a woman, not a warrior, but a raven, dark as the night, perched on a branch, its eyes locked onto him. This raven was no ordinary bird. It was her. The Morrigan. The goddess who had haunted his life, the one who had been both his tormentor and his shadow. Cuchulainn knew she had come for him, just as she had promised. He had evaded her once, but fate was relentless, and now, her black wings fluttered in the fading light, a silent reminder that his end was near. Their story began long before this moment. When Cuchulainn was at the height of his power, the Morrigan had come to him, not as a raven, but as a beautiful woman. She had appeared to him with her striking presence, offering her love and her strength. She promised to aid him in his battles, to stand by his side as he carved his name into legend. But Cuchulainn, proud and full of youthful arrogance, had refused her. He did not need her help, he had said. He could fight his own battles, win his own wars. The Morrigan had not been pleased. Her eyes flashed with something cold, something dangerous. She did not beg or plead. Instead, she looked at him, her lips twisting into a knowing smile, and said, "You will regret this." Then, as swiftly as she had come, she was gone, leaving behind only the faint scent of the earth and the sky, a promise carried on the wind. Cuchulainn, fearless and unshaken, thought little of her warning. He continued to fight, his fame growing with each victory. But the Morrigan had not forgotten. She watched him from afar, her presence always there, unseen yet felt. And then, one day, she returned, not as a woman, but in her true form. A raven, black as night, swooping down on him in the heat of battle. It was then that Cuchulainn began to understand. The Morrigan was not just a goddess to be dismissed. She was fate itself, and no man, no matter how strong, could escape her grip. She came at him first as an eel, twisting through the water to trip him, to bring him down. Cuchulainn, with his legendary skill, struck her, wounding her. But the Morrigan was not done. She returned again, this time as a wolf, snarling and snapping at his heels, trying to drive him toward his end. Again, Cuchulainn fought her off, though the effort left him weaker. Finally, she came as a cow, charging at him with the full weight of her fury. He struck her once more, and though he succeeded in driving her away, Cuchulainn was left with a deep sense of unease. He had fought the Morrigan in all her forms, and though he had survived, something inside him knew that these battles were not victories. They were warnings. Time passed, and Cuchulainn continued his life as a warrior. But the Morrigan was always there, always watching. She would appear as a raven, perched on a distant tree, her black eyes following his every move. Every time he saw her, his heart would tighten, though he would never admit it. He knew that the Morrigan did not forget, and her presence was a constant reminder that his fate was no longer his own. Then came the day when Cuchulainn faced his final battle. The skies were dark, the air thick with the scent of death. He knew, as all great warriors know, that this was the end. But still, he fought. He fought with the same fire and fury that had made him a legend. But this time, there was no escaping fate. The Morrigan was there, her raven form swooping low over the battlefield, her wings brushing against his skin like a cold whisper of what was to come. In the midst of the fighting, Cuchulainn was struck, a wound that bled more than it should have. He staggered, his strength failing him, but still, he fought on. He would not let the Morrigan see him fall. He would not give her the satisfaction of witnessing his defeat. With his last ounce of strength, Cuchulainn tied himself to a standing stone. He stood tall, even as his body weakened, refusing to fall. The Morrigan, in the form of a raven, perched on his shoulder, her weight a reminder that his time had come. And yet, she did not strike the final blow. She simply waited, watching as life drained from the great warrior, her presence a silent witness to the end of his story. Cuchulainn did not die with a whimper. He did not fall to his knees. He stood, bound to the stone, his eyes fierce, his spirit unbroken. Even in death, he remained defiant, a hero to the end. The Morrigan, perched on his shoulder, seemed almost to honor him in that moment. She had not come to destroy him. She had come to claim what was hers, to remind him, and the world, that no man, no matter how great, could escape fate. As the sun set on that final day, the Morrigan spread her wings and took flight, leaving behind only the stillness of the battlefield and the memory of a hero who had fought until his last breath. Cuchulainn's body stood tall, even in death, a testament to his strength and his will. And though the Morrigan had claimed him, she had also immortalized him. For in the end, Cuchulainn's story did not belong to him alone. It belonged to the Morrigan, to the raven who had watched over his life and death, who had woven his fate into the fabric of time. His name would live on, not just as a warrior, but as the man who had faced the Morrigan herself and, in his own way, had stood unbowed. The wind swept through the ancient burial grounds, carrying with it a chill that settled deep in the bones of those gathered. The sky, heavy with clouds, seemed to hang low, as if it too mourned the loss. In the distance, a solitary raven called out, a low, haunting cry that sent a shiver through the crowd. The sound echoed across the hills, a reminder of something ancient, something that the Celts had always known. Ravens were not just birds, they were messengers of the otherworld, guardians of the passage between life and death. In Celtic traditions, the presence of ravens at a funeral was more than coincidence. To the Celts, these dark-winged creatures were deeply connected to the mysteries of death and prophecy. When a raven appeared, it was often seen as a sign, a bridge between the mortal world and the spiritual one. Their black feathers and piercing eyes made them seem otherworldly, as if they could see beyond the veil that separated the living from the dead. As the flames of the funeral pyre flickered, the raven's gaze would fall upon the scene, a silent witness to the soul's journey to the afterlife. For the Celts, death was not an end but a transition, and the raven was believed to play a vital role in this process. As the body of the deceased was prepared for burial or cremation, it was said that the raven circled overhead, watching, waiting. It was not just a bird scavenging for food, it was the harbinger of the soul's departure. Its presence was both a comfort and a warning for those who truly understood its significance. The raven did not mourn, nor did it weep. It was there to guide, to protect, and to bear witness. In those moments of deep sorrow, the Celts looked to the raven for signs. If the bird flew to the west, it was believed that the soul had found peace and was journeying to the otherworld, where the ancestors waited with open arms. But if the raven lingered, cawing endlessly, or if it flew in erratic patterns, there was unease. Perhaps the soul had unfinished business, or maybe the death itself had been unnatural, leaving the spirit restless. In these times, the raven's voice became a prophecy, foretelling of things to come, of omens yet to unfold. Stories were told around the fires of how ravens had appeared just before a death, their dark forms perched on windowsills or at the edge of forests, waiting for the inevitable. To see a raven in such a context was to feel the cold grip of fate tightening. It was said that they could sense death before it arrived, their sharp instincts tied to the ebb and flow of life itself. The Celts believed that when a raven watched over someone's home, it was not an ill omen, but a sign that the person's time was near. The raven's cry in the stillness of dawn could make even the strongest warriors pause, knowing that the bird never cried without reason. In these ancient funeral rites, ravens were not only messengers, they were also symbols of transformation. Just as the body decayed and returned to the earth, so too did the soul ascend to the other world, carried on the wings of the raven. The Celts, who revered nature in all its forms, saw the raven as a symbol of life cycle. It scavenged the remains of the dead, but in doing so, it returned the body to the earth, ensuring that nothing was wasted, that everything had its place in the great circle of life and death. There was a quiet reverence for the raven's role in prophecy as well. Druids, the spiritual leaders of the Celts, were known to interpret the movements and calls of ravens as signs from the gods. In times of war or peace, in moments of uncertainty or grief, they would watch the sky, looking for the flight of the raven. The way the bird flew, whether it soared high or low, whether it called out or remained silent, was seen as a message from the divine. In moments of ritual, the presence of a raven could shift the mood entirely, its black wings spreading an air of mystery and meaning that went beyond the mortal realm. The raven's connection to death was not one of fear but of acceptance. The Celts believed that death was as natural as the changing of the seasons, and the raven, with its constant presence, was a reminder that life and death were intertwined. They would tell tales of great kings and warriors whose deaths were marked by the arrival of a raven. These were not stories of despair, but of honor, for to have a raven at your death was to know that the gods were watching, that your journey to the afterlife was guided and blessed. In the quiet moments of mourning, when the flames of the funeral pyres had long since died down, and the earth had claimed the body, the raven still remained. It could be seen perched on the stones of ancient graves, a solitary figure watching over the resting places of the dead. Its presence was a reminder that even in death, the soul was not alone. The Celts believed that the raven was there to guard the spirits, ensuring that they found their way to the other world, to Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth and peace. And so, the raven became not just a bird, but a symbol of the mysteries that lay beyond life, of the journey every soul must take. Its black feathers blended with the night, its cries echoing through the still air, a constant reminder that death was not an end, but a beginning. For the Celts, the raven was both a guide and a guardian, its wings carrying the souls of the departed to the lands beyond, where they would find their place among the stars. As the last echoes of the funeral rites faded into the night, and the people returned to their homes, they knew that the raven would always be there. In the trees, in the skies, watching, waiting, a silent witness to the eternal dance of life and death. In the cold, misty forests of the Pacific Northwest, where towering cedars touch the clouds and the ocean's whispers echo through the mountains, there lives a figure unlike any other. His feathers are dark as midnight, his beak sharp, and his eyes gleam with mischief. He is the raven, the one who can change the world with a flicker of his wings. He is a creator, a trickster, and a transformer. His name is spoken with equal parts respect and wariness by the Tlingit and Haida people. For where raven goes, chaos often follows, but so too does life, light, and laughter. It is said that before the raven, there was only darkness. The world was nothing but a vast, cold shadow, and the people lived in blindness. They had no sun, no moon, no stars. Their days and nights were the same, and their hearts were heavy with despair. But Raven was not content with this world. He knew it could be more. His mind, ever full of schemes, began to turn, and with a crooked smile, he hatched a plan. There was a chief who guarded the light. He kept it hidden away, selfishly hoarding the sun, moon, and stars in his longhouse. Raven, with his hunger for transformation, decided that this light belonged to everyone, not just one man. And so, he devised a clever trick. Raven was a master of changing his form, and this time, he turned himself into a tiny speck of dust. Carried on the wind, he floated into the chief's daughter's drinking cup. Unaware, she swallowed him, and soon Raven was growing inside her belly. In time, Raven was born again, not as a bird but as a human child, the chief's grandson. He was adored and doted on, the light of the chief's life. But Raven had not forgotten his mission. He knew that once he had earned the chief's trust, he would have his chance. Every day, the boy would cry and plead with his grandfather to see the light. At first, the chief refused, but how could he deny his beloved grandson? Finally, the chief gave in. He showed Raven the sacred boxes where he kept the sun, moon, and stars. One day, when the chief had grown careless, Raven seized his moment. He took the light, the shining orb of the sun, and transformed back into his bird form, flying through the smoke hole of the longhouse and into the sky. The world below was suddenly flooded with warmth and brightness for the first time. The people, who had lived in darkness for so long, were awestruck. They looked up and saw the sun burning in the sky, a gift from the raven. But Raven wasn't done. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he tossed the moon and stars into the sky, filling the night with silver light, ensuring the world would never again be swallowed by total darkness. But while Raven was a creator, he was also a trickster. His gift had been stolen, after all, and nothing Raven did came without a twist. As he flew off, laughing at the chief's anger, the people began to understand Raven's gifts were not always given freely. His ways were mysterious, and his tricks often came with unexpected consequences. But Raven's influence did not stop at the creation of the sun, moon, and stars. He was also known for his ability to bring life where there was none. In one legend, the people had nothing to eat, and the earth was barren. Raven, ever the schemer, noticed a fisherman who hoarded all the fish in the sea. The man had a magical source of fish, one that Raven longed to possess. So Raven transformed again, this time into a hungry, desperate man, and approached the fisherman. The fisherman took pity on him and shared his catch, but only a little. Raven, unsatisfied, decided to act. He transformed into a giant bird, flapping his enormous wings and scaring the fisherman away. With the fisherman gone, Raven broke the magical barrier that kept the fish hidden and set them free. The seas teemed with life again, and the people, once starving, had more than enough to eat. But Raven, true to his nature, took a portion for himself first, eating his fill before anyone else. Though Raven's tricks often seemed selfish or reckless, there was a deeper purpose to his actions. He was a transformer, not just of the world around him, but of the people as well. His tricks forced them to see things differently, to adapt, to grow. He showed them that the world was not static, that everything could change in an instant. And while his methods were unconventional, they always brought something new, something that hadn't existed before. One of the most famous stories of Raven's transformation power is the tale of how he stole fresh water for the people. In this story, a greedy man had all the fresh water stored in a giant well. The people were thirsty, the rivers had dried up, and no rain had fallen for many days. Raven, seeing the suffering of the people, knew he had to act. He turned himself into a raven once again, but this time he coated his feathers in black soot to appear even more sinister. He approached the well and began cawing loudly, annoying the greedy man who guarded it. The man threw stones and curses at Raven, but the bird was persistent. Finally, in a fit of frustration, the man left his post to chase Raven away. The moment he was gone, Raven flew to the well, dipped his beak into the cool water, and flew off, spilling the water across the land. Rivers began to flow, lakes filled once more, and the people rejoiced as the land was quenched. But in typical Raven fashion, there was a price to pay for his trickery. As he flew away, laughing at his success, some of the water clung to his feathers, weighing him down. Try as he might, he could not shake it off. This is why, to this day, Ravens have shiny black feathers that glisten in the sunlight, marked forever by the water he stole for the people. Raven, the trickster, was not just a bringer of chaos, he was a creator who shaped the world with his tricks. His cunning gave the people light, food, and water, even if he had to break the rules to do it. The Tlingit and Haida knew that Raven's ways were unpredictable, but they also knew that he had given them the world they lived in. And so, though they laughed at his antics and cursed his selfishness, they also honored him. For without Raven, there would be no light in the sky, no fish in the sea, and no rivers running through the land. Long ago, when the world was young and shrouded in darkness, there was no sun to warm the earth, no moon to light the night, and no stars to guide those lost in the shadows. The world lay in an endless, cold twilight. The people lived in darkness, their hearts heavy with longing for a light they had never known but could feel deep in their souls. They huddled close to their fires, their only comfort in a world where day and night blended into one. But there was one who saw this darkness not as a prison but as a challenge. He was Raven, the mischievous trickster, whose cleverness knew no bounds and whose heart, though sly, was not untouched by the suffering of others. Raven had heard whispers of a great chief who lived far away, a chief who possessed something no one else had ever seen. In his grand longhouse, hidden from the world, the chief kept the sun, the moon, and the stars locked away in beautiful carved boxes. He guarded them jealously, never allowing the light to escape, believing that the world outside did not deserve such a gift. The people in the villages had never seen the brilliance of day or the soft glow of night. But Raven knew that the world was meant to be more than just darkness. His mind churned with ideas, and his sharp eyes gleamed with purpose. One day, as Raven flew over the chief's village, he spotted the chief's daughter by a stream, filling her cup with water. Raven, knowing that brute force would not win him the sun, transformed himself into a small speck of dust and drifted on the breeze, silently slipping into her cup. The girl drank deeply, never realizing that she had swallowed the trickster himself. Inside her, Raven began his next trick. Soon, the chief's daughter became pregnant, and in time, she gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. But this was no ordinary child. The baby's eyes sparkled with a strange knowing, and though he cried like any newborn, his cries were filled with mischief. The chief, overjoyed to have a grandson, lavished the child with love and attention. He never suspected that this little boy was Raven in disguise. As the child grew, he was doted on and given anything he desired. But there was one thing the boy wanted most of all, the contents of the lockboxes that the chief guarded so fiercely. The boy would sit on his grandfather's knee and ask, "Grandfather, what's in the boxes? Can I see them?" At first, the chief refused. "No, my boy," he would say with a gentle smile, "what is inside is not for you to see." But the boy was persistent. Every day he asked, and every day his voice became more pleading, more insistent. "Please, grandfather, just for a moment. I want to see what you're hiding." Eventually, the chief's heart softened. He couldn't bear to see his beloved grandson so sad. And so, one day, he relented. With a heavy sigh, he led the boy to the room where the boxes were kept. The room was dark, filled with shadows, but in the corner stood 3 wooden chests, intricately carved and locked tight. The boy's eyes widened with anticipation. The chief opened the first box, and out sprang the stars, twinkling and dancing as they rushed into the night sky. The boy clapped his hands in delight, watching as the tiny lights scattered themselves across the heavens, casting a soft glow over the world for the first time. The people outside gasped in awe, their faces illuminated by the pale starlight. But the boy was not satisfied. "What's in the next box, grandfather?" he asked, his voice sweet but persistent. Reluctantly, the chief opened the second box, and out flew the moon, silver and glowing. It rose into the sky, casting its cool light over the land, reflecting off the rivers and lakes. The people below, who had never seen such light, marveled at its beauty. They stared up at the moon with wonder, feeling a strange peace settle over them. But still, the boy was not content. "Grandfather," he whispered, "please, show me the last box." The chief hesitated. Inside the third box was the sun, the most powerful and precious light of all. He had never let anyone see it, not even his own daughter. But the boy's pleading eyes broke his resolve. With trembling hands, he unlocked the final box. And in that moment, Raven saw his chance. The moment the box opened and the sun began to rise, Raven shed his human form, transforming back into his true self. With a powerful flap of his black wings, he grabbed the sun in his beak and flew through the smoke hole at the top of the longhouse, soaring into the sky. The chief cried out in despair, but it was too late. Raven, with the blazing sun clutched tightly in his beak, flew higher and higher until he could feel its warmth against his feathers. Below, the world was flooded with golden light for the first time. The people, who had lived their entire lives in darkness, shielded their eyes as the brilliant rays touched the earth. The warmth of the sun brought life where there had been cold, light where there had been shadow. Plants began to grow, flowers bloomed, and the world transformed before their very eyes. The people fell to their knees, overwhelmed with gratitude for this miraculous gift. But Raven was not done yet. As he flew, the heat from the sun began to scorch his black feathers, turning them an iridescent shade of blue and green. The weight of the sun was heavy, and Raven struggled to hold on. He knew he could not keep it forever. And so, with a great cry, he released the sun into the sky, where it took its place, casting its light over the entire world. Raven, exhausted but triumphant, watched as the sun began its journey across the heavens. For the first time, the people felt the warmth of day on their skin, saw their world bathed in light, and understood what they had been missing all along. The darkness that had once seemed so endless was now a distant memory, chased away by the gift Raven had stolen for them. As Raven flew off into the distance, his feathers singed and his beak sore, he cackled with glee. He had done what no one else could. He had stolen the sun and brought light to the world, not for glory or reward, but simply because he could. The people below would never know the trickery that had brought them such a precious gift. They would only feel the warmth of the sun on their faces, and for that, Raven was content. And so, from that day on, Raven was celebrated not just as a trickster but as the bringer of light, the one who had dared to steal the sun and set it free. On the vast plains, where the wind sweeps through golden grasses and the sky stretches endlessly above, the people watched the flight of ravens and crows with a reverence that came from generations of stories. These black-winged creatures, darting across the horizon like shadows against the sun, were more than birds to the plains and southwestern tribes. Their presence, their cries, their movements in the sky, these held meaning, carried whispers of a world that couldn't be seen but was deeply felt. For the Crow people, named after these very birds, the raven was a guide. Stories told of the time when the Crow Nation was searching for a homeland. They followed the raven, believing the bird would lead them to the place where they were meant to settle. And the raven did just that. The bird's keen eye, soaring above the earth, saw what the people could not, an abundant land where they could thrive. To the Crow people, this bird was no trickster but a protector and a provider, its black feathers glistening with the power of guidance. Every time a raven was seen flying high, it reminded them of that ancient journey, of how they had been led to their home. In the scorching desert of the southwest, under a sun so fierce it made the land shimmer, the Hopi people told tales of the raven and the crow as creatures of transformation. Their dark feathers against the bright desert seemed to hold the mystery of the universe itself. One Hopi story spoke of how the crow, in its beginning, was a pure white bird. But its curiosity and its hunger for knowledge led it to the fire, where it was scorched by the flames and forever changed. The white feathers turned black, but with them came the crow's ability to walk between the worlds of the living and the dead. The Hopi saw the crow as a bridge, a messenger that could traverse boundaries that humans could not, carrying the wisdom of the ancestors and the spirits back to the people. Among the Lakota, the raven was also known to be a communicator with the spirit world. There was a belief that when a raven flew overhead during a hunt, it was a sign from the Great Spirit. The hunters would look to the raven, waiting for it to point them toward the buffalo herds. The raven's croak, harsh to some, was music to their ears, for it carried the voice of the unseen. Its flight path was studied carefully, for the raven was seen as a bird who could see beyond the physical, who knew where the animals gathered long before the human eye could detect them. In times of battle, too, the ravens and crows took on another meaning. For the Cheyenne, it was said that the crows circled above the warriors who would be victorious, their presence an omen of success. Warriors would adorn themselves with feathers, hoping to carry a piece of the bird's power into the fight. To wear the feather of a crow or a raven was to carry a symbol of death and victory, for these birds were known to feast on the remains of battlefields. Yet, this was not seen as something morbid, but rather as a sacred role. Ravens and crows were the cleaners of the world, taking the spirits of the fallen and carrying them to the afterlife. One story from the Blackfoot people spoke of a young warrior who was deeply wounded in battle. As he lay on the ground, feeling the life slipping from him, a raven landed beside him. The bird, instead of pecking at his flesh, looked into his eyes, cocking its head as if considering his fate. The warrior, too weak to move, stared back, thinking his time had come. But then the raven let out a single cry and flew off, disappearing into the sky. Moments later, the warrior felt a surge of strength, as if the raven had chosen not to take him. He lived to tell the tale, forever changed by the bird's touch, believing that it had been sent by the spirits to spare him. From that day on, he carried a raven's feather wherever he went, a reminder of the bird that had walked with death and returned him to life. In the Pueblo cultures of the Southwest, ravens and crows were often linked to rain. The arid lands, desperate for water, looked to the sky in hope. And when the ravens called, it was believed they were summoning the clouds. The people would listen for the cawing of the ravens, hoping it would bring the much-needed rains to the dry earth. In their rituals, dancers would wear black feathers, imitating the birds, calling upon them to bring life-giving water from the heavens. The Navajo, too, saw these birds as creatures of immense importance. They believed that the raven had been present during the creation of the world. In one tale, it was said that the first man and first woman had sent the raven to carry the message of life to all corners of the world. But the raven, curious as it was, became distracted by the beauty of what it saw. The bird, seeing the world for the first time, couldn't resist exploring it in its entirety before delivering the message. Because of this, there were delays in the order of things, and the raven was blamed for the chaos that followed. Yet, the raven's role was never diminished. It remained a symbol of balance between order and disorder, creation and destruction, a reminder that even in chaos, there is purpose. Among the Zuni, there was a tale of a great drought. The people were starving, their crops withered, and their hope fading. But one day, a raven flew into the village, carrying with it a single ear of corn in its beak. The people followed the bird as it flew back to a hidden field, where the corn still grew tall and strong. The raven had shown them the way to food, and in doing so, saved the village from starvation. To the Zuni, the raven became a symbol of survival, of unexpected hope when all seemed lost. In all these stories, the raven and the crow are not merely birds. They are beings who live at the edge of life and death, light and darkness, chaos and order. Their feathers, black as night, carry the weight of the skies they soar through, and their cries echo with the voices of the past. These birds, misunderstood by some, are revered by those who see the truth hidden in their shadows. They are guides, messengers, and tricksters, forever intertwined with the fate of the people who watch their flight. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the sky is still a dark canvas, Raven stirs. His black feathers shimmer in the dim light, his eyes gleaming with a knowing look that hides more than it reveals. He is both revered and feared, both creator and destroyer. There's something about Raven that makes him impossible to ignore. Perhaps it's because, in every myth, every story whispered by firelight, he is always at the center, laughing, tricking, shaping the world. Raven is not like other beings. He is both a god and a mischief maker, walking the line between creation and chaos with a playful arrogance. He doesn't ask for permission to change things. He takes what he wants, bends reality to his will, and in doing so, transforms everything. He is, at his core, a force that can't be contained, a being who embodies contradictions. He is both a hero and a villain, both revered and mistrusted. There's an old story about Raven that has been passed down for generations. In it, the world was once a place of eternal darkness. No sun, no moon, only an endless, suffocating night. The people, blind in the shadows, groped their way through life, never knowing the warmth of daylight. But Raven, with his insatiable curiosity and clever mind, decided to change this. He heard rumors that a powerful chief, far to the north, possessed the light. The chief kept it hidden away, locked in a box, where only he could gaze upon its brilliance. Raven's heart quickened with excitement at the thought. Light, the one thing that could transform the world, was there for the taking. But how could he steal it? The chief was a cautious man, and Raven knew this task would require more than just strength. It would need trickery, and that was Raven's greatest skill. He waited, watching the chief's family from a distance. He learned that the chief's daughter went to a nearby river every morning to drink. Raven knew what to do. He transformed himself into a single pine needle and floated gently on the surface of the water. When the girl came to drink, she swallowed the needle without ever knowing it. Inside her, Raven took on a new form, growing within her until she gave birth to a child with eyes as dark and sharp as a raven's. The chief, seeing this miraculous birth, was overjoyed. He loved the child deeply, not knowing that it was Raven in disguise. As the child grew, he became the center of the chief's life. Raven, now the chief's beloved grandson, played his part perfectly. He was charming, mischievous, always laughing. He made the people smile, made his grandfather's heart swell with pride. But in the back of his mind, Raven never forgot why he had come. One day, when the chief was in a particularly generous mood, Ravenchild asked to see the light. "Please, grandfather," he said, his voice innocent and sweet. "Let me hold the light for just a moment." The chief hesitated, but how could he refuse his beloved grandson? With great care, he unlocked the box and lifted the brilliant orb of light into the air. The moment it was in his hands, Raven transformed once again, back into his true form, a sleek black bird. With a caw of triumph, Raven seized the light in his beak and flew up into the sky. The chief's cries of outrage echoed behind him, but Raven didn't stop. He soared higher and higher, his wings cutting through the air like a knife. And with a flick of his beak, he threw the light into the sky. It exploded in all directions, illuminating the world for the very first time. The people blinked in wonder as the sun burst into being, filling the land with warmth and life. But Raven, true to his nature, was not done yet. He wasn't satisfied with just one source of light. So he flew back and snatched up more, creating the moon, the stars, scattering them across the heavens in a chaotic masterpiece. The world was no longer shrouded in darkness, thanks to Raven's cleverness. He had stolen the light and gifted it to all living things. But it wasn't entirely an act of generosity. Raven, after all, had done it because he wanted to, because he could. This duality, of being both a creator and a trickster, runs through every story about Raven. He is the one who brings fire, who shapes the land, who pulls salmon from the rivers and drops them into the hands of hungry people. Yet he never does it out of kindness alone. There is always a trick, always a laugh at someone else's expense. Raven's mischief is not mindless, it has purpose. It is his way of shaping the world, bending it to his will, playing with the fabric of existence itself. But this mischief can come at a cost. Raven is also known to bring misfortune, to cause chaos where there was once order. In his quest for fun and power, he sometimes forgets the consequences of his actions. There are tales where Raven's tricks go too far, where his cleverness turns to cruelty. He can cause storms, ruin crops, and send people astray in the wilderness. But even in these moments, Raven's role is not purely malicious. He is a reminder that the world is unpredictable, that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. Without his mischief, there would be no change, no movement, no growth. Yet for all his tricks, Raven is often seen as a hero, a cultural hero, in fact. His actions, though mischievous, almost always lead to something greater. Without his theft of the sun, the world would have remained in darkness. Without his playful meddling, many of the gifts that people now cherish, fire, food, the changing seasons, might never have been brought into existence. Raven's laughter echoes through the centuries because it is the laughter of life itself, unpredictable and wild, full of both joy and danger. So, when people see Raven perched on a branch, his dark eyes glinting with some secret joke, they feel a sense of awe. For they know that this bird, this cunning trickster, holds the power to shape the world with a single caw, a single flick of his wing. He is not just a bird. He is a force, a transformer of worlds, a creator in the guise of a troublemaker, forever changing, forever laughing. In the golden light of the ancient world, where gods walked among men, there was a raven unlike any other. Its feathers gleamed white, as pure as the dawn, and its flight through the skies was a sight of rare beauty. This raven was not like the dark birds we know today. It was a creature of brilliance, and it held a special place in the heart of the god Apollo. The sun god, with his radiant chariot and his golden lyre, trusted this raven above all others. The raven was his messenger, his confidant, a loyal servant that flew with the swiftness of the wind, bringing word of events across the realms. But trust, once broken, is hard to mend. It began, as many tragedies do, with love. Apollo, the god of prophecy and music, had fallen deeply in love with a mortal woman named Coronis. Her beauty was unmatched, and for a while, Apollo believed her heart belonged to him. He loved her fiercely, watching over her from the heavens, and the thought of her filled him with joy. But as the fates would have it, love is not always kind. One day, Apollo sent his white raven to keep watch over Coronis, to ensure her safety while he was away. The raven, obedient and ever faithful, perched high in the trees, its bright eyes observing everything below. As the hours passed, the raven witnessed something that made its heart race with unease. Coronis, the woman Apollo cherished, was not alone. She was in the arms of another man, whispering words of affection that were not meant for the god of the sun. The raven, confused and torn between loyalty and duty, knew it had to tell Apollo the truth. It took flight, the weight of the betrayal heavy in its wings. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the earth as the raven flew faster, its white feathers shimmering against the dying light. It reached Apollo's temple, where the god sat in all his splendor, his golden eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for news. The raven landed before him, its beak trembling with the message it had to deliver. And with a heavy heart, it told Apollo everything it had seen, the embrace, the whispers, the unfaithfulness of the woman he loved. For a moment, there was silence. Apollo's expression remained unreadable, his face as still as a marble statue. But inside, the god's heart was shattering. Betrayal is a wound that cuts deep, even for the gods. And when Apollo finally spoke, his voice was not filled with sorrow, but with a rising fury. His love for Coronis twisted into anger, and in his rage, he cursed her for her faithlessness. The curse was swift, and death claimed her not long after. Yet as Coronis lay dying, she revealed that she was carrying Apollo's child. This revelation struck the god like a bolt of lightning, and his heart, which had turned to stone, softened once more. With a pang of regret, Apollo took the unborn child from her lifeless body, saving it from the fate that had befallen its mother. That child would grow to be Asclepius, the god of healing. But Apollo's anger had not fully subsided. He turned his gaze to the white raven, the bird that had brought him the devastating news. In his grief, Apollo's mind twisted the raven's loyalty into something bitter. Why, he thought, had the raven not lied? Why had it brought him such sorrowful news with such haste? The sight of the raven's pure white feathers, once a symbol of trust, now seemed to mock him. In his wrath, Apollo reached out with his divine power and cursed the bird. The raven's feathers, once bright as the morning sun, began to darken. Slowly, they turned black as night, the color of sorrow, of mourning, of death. The transformation was complete, and the raven, now covered in darkness, cawed in despair. Its cries echoed through the heavens, but Apollo's anger would not be undone. From that moment on, the raven was condemned to bear the color of its perceived sin, no longer the radiant creature it once was. This punishment was not just a change in the raven's appearance. It was a symbol of how even the most loyal can be tainted by the burdens they carry. The raven, who had done nothing but its duty, was marked by the tragedy it had witnessed, forever associated with bad news, with betrayal, with the shadow of Apollo's broken heart. In the years that followed, the black raven became a creature of omen, its appearance often seen as a sign of impending misfortune. It flew through the skies as a reminder of the god's wrath, its dark feathers casting long shadows on the earth. Yet, despite its transformation, the raven remained a powerful and mysterious figure in the stories of the ancient world. It was still a creature of intelligence, of sharp wit, and of keen observation. Though it had been punished, it had also been elevated in a strange way, no longer just a servant of the gods, but a symbol of the complex dance between loyalty and truth. Apollo, too, was changed by the events that had unfolded. Though his heart eventually healed, the memory of Caronus and the raven never fully left him. The raven's black feathers were a constant reminder of the day he had allowed his grief to blind him, of the moment when love and anger had intertwined so tightly that they became indistinguishable. The story of Apollo and the white raven speaks to the fragility of trust, the weight of truth, and the consequences of love gone wrong. The raven's transformation serves as a warning to those who bear messages they wish they hadn't, to those caught in the middle of larger forces beyond their control. It is a tale that echoes through the ages, where gods and mortals alike must face the reality that not every truth is welcomed, and not every act of loyalty is rewarded. In the quiet hills of ancient Greece, where olive trees whispered secrets to the wind and temples stood tall against the sky, the presence of crows was never taken lightly. Their calls echoed through the valleys like an omen, carrying with them whispers from the gods themselves. Every rustle of their wings, every shadow they cast upon the earth, was charged with meaning. These black-feathered birds held a place of honor and fear, for they were believed to be the messengers of prophecy, the ones who could see the threads of fate long before mortal eyes could catch a glimpse. There was something both eerie and magical about how the Greeks watched the skies, waiting for the arrival of a crow. Their flight patterns, the direction they came from, and even the manner in which they called out could send shivers down the spine of anyone who understood the weight of their presence. To the untrained eye, they were just birds. But to the ancient Greeks, their appearance could alter destinies. In the temple of Apollo, where priests and oracles gathered, crows were revered for their connection to the divine. Apollo himself, the god of prophecy, had a deep bond with these birds. He was the one who understood their language, their warnings, and their promises. It was said that the crows spoke to him of events that had yet to unfold, their sharp eyes seeing beyond the present, piercing through the veil of time. One story tells of how Apollo once sent a crow to deliver an urgent message to a mortal. The man, unaware of the bird's sacred mission, ignored the crow's persistent calls. But the bird, undeterred, followed him wherever he went, its black feathers a shadow over his every step. Only when the man finally stopped and listened to the crow's call did he realize the danger approaching. That moment of understanding saved his life, and he never forgot the messenger that had come to him from the gods. The Greeks believed that to ignore a crow's call was to court disaster, for the gods rarely repeated their warnings. In the heart of ancient Greece, where oracles held sway over kings and generals, crows were often used in divination. The seers would sit in quiet contemplation, watching the crows circle above them, waiting for a sign. If the birds flew east, it was a good omen, a promise of victory or success. But if they flew west, the future was clouded in danger and misfortune. Their direction, their numbers, even the manner in which they perched on sacred statues or trees were all read as messages from the gods. The flutter of their wings could foretell the outcome of battles, the rise and fall of leaders, and even the fate of entire cities. In one famous tale, it was a crow that warned of the destruction of Troy. As the Greeks laid siege to the city, a single crow flew from the battlements, circling the skies before heading westward. The omen was clear to those who understood its meaning: Troy would fall, and its people would be scattered. It was a prophecy carried not by a human voice, but by the wings of a bird. But crows weren't always bearers of bad news. They were also symbols of foresight and intelligence. It was said that the god Athena, known for her wisdom, respected the crow for its cunning nature. Though her sacred bird was the owl, she often turned to the crows when she needed to outwit her enemies. Their sharp eyes and cleverness mirrored her own, and she trusted them to deliver messages in times of war and peace alike. Even the common people of Greece learned to read the signs given by these dark messengers. Farmers would pause in their fields if a crow appeared, its sudden presence causing the hairs on the back of their necks to stand up. Sailors, preparing to embark on dangerous voyages, watched the skies for crows, hoping for a favorable sign that would carry them safely across the seas. And in times of personal strife, when a family was torn apart by loss or misfortune, the appearance of a crow could bring comfort, reminding them that the gods were watching, that their pain had not gone unnoticed. There was a certain beauty in the relationship between the Greeks and the crows. The birds were not feared for their darkness, but respected for the knowledge they carried. They were seen as intermediaries between the human and the divine, bridging the gap between the mortal world and the eternal wisdom of the gods. To see a crow was to be reminded of one's place in the grand design of fate, a small but vital piece in a much larger story. In one particularly haunting story, a young woman stood by the cliffs overlooking the sea, her heart heavy with sorrow. Her brother had gone to war, and she had not heard from him in months. Every night, she dreamed of him, but the dreams brought no peace, only images of blood and fire. One morning, as the sun rose over the horizon, a single crow flew towards her from the distant hills. It circled her once, then twice, before landing on a nearby rock. The woman, recognizing the significance of its arrival, knelt before it, her heart pounding in her chest. The crow cawed softly, its beady eyes fixed on hers, and in that moment, she understood. Her brother was gone. The bird had come to deliver the final message from the gods, a confirmation of the dreams that had plagued her nights. Though her heart was shattered, the woman felt a strange sense of relief. The crow's presence, while painful, had given her the closure she needed. She thanked the bird with tears in her eyes, knowing that it had come not to torment her, but to bring her the truth. And as the crow flew away, disappearing into the morning light, she felt the weight of her grief lift, if only for a moment. In ancient Greece, the line between the natural world and the divine was thin. Crows were more than just birds, they were vessels of prophecy, carrying the weight of the gods in their wings. To see a crow was to be reminded that the world was full of mysteries, that the gods spoke not only through thunder and lightning, but also through the quiet presence of a black-feathered messenger in the sky. In the heart of ancient Rome, where marble columns stretched toward the heavens and the weight of empire hung heavy in the air, there was a quiet belief that the gods spoke not only through thunder or the flight of stars, but through the wings and calls of birds. Among these, none carried as much weight or stirred as much awe as the ravens and crows. Their dark, watchful presence was like a ripple in time, as if they knew the future long before it unfolded, their flight patterns a language only the wise could interpret. Roman augurs, the men entrusted with reading the will of the gods, would stand in sacred spaces, their eyes fixed on the skies. These men were not fortune-tellers in the way we think of them today. They were conduits, channels through which the divine passed its messages. And of all the omens they watched for, the behavior of ravens and crows held particular importance. In the quiet mornings before dawn, as mist clung to the Tiber River and the city still slept, the augurs would prepare. The air was thick with anticipation, and their hearts would beat in time with the distant caw of a raven. To the untrained ear, the call was nothing more than noise. But to the augurs, each caw held meaning. A single call could signal an upcoming battle or warn of betrayal, while a series of calls might be a blessing, the gods smiling upon the people for a time. The way a crow landed on the ground was more than just a bird finding rest, it could be an omen of victory or doom. If a raven flew high above a newly built temple and called out, it was a sign that the gods were pleased. But if the bird landed with its head turned sharply to the side or cawed repeatedly while looking westward, it was an ill omen. Kings, generals, and even emperors knew better than to ignore these signs. The story of one general stands out. Marcus, a man of strength and ambition, was preparing to lead his legions into battle. The night before they were set to march, he stood alone in his tent, listening to the distant sounds of his men making preparations. His heart was steady, but something unsettled him. He had heard no crows that day, no ravens perched upon the city walls as they usually did before a great march. He brushed it off, chalking it up to nerves, and convinced himself that the gods were simply silent. But as dawn broke and the first light of the sun touched the tops of the trees, a single crow appeared. It flew low over the camp, its wings barely stirring the cool morning air. Marcus watched it, his breath caught in his throat. The bird circled once, twice, and then landed directly in front of his tent. It let out a long, sharp caw, its beady black eyes fixed on the general. His blood turned cold. He knew what it meant, the gods were warning him. Against his better judgment, he ignored the omen, choosing instead to trust in the strength of his army. Days later, Marcus lay among the bodies of his fallen soldiers, the battle lost, his pride shattered. As his vision dimmed, the memory of the crow returned to him. He had not heeded its warning, and now he paid the price. It was said that after his death, a raven perched on his shield, calling out mournfully as if grieving for the lost general who had once held Rome's fate in his hands. For the Romans, ravens and crows weren't merely symbols of death or decay. They were messengers of the gods, weaving fate and prophecy into the fabric of the city's daily life. No decision of importance, whether it was the founding of a new temple, the start of a campaign, or even the appointment of a new leader, was made without first consulting the birds. The augurs, with their staff in hand, would watch the skies with bated breath, their souls attuned to the subtle signs that ravens and crows sent their way. In one famous tale, Romulus himself, the founder of Rome, was faced with a choice between two birds. He and his twin brother Remus, both vying for the right to rule the city they had founded, sought guidance from the gods. They stood upon separate hills, eyes trained on the heavens. Remus, on one hill, saw 6 vultures circling above. But Romulus, standing tall and proud, saw twice as many. A crow cawed in the distance, its sound sharp and clear, and Romulus knew then that the gods had chosen him. From that moment on, crows and ravens became forever tied to the fate of Rome. Their presence at key moments in history was noted with reverence and fear. When a raven appeared on the battlefield of Cannae, where Rome would suffer one of its greatest defeats at the hands of Hannibal, it was said to have flown low over the Roman ranks, its call a warning that went unheeded. The Romans, proud and unyielding, marched into battle despite the omen, and thousands of lives were lost. But it wasn't always death that these birds foretold. There were moments of great victory, where ravens flew high above the heads of Roman generals, their calls ringing out like the trumpets of the gods. In these moments, the people would cheer, knowing that the gods had blessed their endeavors. The birds became symbols of protection, their black feathers a shield against misfortune. In the temples of Rome, where sacred rituals were performed in the name of Jupiter, Mars, and Apollo, the augurs continued to read the skies. A crow landing on the right side of the temple was seen as a positive sign, one that foretold prosperity and peace. But if a raven flew low and perched near the entrance, the priests would take it as a warning of unrest or upheaval. Even in the homes of ordinary Romans, the sight of a crow was not taken lightly. Families would pause and reflect if one appeared near their door, wondering what message it carried. If a crow flew into a house, it was a sure sign that something momentous was about to happen, whether good or bad, only time would tell. The bond between Rome and these dark-winged messengers was as strong as iron. To the Romans, ravens and crows were more than birds. They were the very embodiment of fate, their wings brushing against the will of the gods, their cries echoing the hopes and fears of an empire. Each flight, each call, was a thread in the great tapestry of Roman life, weaving together the past, present, and future in ways that only the birds could fully understand. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world still holds its breath, a lone crow sits atop a gnarled tree, silhouetted against the deep purple sky. Its call pierces the stillness, a sharp, haunting cry that echoes through the streets below. For those who know the signs, this is no ordinary sound, it is the voice of fate, a reminder of the presence of Shani, the stern and unyielding god of karma. Shani, the lord of Saturn, watches over the universe with a gaze that is both distant and penetrating. His presence is felt in the lives of all, for no one escapes the justice he brings. He is the god who governs time, patience, and discipline, but also hardship and suffering. To the devout, Shani is a force to be respected, even feared, for his influence is as inevitable as the rising sun, and as enduring as the night that follows. But what does a crow have to do with such a powerful deity? The bond between Shani and the crow is ancient, stretching back through the mists of time and legend. The crow, a creature often viewed with suspicion or dread, is Shani's chosen companion. Dark, mysterious, and ever watchful, the crow embodies the essence of Shani's nature, a presence that lingers at the edges of light, reminding us of the shadowy side of existence that we cannot ignore. In villages and cities across India, people wake each morning with a quiet reverence for the crows that gather around their homes. They scatter grains and food outside their doors, offering it to these black-feathered visitors. For in feeding the crow, they believe they are honoring Shani, seeking his mercy, his grace, and perhaps a reprieve from the difficulties he may send their way. The tales of Shani and the crow are woven through the fabric of Hindu mythology. One such story tells of how Shani came to be associated with the crow. It is said that Shani, as the god who oversees the consequences of actions, would ride a majestic chariot pulled by black horses. But when it came time to choose a bird to accompany him, he did not select the proud eagle or the graceful swan. Instead, he chose the crow, an unlikely choice, but one that reflected the deeper wisdom of the god of karma. The crow, with its dark plumage and sharp eyes, sees what others overlook. It is a scavenger, feeding on what has been left behind, much like Shani, who confronts us with the consequences of our past deeds. The crow's ability to survive in the harshest of environments, thriving where others would perish, mirrors Shani's role as the overseer of hardships, the one who teaches through struggle and endurance. In another tale, a devoted follower of Shani once found himself cursed with a series of misfortunes. Desperate for relief, he sought the counsel of a wise sage. The sage, understanding the intricate workings of fate, advised him to feed the crows every day. "These birds," the sage said, "carry Shani's presence. Show them kindness, and you may soften his gaze upon your life." The man, though doubtful at first, began his daily offerings to the crows. Over time, he noticed a subtle shift in his fortunes, his burdens lightened, and though his troubles did not vanish completely, he found the strength to bear them with newfound resilience. The man came to understand that Shani's lessons, though hard, were not without purpose. Crows are seen as the emissaries of Shani, delivering his will and watching over those who are under his influence. When a crow caws at the window, it is said to be a sign, sometimes of impending change, sometimes of an unseen warning. To ignore the crow's call is to ignore the messages of Shani, for the crow never appears without reason. It is a reminder that our actions, no matter how small or forgotten, always come back to us in time. For those who worship Shani, Saturday, Shani's Day, is a time of reflection and ritual. Temples dedicated to him fill with devotees seeking his favor, offering oil and black sesame seeds, while outside, crows gather as if called by some invisible force. The offerings are shared with these birds, a gesture of humility before the god of karma. To feed a crow on this day is to acknowledge the unseen forces that shape our lives, to accept that we are not always in control, and to submit to the justice that Shani brings. Yet, there is something more to the relationship between Shani and the crow than mere punishment or fear. It is a connection built on understanding, a recognition of the balance that exists in the universe. The crow, like Shani, is not inherently malevolent. It is not a bird of chaos or destruction. Instead, it is a creature of balance, existing in the space between life and death, light and darkness. It watches, it learns, and it survives. Shani, too, is not simply a god of hardship, he is a teacher. His lessons, though difficult, are necessary for growth. Through suffering, we learn patience, through loss, we find humility, and through hardship, we discover strength. In many ways, the crow is the perfect symbol for Shani's teachings. It does not inspire awe like the eagle, nor does it bring joy like the songbird. Instead, it forces us to confront what we would rather ignore, the shadows of our own actions, the consequences of our choices. But in that confrontation, there is wisdom. The crow's presence asks us to reflect, to consider the impact of our deeds, and to accept that the cycle of karma is always turning. There are moments when a crow's call feels almost like a warning, a reminder that Shani is watching, that the scales of justice are never far from tipping. But just as the crow can call with a harsh sound, it can also be silent, watching over us without judgment, waiting for us to make the next move. For those who seek Shani's blessings, the crow is more than a bird. It is a guide, a protector, and, in its own way, a bearer of grace. To honor the crow is to honor Shani, to acknowledge that life's hardships are not punishments, but opportunities to grow, to become stronger, and to learn the true meaning of resilience. In the end, the relationship between Shani and the crow is one of respect. The crow, often misunderstood and overlooked, stands as a symbol of endurance, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is wisdom to be found. Through the crow, Shani teaches us that life's challenges are not to be feared, but faced, and that through them, we can find our way to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. In the early hours of dawn, the mist clings to the earth, and the world seems to hold its breath. A solitary figure kneels by the riverbank, their hands cupped, lifting water to the sky as a humble offering. Around them, the first crows of the day gather, their dark feathers stark against the pale morning light. Their cawing echoes through the stillness, and the air feels charged with something unseen, a bridge, perhaps, between the living and the dead. For in this moment, as grains of rice and flowers are placed with care on the sacred ground, the crows are not just birds. They are messengers, bearers of the souls that have passed, vessels of ancient wisdom and deep reverence. The caw of the crow, once dismissed as harsh or unsettling, now becomes a voice from beyond, a reminder of ancestors long gone, but never forgotten. In Hindu tradition, the crow holds a special place, deeply tied to the rites of Shraddha, a ritual where the living honor and offer sustenance to their ancestors. It is believed that during Shraddha, the spirits of the departed return to the earthly realm, seeking the blessings and offerings from their descendants. And it is through the crows that these offerings are received. When a crow partakes of the food left out during these rituals, it is said to be the ancestors themselves who are accepting the gifts. The connection between the crow and the souls of the departed is sacred, a bond forged through centuries of belief. The figure at the riverbank knows this well. As they place each offering, their thoughts are not of the present, but of those who have come before, their father, their mother, the generations stretching back like an unbroken chain. Each grain of rice, each flower petal is a prayer, a hope that the spirits will be at peace, that the bonds of family transcend the boundaries of life and death. And when the crow descends, its beady eyes reflecting the soft morning light, there is a sense of completion. The soul has been fed, the connection restored. The crows in Hindu rituals serve as a powerful symbol of transition. They are liminal creatures, existing between worlds, between light and dark, life and death, the present and the past. To see a crow perched on a tree, silently watching, is to feel the presence of something more, a reminder of the invisible forces that shape our lives. Their black feathers, gleaming in the sun, are not symbols of foreboding, but of protection. They watch over the living, just as they carry the blessings of the departed. The Shraddha ritual, performed with such care and devotion, speaks to the heart of Hindu philosophy, the cyclical nature of existence, where life and death are but two sides of the same coin. In this belief system, death is not the end, but a transition, a step towards something beyond. And in this transition, the ancestors do not disappear, they linger in the spaces between, guiding, protecting, and watching over their descendants. The crows, with their keen eyes and sharp cries, are their emissaries, reminding the living of their duty to honor those who came before. As the offerings are made, there is a palpable sense of connection, a feeling that time has bent ever so slightly, allowing the past to touch the present. The air grows heavy with emotion as the figure at the riverbank recalls the stories of their ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs, the love that binds them together across lifetimes. Each crow that descends to partake in the offering becomes a living embodiment of these memories, a vessel for the stories that must never be forgotten. In the villages and cities of India, this ritual plays out in countless homes, a quiet, intimate act of remembrance. For the living, it is a way to ensure that the spirits of the ancestors are at peace, that they have found comfort in the afterlife. but it is also a way for the living to find peace themselves. To offer food to a crow during Shraddha is to acknowledge that death is not something to be feared, but something to be respected. It is a part of the natural order, just as the crow is part of the sky and the earth. There are stories, whispered from one generation to the next, of how the crows can sense when they are being called. During the Shraddha rituals, it is said that even if the crows are nowhere to be seen, they will arrive. Drawn by some invisible force, they come to fulfill their sacred role, to bridge the gap between the world of the living and the realm of the ancestors. And when they do, there is a quiet understanding, a moment of recognition between the bird and the human that something profound has taken place. For those who have lost loved ones, the sight of a crow during these rituals brings comfort. It is as though the crow carries the very essence of the departed, their spirit woven into the dark feathers, their voice heard in the caw that breaks the silence. To see a crow is to know that the ancestors are near, watching, guiding, and protecting from the other side. The crow's presence in Hindu rituals is not limited to Shraddha alone. In everyday life, the crow is treated with a reverence that goes beyond its physical form. In many households, food is set aside for the crows daily, a small offering to the ancestors who remain ever present. To care for a crow is to care for those who came before, to show respect for the past, and to acknowledge that life is part of an eternal cycle. And yet, despite their sacred role, the crows themselves remain humble creatures. They do not boast of their connection to the divine, they do not demand attention or praise. They simply exist, moving between the living and the dead, carrying out their ancient duty with quiet dignity. In their flight, there is grace, in their caw, wisdom. They are a reminder that even in the harshest times, we are never truly alone, that the spirits of the ancestors are always with us, watching from the shadows, carried on the wings of a crow. As the figure at the riverbank rises, the ritual complete, there is a sense of peace. The crows have eaten, the ancestors have been honored, and the cycle continues. The sun rises a little higher in the sky, casting a golden light over the scene. The crows, their bellies full, take to the air, their dark forms silhouetted against the light. They disappear into the distance, but their presence lingers, a reminder of the bonds that transcend time, carried on the wings of a crow. The wind howls across the vast, desolate landscape of the Tibetan plateau, its sound mingling with the low murmur of prayer flags fluttering in the cold mountain air. Amid the snow-capped peaks and ancient monasteries, a solitary raven glides effortlessly through the sky, its black feathers gleaming against the pale, gray clouds. In the hearts of the Tibetan people, this bird is not merely a creature of flesh and bone. It is a protector, a guide, and a messenger of the divine. For centuries, ravens have held a revered place in Tibetan Buddhism, where they are seen as messengers of the gods, guardians of sacred spaces, and even embodiments of powerful deities. The sight of a raven soaring above a monastery or perched on a mountaintop is considered a potent omen, a reminder that the forces of protection are ever present, watching over those who seek spiritual enlightenment. To the people who live amidst these rugged, unforgiving mountains, the raven is more than just a bird, it is a bridge to the divine. There is a story, often whispered in the flickering light of butter lamps, of how a great raven once appeared to a group of travelers making their way through the treacherous passes of the Himalayas. The journey was perilous, the path barely visible through the thick fog and the threat of avalanches looming over every step. The travelers, weary and afraid, began to lose hope. But then, through the mist, a raven appeared, its dark form cutting through the haze like a beacon. The bird circled above them, cawing loudly, as if urging them to follow. Trusting the raven's guidance, the travelers altered their course, following the bird's flight path. It led them through narrow passages, across icy rivers, and past the most dangerous parts of the mountains. When they finally reached safety, the raven disappeared into the sky, leaving the travelers in awe of its wisdom. To them, it was clear, this was no ordinary raven, but a manifestation of Mahakala, the fierce protector deity in Tibetan Buddhism. The raven had guided them to safety, embodying the very essence of compassion and protection. In Tibetan Buddhism, ravens are often associated with Mahakala, one of the most powerful deities in the Tibetan pantheon. Mahakala is a wrathful protector whose terrifying appearance, wreathed in flames and brandishing weapons, is meant to ward off evil forces. But beneath this fearsome exterior lies a deep, boundless compassion for those who seek the path of the Buddha. The raven, with its keen intelligence and ability to navigate the harshest of landscapes, is seen as an extension of Mahakala's protective power, watching over pilgrims and travelers, ensuring their safe passage through life's dangers. The Tibetan people, deeply rooted in their spiritual traditions, often look to the behavior of ravens for guidance. If a raven is seen flying near a monastery, it is believed that the gods are offering their blessings to the monks and the sacred space. During important rituals, the presence of ravens is considered a sign that the deities are listening, their messengers close at hand. The birds, with their sharp, knowing eyes, are thought to carry the prayers of the people to the heavens, ensuring that their voices reach the ears of the gods. There is also a profound connection between ravens and oracles in Tibetan Buddhism. Oracles, who are highly revered spiritual figures, are believed to channel the words and wisdom of deities. In some traditions, ravens are said to deliver messages to oracles, guiding them in their prophecies and decisions. The raven's role as a divine messenger is not taken lightly, and its presence is treated with the utmost respect. To see a raven perched on the roof of a monastery, silently watching, is to feel the weight of the unseen world pressing close, its mysteries just out of reach. In the high mountains of Tibet, where life is often harsh and uncertain, the raven's role as a protector is especially meaningful. The Tibetan people live in a landscape where nature is both awe-inspiring and unforgiving, and survival often depends on an intimate connection with the forces around them. The raven, with its ability to endure the cold and navigate the treacherous terrain, becomes a symbol of resilience and strength. Its black feathers, shimmering in the cold light, remind those who see it that they, too, must remain strong in the face of adversity. There are countless stories of ravens appearing at moments of crisis, offering their protection to those in need. In one such tale, a young monk found himself lost in the mountains after a sudden snowstorm descended upon him. Disoriented and freezing, he wandered aimlessly, unsure of which direction to take. Just as his strength was fading, a raven appeared, its call echoing through the silence. The bird circled the monk, guiding him through the storm until he reached the shelter of a nearby cave. The monk, deeply moved, understood that the raven was not just a bird, but a manifestation of divine intervention, a protector sent to save him. This belief in the raven as a protector is woven into the fabric of Tibetan culture. In art, ravens are often depicted alongside images of Mahakala and other protective deities, their wings outstretched as if shielding the faithful from harm. Their presence in religious paintings and sculptures serves as a reminder that the forces of protection are always near, even in the darkest of times. The connection between ravens and the divine is also reflected in Tibetan rituals. During certain ceremonies, offerings are made to ravens as a way of honoring the protective spirits they represent. These rituals are filled with a sense of reverence, as the people recognize the raven's role as a guardian of their well-being. To feed a raven is to offer sustenance not just to the bird, but to the deities it embodies, a gesture of gratitude for the protection they provide. As the sun sets over the Tibetan plateau, casting long shadows over the mountains, the ravens continue their silent watch. Perched high on the rocky cliffs, they observe the world below with an almost otherworldly wisdom. Their black feathers blend into the encroaching darkness, but their presence is felt nonetheless, an invisible thread that connects the physical world to the spiritual one. In their flight, in their gaze, the ravens carry with them the weight of centuries of belief and tradition. They are more than mere birds, they are protectors, guides, and messengers of the divine. To see a raven in the sky is to feel a sense of awe, a reminder that the gods are near, watching over their people with unwavering vigilance. And in the hearts of the Tibetan people, the raven remains a symbol of hope and protection, a steadfast guardian in a world filled with uncertainty. In the heart of the vast Russian wilderness, where the endless expanse of forests meets the snow-covered earth, there is a stillness that seems to hold ancient secrets. The silence is broken only by the caw of a raven, its voice echoing through the cold air. For centuries, the people of Russia have looked to this black-winged creature not only as a bird but as a symbol of wisdom and mystery, one that straddles the line between life and death, fate and fortune. Ravens have always held a special place in Russian folklore, their presence woven into stories passed down through generations. In these tales, they are not merely birds, they are omens, guides, and sometimes wise old creatures with the ability to see what others cannot. Their dark feathers and sharp eyes have long been associated with knowledge of the future, knowledge of the unseen world. To hear the cry of a raven was to be reminded that the world is full of mysteries, some of which we may never fully understand. One such tale tells of a young man named Ivan, who found himself lost in the dense forests of Siberia. He had wandered for days, his path obscured by the thick undergrowth and the heavy fog that clung to the trees. Exhausted and unsure of where to turn, Ivan collapsed beneath a large oak, his heart heavy with despair. As he lay there, staring up at the gray sky, a raven appeared, its wings cutting through the mist as it perched on a branch above him. The bird's eyes, dark and knowing, seemed to pierce Ivan's very soul. It cawed 3 times, a sound that reverberated in the stillness of the forest. Ivan, though weak, felt a strange sense of comfort wash over him. The raven, he knew from the stories his grandmother had told him, was a messenger, perhaps a sign from the spirits of the forest, or even from fate itself. Gathering what little strength he had, Ivan followed the raven as it flew from tree to tree, leading him through the maze of woods. For hours, the raven guided him, never straying far from sight. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the bird disappeared into the sky. But by then, Ivan had emerged from the forest, finding himself at the edge of his village. The raven had saved him, just as they did in so many tales told around Russian firesides. In these stories, ravens often appeared at moments of great danger, their presence a sign that wisdom and guidance were near, even if it came in mysterious forms. But ravens in Russian folklore are not only guides, they are also omens. The people of old Russia, with their deep connection to nature, believed that the behavior of ravens could foretell the future. If a raven circled a house, it was said to be a warning of death or misfortune. The bird's cry, loud and unsettling, was thought to be a message from the other world, where the spirits of the dead resided. For this reason, ravens were both feared and respected, their presence never taken lightly. In one particularly haunting tale, a widow named Daria lived alone at the edge of her village, her small house nestled against the vast, empty plains. She had lost her husband many years before, and her only son had gone off to fight in a distant war. Every day, she would sit by her window, gazing out at the horizon, waiting for her son to return. But as the years passed, hope began to fade. One cold autumn morning, as the wind howled outside, a raven landed on her windowsill, its beady eyes fixed on her. Daria's heart sank, for she knew the stories, the raven was a sign. And sure enough, a few days later, she received word that her son had fallen in battle. The raven had been a harbinger of death, its presence foretelling the sorrow that was to come. Yet, even in her grief, Daria did not curse the bird, for she understood that the raven had only brought the truth, as painful as it was. Ravens were not always symbols of doom, however. In many tales, they were revered for their wisdom and cunning. One of the most well-known stories is that of the wise raven who helped a humble farmer win the favor of a czar. The farmer, a poor man named Mikhail, was tasked with an impossible challenge, to present the Tsar with a gift that could make him both happy and sad at the same time. Mikhail, not knowing what to do, sat by the riverbank in despair, when a raven landed beside him. The bird, sensing his distress, spoke to him in a voice as old as the wind. "Take this ring," the raven said, dropping a small golden band at Mikhail's feet. "Tell the Tsar to read the inscription." Grateful but puzzled, Mikhail did as the raven instructed. When the Tsar read the words engraved inside the ring, "This too shall pass," he smiled and wept all at once. The wisdom of the raven had given the Tsar a gift that reminded him of the fleeting nature of both joy and sorrow, and Mikhail was rewarded handsomely for his cleverness. In these stories, the raven is not simply a bird of ill omen, but a creature of profound insight, able to see beyond the immediate and into the truth of things. The Russian people, living in a land of harsh winters and untamed wilderness, found comfort in these tales. The raven, with its intelligence and ability to survive in even the harshest of environments, became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that wisdom often comes from the most unexpected places. Even today, the image of the raven lingers in Russian culture. In the vast, open fields of the countryside or the deep, ancient forests, the cry of a raven can still send a shiver down the spine of those who hear it. To some, it may be a reminder of the past, of the countless stories told around the fire, where the raven was both feared and revered. To others, it is a symbol of the enduring wisdom of the natural world, a world where every creature, even one as seemingly ordinary as a raven, holds its own mysteries. In the end, the raven in Russian folklore is a reflection of life itself, complex, unpredictable, and full of meaning that we may not always understand. Whether as a guide, a harbinger, or a source of wisdom, the raven has earned its place in the hearts and minds of the people, its black wings casting a shadow that stretches across centuries of storytelling. In the soft glow of dawn, when the world is still wrapped in a blanket of silence, the caw of a crow can pierce the air, awakening the hearts and minds of those who hear it. Across the rolling hills of Ukraine and the dense forests of Poland, these black-winged birds have long been seen as powerful symbols in folklore, serving as messengers and guides between the earthly realm and the world beyond. In Ukrainian tradition, the crow is often regarded as a keeper of secrets. Its sharp eyes and keen intelligence are seen as gifts from the divine, allowing it to navigate the mysteries of life and death. Legends tell of crows perched on the branches of ancient trees, whispering truths to those who dare to listen. One such story tells of a young girl named Katia, who lived in a small village surrounded by endless fields of golden wheat. Katia had a kind heart and an unyielding spirit, but she often felt lost, unsure of her place in the world. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she heard the distant caw of a crow. Following the sound, she ventured into the woods, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and curiosity. As she wandered deeper, she found a large, wise-looking crow perched on a low branch. Its feathers shimmered like black silk, and its eyes held an ancient wisdom. "Why do you seek me, child?" the crow asked, its voice low and soothing. Katia, taken aback, could hardly speak. She finally confessed her longing for purpose and direction. The crow listened carefully and then spoke again. "You must learn to listen to the whispers of your heart, for they hold the answers you seek." With that, the crow took flight, leaving Katia in a state of wonder. From that day forward, Katia felt a change within her. She began to pay attention to her dreams and the feelings that stirred deep inside. The crow had opened her eyes to the possibility of self-discovery. In Ukrainian folklore, this connection to the crow symbolizes the importance of intuition and the guidance that comes from within. Similarly, in Polish tradition, crows and ravens are often seen as intermediaries between the living and the dead. In a small village near the Vistula River, stories circulated about a courageous young man named Wojciech. As a child, Wojciech had lost his father, who had been a soldier in a distant war. The pain of loss hung over his family like a dark cloud. One cold winter evening, as snowflakes danced in the moonlight, Wojciech spotted a lone raven sitting atop a grave in the village cemetery. Drawn by a sense of familiarity, he approached the bird cautiously. The raven turned its gaze toward him, and in that moment, Wojciech felt an inexplicable connection. With a flutter of its wings, the raven cawed loudly, as if urging him to follow. Wojciech, filled with a strange mix of hope and longing, did just that. The raven led him through the village, up a winding path to the edge of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine. There, the raven landed on a moss-covered rock, and Wojciech felt a surge of emotion. He knew in his heart that the bird was guiding him toward healing. He sat down, and as the wind whispered through the trees, memories of his father flooded his mind. He remembered their laughter, their shared stories, and the love that transcended even death. The raven cawed again, and in that sound, Wojciech found comfort. It was as if the raven had come to remind him that love never truly dies. In both Ukrainian and Polish traditions, these encounters with crows and ravens signify the bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm. The birds are not mere creatures, they embody the essence of connection, guiding individuals through their struggles and losses. They remind us that we are never truly alone, even in our darkest moments. The legends of these black birds are steeped in rich imagery, revealing how they communicate with the human soul. People believe that the appearance of a crow or raven could signify important changes or messages from ancestors. Many would leave small offerings of bread or grain outside their homes, hoping to attract these birds and gain their favor. This ritual served as a reminder of the sacred bond between the living and the dead, emphasizing respect for those who came before. In the heart of Ukraine, there is a saying, "When a crow caws 3 times, pay attention." This phrase captures the deep-seated belief that the crow's call heralds a message, one that could change the course of a life. It is a reminder that the universe speaks to us through signs, and the caw of a crow can be a gentle nudge to heed our intuition or reconsider our choices. The stories of Katya and Wojciech reflect a broader truth, that crows and ravens are not only messengers but also mirrors of our emotions and experiences. They serve as reminders to embrace our feelings, to confront our fears, and to trust the journey that lies ahead. The deep black feathers of these birds remind us of the unknown, while their keen eyes reflect the wisdom of the ages. As the sun sets behind the hills, casting long shadows across the land, the sound of crows can still be heard. Their calls weave through the fabric of the night, a song of connection that resonates with the souls of those who listen. In Ukrainian and Polish traditions, crows and ravens are cherished companions, guiding us through the labyrinth of life with grace and understanding. In every caw, there is a promise of hope, and every flutter of wings, a reminder that even in sorrow, we can find the strength to rise again. The crows and ravens of Eastern Europe continue to watch over us, their presence an enduring symbol of the ties that bind us to our past, our ancestors, and the uncharted paths that await. Each story they tell, each life they touch, reminds us that we are part of a larger tapestry, woven together by the threads of love, loss, and the quest for meaning. In the twilight of the forest, where shadows stretch and the air hangs thick with mystery, the figure of Baba Yaga looms large in Slavic folklore. She is not merely a witch, she is a force of nature, embodying the wildness and unpredictability of the world around her. With her iron teeth and a house that walks on chicken legs, Baba Yaga is a sight to behold. But perhaps even more intriguing are her companions, the crows that flutter around her like dark omens, carrying secrets and wisdom in their wings. The crows are said to be her eyes and ears in the world. They soar through the skies, their cries echoing through the trees, serving as both her protectors and her messengers. As they glide effortlessly, their sleek, black feathers catch the light, revealing an almost ethereal beauty. They are often seen perched on the branches of gnarled trees, watching the lives of humans below, ready to share their knowledge with their mistress. Baba Yaga's connection to crows runs deep, entwined with the very essence of life and death. In one tale, a young girl named Mira, lost and alone, wanders into the dark woods seeking her lost family. As dusk descends, she hears the unmistakable caw of a crow. Following the sound, she finds herself in front of Baba Yaga's legendary hut. The girl's heart races, for she has heard the terrifying stories. Yet, the cawing of the crow seems to beckon her forward, guiding her to the witch's domain. Mira hesitates but remembers her family's laughter, their warmth. Driven by love and desperation, she steps forward, her courage wavering like the flickering flame of a candle. The door creaks open, revealing Baba Yaga, her eyes sharp and piercing, a mix of curiosity and caution. The old woman steadies Mira, who stands trembling before her. "What brings you to my home, child?" Baba Yaga asks, her voice as crackling as the fire in the hearth. "I seek my family," Mira replies, her voice barely above a whisper. "They are lost, and I fear for their safety." Baba Yaga tilts her head, and for a moment, the room falls silent, save for the rustling of crows outside. The witch's gaze shifts to the window, where a large black bird flaps its wings, landing gracefully on the sill. "Ah, you seek the help of my friends," she muses. With a wave of her hand, the crow hops inside, its sharp beak gleaming. Baba Yaga instructs the bird to fly and gather information about Myra's family. The crow caws and takes flight, vanishing into the darkening sky. As Mira waits, uncertainty coils in her stomach. The witch watches her closely, a glimmer of something softening her stern demeanor. In that moment, a bond begins to form between the girl and the old woman. Baba Yaga, despite her fearsome reputation, shows a flicker of empathy. Sometimes, the things we fear the most hold the keys to our greatest strengths, she whispers, almost to herself. The cawing of the crow breaks the silence, returning with news that makes Myra's heart soar. Her family is safe, just beyond the forest's edge. Mira can hardly contain her joy, but the witch's expression darkens. You must understand, child, that knowledge comes with a price. There is power in knowing. Baba Yaga's words hang heavy in the air, and Mira feels the weight of their meaning. This moment of revelation is the crux of Baba Yaga's existence. She exists not just to instill fear, but to impart wisdom. The crow flutters closer, and in its eyes, Mira sees a depth of understanding that transcends mere animal instinct. These birds are not just companions, they are carriers of ancient wisdom, protectors of secrets that connect life and death, love and loss. In Slavic mythology, the crows are seen as guides, leading lost souls through the murky waters of despair and uncertainty. They teach us that darkness and light coexist, that each moment is intertwined with the other. As night falls, the fire crackles in Baba Yaga's hut, illuminating the corners filled with herbs and potions. The crows, now more than mere messengers, have become symbols of the connections that bind all beings. They teach Mira about resilience, about embracing her fears, and about the importance of family. She learns that seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Mira leaves the witch's hut, her heart full. She carries with her not only the news of her family's safety, but also a new understanding of life's complexities. The crows flap around her as she walks back through the forest, their caws echoing in a rhythm that feels like a heartbeat. They are a part of her journey now, forever entwined in her story. In the world of Baba Yaga, crows symbolize more than just omens. They embody the delicate balance of life and death, the wisdom gained from hardship, and the beauty found in unexpected friendships. They remind us that even the most feared figures can possess kindness, and that even the darkest paths can lead to light. As the tales of Baba Yaga continue to be told through generations, the crows remain steadfast in their roles as companions and guides. They serve as reminders that wisdom often comes wrapped in mystery, and that the journey of self-discovery can lead us to the most profound truths. In every caw, every fluttering wing, lies the echo of a story waiting to unfold, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. The crows, in all their wild and unyielding glory, remind us of the power of connection, the strength in vulnerability, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. In the heart of Japan, where ancient traditions weave through the fabric of everyday life, the story of the Yatagarasu, the three-legged raven, takes flight. This creature is more than just a bird, it is a symbol of guidance, a beacon of hope, and a reminder of the bond between heaven and earth. The Yatagarasu appears at a time when the world is shrouded in darkness, carrying with it a message that transcends generations. Legends speak of a time when Japan faced turmoil, a land of conflict and uncertainty. The sun, once a powerful force shining down upon the people, seemed to retreat behind a veil of despair. As chaos reigned, the people yearned for a sign, a ray of hope that would lead them back to the light. In their darkest hour, the Yatagarasu emerged from the shadows. The three-legged raven is not like any ordinary bird. Its feathers shimmer like the night sky, reflecting the stars and the dreams of those who dared to hope. Each leg symbolizes a different aspect of life, heaven, earth, and humanity. Together, they represent the delicate balance that holds the world in harmony. The Yatagarasu's presence is a reminder that, even when things seem hopeless, there is a guiding force ready to lead us toward a brighter future. As the legend unfolds, the Yatagarasu appears to the first emperor of Japan, Jimmu. He stood at the brink of despair, overwhelmed by the weight of his destiny. Jimmu was determined to unite the warring clans and bring peace to the land, but the journey was fraught with peril. Just when hope seemed lost, the three-legged raven soared down from the heavens, landing gracefully before him. The emperor, struck by the bird's beauty and power, felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over him. In that moment, the Yatagarasu became his guide. The raven's presence filled Jimmu's heart with courage, reminding him that he was not alone. The emperor understood that he must follow the bird, trusting in its wisdom and strength. The Yatagarasu took flight once again, leading Jimmu through treacherous mountains and dense forests, illuminating the path with its radiant wings. As they journeyed together, the bond between the emperor and the Yatagarasu deepened. Jimmu learned that true leadership is not about wielding power but about serving others. With every challenge they faced, the raven's 3 legs symbolized the unity of the people, the land, and the divine. The emperor began to see the world through new eyes, understanding that his role was to bring harmony, not just to rule. Through valleys and over rivers, the Yatagarasu guided Jimmu to the heart of the conflict. It led him to clans that had been enemies for generations. With the wisdom of the raven echoing in his heart, Jimmu spoke with compassion, urging them to set aside their differences and work together for a brighter future. As he shared stories of the Yatagarasu's guidance, the clans felt a glimmer of hope, a desire to believe in something greater than themselves. The crow became a symbol of peace. With each caw, it called for unity, reminding the clans that they shared a common destiny. The people began to understand the importance of collaboration, realizing that their strength lay not in their weapons, but in their willingness to come together. The raven's wisdom ignited a spark of change in their hearts. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, Jimmu stood at the threshold of victory. The clans united, and together, they forged a new path, one that would shape the future of Japan. As the sun broke through the clouds, bathing the land in golden light, the Yatagarasu circled overhead, its wings outstretched like a protective embrace. In that moment, Jimmu understood the true power of the raven, a symbol of hope that transcends fear and doubt. The Yatagarasu did not just guide Jimmu on his journey, it became a part of the very essence of Japan's spirit. The story of the 3-legged raven is now woven into the cultural fabric of the nation, reminding people of the strength that lies in unity and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world around them. The Yatagarasu teaches us that, like the bird, we all have a part to play in the great tapestry of life. Through the ages, the legend of the Yatagarasu has continued to inspire generations. It serves as a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always a glimmer of hope waiting to be discovered. The 3-legged raven flies high above, a guardian of dreams and a beacon of light, guiding those who seek its wisdom. Today, the Yatagarasu remains a symbol of guidance and protection. In shrines and temples across Japan, you may find its image depicted alongside prayers for harmony and peace. The people honor the raven, remembering its role in the creation of their nation and the lessons it imparted. Its story is a testament to the power of belief and the courage that lies within each of us. As you walk through the forests or gaze at the sky, remember the Yatagarasu and its journey with Jimmu. Let its spirit inspire you to seek the light in your own life, to embrace the connections that bind us all, and to trust in the wisdom of those who have come before. Just like the 3-legged raven, we all have the capacity to rise above our challenges, to unite with others, and to create a future filled with hope. Long ago, when the world was still young, the skies were filled not with one sun, but 10. Each day, a different sun would take its place in the heavens, casting its light upon the earth. The 10 suns were not just lifeless orbs, they were ravens, majestic 3-legged creatures who dwelled in the vast expanse of the heavens. These were the sun crows, guardians of the light and bearers of life itself. But as time passed, a terrible chaos unfolded. The 10 sun crows grew restless and rebellious. They no longer wished to take turns in the sky, as they had for eons. Instead, they flew together all at once, igniting the earth below with their combined heat. The fields dried, the rivers evaporated, and the people, who had once thrived under the nurturing warmth of a single sun, now cowered in fear and despair. The intense flames of the 10 suns turned the world into a wasteland, threatening to destroy everything in their scorching path. The people cried out for help, their voices carried on the wind in a desperate plea to the Jade Emperor, the ruler of all the gods. He listened from his celestial throne, his heart heavy with the cries of the suffering. The Jade Emperor knew that something had to be done to save the earth from the relentless heat of the 10 sun crows. Yet, It wasn't easy for him to order the punishment of his own children, the ravens who had once followed their celestial duties so faithfully. In this moment of great need, a hero was called upon, Hou-yi, the divine archer, known for his unparalleled skill with the bow and his steadfast heart. Hou-yi was tasked with an unimaginable duty, to bring balance back to the heavens, to restore the world to its former peace. The weight of this task hung heavily on his shoulders, but he knew that he could not let the earth fall to ruin. Standing atop a great mountain, Hou-yi gazed up at the sky ablaze with the blinding light of the 10 suns. His heart wavered for a moment, knowing that what he was about to do would change the world forever. But then he steadied himself. Drawing his mighty bow, Hou-yi aimed toward the heavens. With a deep breath, he released the first arrow. It soared through the sky, swift and true, striking one of the sun crows. With a cry that echoed across the earth, the first sun fell from the sky, leaving only 9. Yet the world was still too hot, still too scorched by their fury. So, Hou-yi pulled back his bow again and again, releasing arrows that found their marks with unerring precision. One by one, the suns tumbled from the sky, their cries of sorrow mingling with the crackling of flames. As each sun crow fell, the earth began to cool, the rivers flowed once more, and the fields breathed in life again. Finally, only one sun crow remained in the sky. Hou-yi paused, his bow drawn for the final shot. He could feel the people's anticipation, their silent prayers urging him to release the arrow. But Hou-yi knew that the world needed the warmth of at least one sun to survive. He lowered his bow, sparing the last sun crow and allowing it to continue its journey across the heavens. The earth sighed with relief. The single sun brought warmth but not destruction, light but not fire. Life flourished once again, and the people offered their eternal gratitude to Hou-yi, the archer who had saved them all. Yet in the sky, the remaining sun crow continued to soar, a reminder of the balance between power and restraint, between destruction and life. The sun crow in Chinese mythology is not only a story of ravens and suns, but a tale woven into the fabric of Chinese culture. The image of the three-legged raven has become a symbol of the sun itself, a powerful force that governs the rhythms of life. The 3 legs of the raven represent the 3 stages of time, past, present, and future, binding the bird to the very essence of existence. For centuries, the 3-legged raven has been a symbol of cosmic balance, embodying the delicate dance between creation and destruction. Its flight across the sky is a daily reminder of the warmth and life the sun provides, as well as the power it holds to take it all away. In Chinese art and literature, the image of the sun crow is found on ancient scrolls and pottery, its form revered as both a protector and a warning. The legend of the sun crow speaks to the human spirit's desire for harmony, for finding that delicate balance between light and darkness. The people of ancient China looked to the sky and saw in the sun not just a ball of fire, but the soul of a raven, watching over them, guiding their lives with its steady, unwavering presence. Yet the story of the sun crow is also a reminder of the consequences of unchecked power. The 10 suns, in their rebellion, nearly destroyed the world they were meant to nurture. Their fall from the sky is a cautionary tale, teaching us that even the greatest of forces must be tempered with wisdom and humility. Today, the legend of the sun crow continues to inspire. It reminds us that, like Hou-yi, we too must sometimes make difficult choices to protect the balance of our world. And like the sun crow, we are bound to the cycles of time, our past, present, and future intertwined as we move through life. The sun crow's flight across the heavens each day tells us that no matter how great the challenges we face, there is always a way forward, always a path toward renewal and hope. The 3-legged raven may have once soared with 9 others, but now it flies alone, its wings casting a golden light upon the earth. And with every sunrise, we are reminded of the balance that sustains us, the light that guides us, and the timeless power of the sun crow. In the quiet moments just before dawn, when the sky is still cloaked in darkness, there's a time when the world feels suspended between night and day. It's in this fragile stillness that the ravens of Korean folklore take flight, their dark wings slicing through the sky like silent messengers between the realms of the living and the divine. In Korean mythology, ravens and crows are not just ordinary birds. They are celestial beings, revered and feared, symbols of wisdom, mystery, and powerful communication with the heavens. These birds are more than just creatures of the earth. They are believed to bridge the gap between humans and gods, carrying messages across the vastness of the sky. One of the most well-known symbols in Korean folklore is the samjogo, the three-legged crow that lives in the sun. This mythical creature is thought to embody the power of the sun itself, representing not just light and warmth, but also the life-giving force that sustains the world. Unlike the ravens that we associate with night and darkness, the samjogo carries the brightness of the day on its wings. It is a powerful symbol of hope and endurance, soaring across the sky as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light will always return. Legend says that long ago, the heavens were inhabited by many such celestial creatures, each one tasked with guiding the course of the sun across the sky. But like many ancient myths, there's a deeper lesson hidden within this tale. The samjogo, with its 3 legs, symbolizes the harmony between heaven, earth, and mankind, the delicate balance that keeps the world in order. Its presence in the sun reminds us that we, too, are part of this intricate balance, and that our actions ripple out into the universe in ways we cannot always see. But not all stories of Korean ravens and crows are tied to the light of the sun. In fact, many tales tell of these birds as dark omens, their calls believed to signal an impending event. The cawing of a crow in the morning might have sent shivers down the spine of those who heard it, for in the past, it was often interpreted as a warning from the gods, a sign that something important or tragic was about to happen. In ancient Korea, the arrival of a crow or raven was never taken lightly. People would look to the sky, searching for meaning in the bird's flight, wondering what message it carried from the gods. In some stories, crows were seen as protectors, watching over the land and its people. They were believed to have the ability to see into the future, their sharp eyes piercing through the veil of time to glimpse what was yet to come. But while these birds were sometimes seen as harbingers of doom, they were also deeply respected for their connection to the spiritual world. It was said that they could guide the souls of the dead, leading them safely into the afterlife. In this way, ravens and crows were not feared for the darkness they represented, but honored for their role in the natural cycle of life and death. They were seen as wise creatures who understood the mysteries of the universe and who could guide others through the unknown. There's a tenderness in this belief, a recognition that even in the face of death and uncertainty, there is guidance to be found, and messengers who can help us navigate the way. The raven, with its sharp beak and dark feathers, might seem like a creature of shadow, but in Korean mythology, it is also a bird of immense wisdom, carrying the weight of the heavens on its wings. In some Korean folk tales, it's said that a raven's presence could bring good fortune to those who honored it. If treated with respect, these birds could become protectors, watching over homes and families. Their loyalty was unwavering, and their intelligence unmatched. It wasn't uncommon for people to leave offerings for the ravens, hoping to earn their favor and protection. This reverence for the raven is reflected in Korean art and culture, where images of crows and ravens are often depicted alongside celestial symbols like the sun and moon. These birds are woven into the very fabric of Korea's spiritual and cultural identity, their presence a reminder of the close relationship between the natural world and the divine. One story that captures the essence of the raven's role as a celestial messenger is the tale of the king who received a message from the gods in the form of a crow. As the story goes, the king had been praying for guidance during a time of great uncertainty. One morning, a crow appeared at his window, cawing loudly and circling above the palace. Taking this as a sign, the king followed the crow to a distant part of his kingdom, where he discovered the solution to the problem that had been troubling him. The crow, it seemed, had been sent by the gods to guide him to the answers he sought. This tale, like many others, speaks to the deep connection between ravens, crows, and the divine in Korean folklore. These birds were seen not just as creatures of the earth, but as messengers from another world, beings who could move between the realms of gods and men, bringing with them the wisdom and guidance of the heavens. In the end, the symbolism of ravens and crows in Korean folklore is one of mystery, wisdom, and connection. These birds, with their dark feathers and piercing eyes, remind us that there is much more to this world than what we can see. They teach us to look beyond the surface, to listen for the messages carried on the wind, and to trust that even in the darkness, there is light to be found. For the people of Korea, the raven is a symbol of the unknown, a guide through the mysteries of life and death. It is a bird that carries the weight of the sky on its wings, soaring between the worlds of the living and the divine, reminding us all that we are never truly alone. In the heart of ancient Egypt, where the Nile's waters shimmered beneath a golden sun, the air was thick with whispers of the divine. The people of this sacred land lived in harmony with the gods, their lives intertwined with mysteries of the afterlife, death, and rebirth. Among the pantheon of Egyptian mythology, there flew two enigmatic birds, ravens and crows, dark figures soaring through a landscape bathed in eternal light. To the Egyptians, these birds were not mere creatures of the earth, they were bound to forces far greater, guiding souls to their final resting place and watching over the passage between life and death. Ravens and crows, with their black feathers glistening under the Egyptian sun, were considered to be messengers of the unknown. Their presence signaled more than just omens, they were guardians of the borderlands between this world and the next. Ancient Egyptians saw the dark wings of these birds as reflections of the shadows that stretched across their deserts, shadows that hinted at what lay beyond the mortal realm. In this land where death was not an end but a passage into eternity, the role of these birds took on profound significance. As the Egyptians honored their dead with elaborate rituals, the raven and crow became symbols of the journey from the living world into the afterlife. They were believed to carry the prayers of the grieving to the gods, ensuring that the spirits of the departed were safely guided to the underworld. The crow, in particular, was linked to the goddess Nephthys, the shadowy sister of Isis and wife of Set. Nephthys was a guardian of the dead, watching over the souls of those who had passed, just as her sister protected the living. While Isis symbolized the light and hope of life, Nephthys was the goddess of the dark mysteries of death, and it was said that her essence lingered where the crow flew. The deep, mournful cry of the crow was thought to echo Nephthys' sorrow as she guided the dead through the veil that separated life from the afterlife. Nephthys was often depicted with wings outstretched, much like the ravens and crows that circled above the tombs of Egypt. In the quiet of the desert night, the sound of their wings was said to be a reminder of her presence, watching, waiting, and guiding those who had passed into the hands of Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighed the hearts of the dead. The raven and crow, dark against the starlit sky, were her companions in this sacred task. These birds were not feared, but revered. Their dark plumage represented the mystery and depth of death, the part of life that remained unseen and unknown. To the Egyptians, death was a continuation, a journey into the afterlife where the soul would be judged, and the crow and raven played a role in preparing the soul for this journey. They were thought to stand vigil at the threshold of eternity, their eyes gleaming with a wisdom that humans could scarcely comprehend. In funerary practices, crows and ravens were seen as omens, signaling the presence of the divine. Their arrival during times of mourning was interpreted as a sign that the gods were watching over the dead, and that the soul would find its way safely through the trials of the afterlife. These birds were believed to be able to traverse the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds, carrying with them messages from the gods or from the deceased themselves. The crow, in particular, held a special place in Egyptian culture. Its black feathers were symbolic of the fertile soil of the Nile, where life blossomed from the darkness. This same darkness was associated with the underworld, the realm where souls awaited rebirth. Just as the earth provided life after each flood of the Nile, so too did the afterlife offer the promise of renewal after death. The crow, with its close ties to Nephthys, embodied this duality, death and rebirth, loss and hope. In art and mythology, the raven and crow also played roles in prophecy and foresight. They were considered harbingers of significant change, their presence often foretelling great shifts in fortune or the approach of death. The Egyptians, who believed in the power of omens, saw the behavior of these birds as a direct communication from the gods, a message that could not be ignored. But despite their connection to death, these birds were not seen as bringers of despair. Rather, they were understood as guides, creatures that knew the way through the shadows and could lead the soul to a place of peace. In this way, the raven and crow became symbols of protection, not destruction. They were associated with the goddess Nephthys because she, too, was a protector of the dead, ensuring that those who passed would not be forgotten or lost in the darkness. The Egyptians' reverence for these birds extended beyond mere symbolism. They believed that the soul itself could transform into a bird upon death, taking flight from the body and journeying to the afterlife. In this form, the soul would join the ranks of the divine, guided by the ravens and crows who knew the way. It was a belief that infused the raven and crow with a sense of sacred duty, as they were tasked with leading the souls of the dead into the next world. As the sun set over the great pyramids and temples of Egypt, casting long shadows across the desert sands, the call of a crow would sometimes echo in the stillness. To those who listened, it was not just the cry of a bird, but the voice of the goddess herself, whispering from beyond the veil, reminding them of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In the end, the raven and crow in ancient Egypt were more than mere omens or symbols of death. They were companions on the soul's journey, carrying the prayers and hopes of the living to the gods, and guiding the dead to their final rest. Their presence in Egyptian mythology speaks to the profound respect the ancients held for the mysteries of life and death, and the belief that even in the darkest moments, there is a path to the light, if only one knows how to follow it. In the heart of West Africa, where the rhythms of drums echo through the dense forests and wide-open savannas, there are stories, ancient, timeless tales passed down through generations. In these stories, ravens and crows appear, their glossy black feathers shimmering like the night sky. To the people who tell these tales, these birds are more than mere creatures of the air. They are tricksters, teachers, and wise beings, guiding humans through the twists and turns of life. In one village, long ago, there was a crow that lived among the people. He wasn't just any crow, though. He was known for his cunning ways, always finding ways to get what he wanted, sometimes at the expense of others. But despite his mischief, the villagers couldn't help but admire him. They knew, deep down, that the crow's tricks were not just about causing trouble. Each one carried a lesson, a piece of wisdom hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. One such story tells of a time when the rains failed to come. The land was dry, the crops withering, and the animals were dying of thirst. The people, desperate for relief, gathered together to seek a solution. Among them was the crow, perched high on a tree, watching with keen eyes. As the elders debated, the crow cawed loudly, drawing their attention. "I know how to bring the rains," he said, his voice crackling with mischief. The elders, wary of the crow's reputation, hesitated. But with no other options, they reluctantly agreed to hear him out. The crow, with a sly grin, flew down and began to gather shiny stones, sticks, and feathers from the ground. He arranged them in a circle, flapping his wings as if performing a sacred ritual. The people watched in awe, their hope rekindled by the spectacle. Days passed, and still, no rain came. The people grew angry, realizing they had been fooled by the crow's trickery. But as they prepared to drive him away, a sudden gust of wind swept through the village, carrying dark clouds with it. The skies opened up, and the rains fell, drenching the earth in life-giving water. The people, stunned by the turn of events, realized that though the crow had played his tricks, he had also brought them what they needed. In that moment, they understood the deeper truth. Sometimes, wisdom comes wrapped in deception, and what seems like a trick may carry the answer to their prayers. This duality of the crow and raven, both trickster and wise guide, runs through many West African tales. In one story, a raven, clever and cunning, helps a young boy who has been cast out of his village. The boy, hungry and lost, comes across the raven who is perched on a branch, picking at the remains of a meal. The raven speaks to the boy, offering him a deal. "I will give you food," the raven says, "but in return, you must listen to my story." Desperate for food, the boy agrees. As the raven shares his tale, the boy realizes that the bird's story mirrors his own life, his struggles, his loneliness, and his longing for a place to belong. Through the raven's words, the boy gains insight into his own heart, learning the importance of resilience, self-worth, and courage. By the time the story ends, the boy is no longer the same. He stands taller, his spirit renewed, ready to face the challenges ahead. The raven, having fulfilled his role, flaps his wings and disappears into the sky, leaving the boy to continue his journey with newfound wisdom. In these tales, ravens and crows are not just pranksters or thieves. They are beings of deep knowledge, carrying the weight of the world's secrets in their feathers. They often appear in moments of crisis, offering guidance in ways that are not always straightforward. Their tricks may frustrate and confuse, but they also reveal hidden truths about life, love, and survival. There's another tale, one of a raven who outwits the great lion, king of the savannah. The lion, proud and powerful, boasts that no one can challenge his reign. He rules with a heavy paw, demanding respect and obedience from all the creatures. But the raven, small and seemingly insignificant, decides to teach the lion a lesson. One day, as the lion lounges beneath a tree, the raven flies overhead and drops a single pebble onto the lion's head. Furious, the lion roars and looks around, but sees no one. The next day, the raven does it again, this time dropping 2 pebbles. The lion, now enraged, hunts for the culprit, but again finds nothing. The raven continues this trick, day after day, until the lion is driven mad with frustration. Finally, the raven appears before the lion and speaks. "Mighty king," he says, "though you are strong, you have been bested by one much smaller than you. Strength alone does not make a ruler. Wisdom, patience, and humility are just as important." Humbled by the raven's words, the lion bows his head and acknowledges the truth. From that day forward, he rules with a kinder heart, remembering the lesson taught by the clever raven. In West African folklore, these birds often serve as a reminder that things are not always as they seem. Their black feathers, often associated with mystery and darkness, also symbolize depth and understanding. While they may play tricks and cause mischief, their actions push people to grow, to think, and to see the world from a different perspective. Ravens and crows embody the spirit of transformation. Through their cunning and wit, they challenge the status quo, forcing the characters in these stories, and those who hear them, to question their assumptions and look beyond the surface of things. They are both feared and respected, for while their tricks may cause trouble, they ultimately lead to greater wisdom and insight. In the end, the stories of ravens and crows in West African folklore are about balance. They remind us that life is full of contradictions, light and dark, trickery and truth, chaos and wisdom. And within that balance, these birds soar, guiding us through the complexities of life with their sharp eyes and even sharper minds. In the rugged mountains and vast plains of Ethiopia, where the sky stretches endlessly and the air is thick with the whispers of ancient tales, there is one bird that commands both fear and reverence, the crow. Its black feathers shimmer under the sun, and its sharp call pierces the silence, echoing through valleys and villages. To the people of Ethiopia, this bird is no ordinary creature. It carries with it the weight of fate, the voice of destiny. Long ago, when the world was still young, the people believed that the crow was a messenger between the earthly realm and the unseen forces that governed life and death. Its presence was more than a fleeting shadow, it was a sign, a warning, a guide. When a crow circled overhead or called out from the trees, it wasn't merely a bird song. It was fate itself, speaking to those who knew how to listen. In one village, the elders told the story of a young woman named Aster, whose life was forever changed by a crow's call. Aster was known for her beauty and grace, but also for the kindness in her heart. She would often sit by the river, weaving baskets and singing softly to herself. One day, as she sat alone, a crow appeared and perched on a branch nearby. It stared at her with unblinking eyes, its presence unsettling yet strangely comforting. For days, the crow followed her, appearing wherever she went. It was as though the bird had chosen her, watching her every move. At first, Aster was frightened, but soon she realized that the crow meant her no harm. Its presence seemed to carry a message, something she could not yet understand. One evening, as the sun set and the sky turned to deep shades of purple and gold, Aster heard the crow's call, louder and more insistent than ever before. She looked up to see the bird circling above her, its wings cutting through the air with purpose. In that moment, she knew. Her fate was about to unfold. She rushed home, only to find her family gathered in sorrow. Her father, the strongest man she had ever known, had fallen ill, his life hanging in the balance. The village healer was called, but nothing could be done. The crow's call had been a warning, a sign that death was near. Aster, heartbroken, stayed by her father's side through the night. The crow perched outside their home, its dark eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire. When the dawn came, her father passed peacefully, and the crow flew away, disappearing into the morning mist. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, knowing that the bird had brought with it the whisper of fate. In Ethiopian mythology, crows were often seen as omens, their arrival signaling great change, sometimes fortune, but often misfortune. Their dark feathers and sharp calls were not simply the trappings of a bird, they were the embodiment of mystery and prophecy. These birds, it was believed, had the ability to see beyond the veil of the present, into the future where human eyes could not tread. Another tale speaks of an old king, wise but weary, who ruled over his land with a heavy heart. He had no heirs, and his kingdom was slowly crumbling under the weight of time. Desperate for answers, the king consulted the village oracle, a woman known for her connection to the spirit world. The oracle told the king to wait for the crow, a bird that would carry with it the answer he sought. Days turned into weeks, and just as the king was losing hope, a crow appeared at his window. It cawed 3 times and then flew to the edge of the forest, pausing as if waiting for the king to follow. With a sense of urgency, the king did so, his frail body moving with a newfound purpose. As he entered the forest, the crow led him deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing. There, sitting on a rock, was a young boy, no older than 10. The boy had been abandoned as a child, raised by the forest and the creatures within it. The king, seeing the boy's spirit and strength, knew immediately that this child was his answer. He took the boy back to the kingdom and raised him as his own. In time, the boy became a great ruler, restoring the kingdom to its former glory. The crow had delivered the prophecy, guiding the king toward his destiny. Crows, with their keen intelligence and eerie presence, were not only seen as messengers of fate, but also as guides in times of uncertainty. Their role in Ethiopian folklore was to remind the people that life is full of mysteries, and that not all signs are meant to be understood right away. Sometimes, the meaning of a crow's call would not reveal itself until much later, when the pieces of fate had fallen into place. But not all crow stories carried the weight of death or change. In some tales, the crow was a bringer of wisdom, offering insight to those willing to pay attention. There is an old story of a farmer who, in his frustration with a poor harvest, cursed the skies and the earth beneath his feet. One day, as he sat beneath a tree, a crow landed beside him. The bird looked at him with an intensity that made the farmer pause. In that moment, the crow plucked a small seed from the ground and flew to a nearby field, dropping it into the soil. The farmer, curious, followed the crow and planted his crops in the same field. That year, his harvest was abundant, far more than he had ever seen before. The crow, with its simple act, had shown him the way forward, a quiet gesture that carried with it a profound truth. In Ethiopian mythology, crows are not just birds, they are woven into the fabric of life itself, their presence a constant reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown. They move through the world as silent observers, their eyes seeing what others cannot, their calls echoing the voice of fate. To see a crow, to hear its cry, is to be touched by something greater than oneself. It is a reminder that life is full of omens, if only we are wise enough to listen. It was a moment heavy with sorrow, a moment that would mark the beginning of something humanity had never known before, death. The earth, once a place of innocence and untouched by such grief, was about to witness the tragedy of a life taken. In the ancient tale of Cain and Abel, 2 brothers stood at the edge of fate, their bond shattered by jealousy, anger, and violence. Cain, in a fit of rage, struck down his brother Abel, and the ground soaked up the first blood ever spilled by human hands. But what came after was an even deeper pain, one Cain had not foreseen. As Abel's lifeless body lay before him, Cain was gripped by a sense of helplessness. He had brought about death, but now, faced with its weight, he did not know what to do. How could one return the body to the earth? How could one cover the shame, the loss, and the guilt? This is where the crow appears, a bird dark and mysterious, its black feathers gleaming like the shadows of Cain's remorse. In both the Quran and the Bible, the story of Cain and Abel takes a profound turn when a crow arrives, sent by God, to show Cain the way. The crow, a creature often associated with death and omens, becomes a symbol of wisdom in this moment. Cain watches in awe and despair as the crow scratches at the ground, digging a small grave with its beak and claws. The bird then carefully lays another dead crow into the earth, covering it with soil. This simple yet profound act teaches Cain what he must do, how to bury his brother. For the first time in history, a burial takes place. The earth opens to receive the body, and in that moment, humanity learns how to lay its dead to rest. Cain, overwhelmed by the weight of his crime and the lesson brought by the crow, speaks with sorrow. "Woe to me! Am I not even capable of doing what this crow has done, to hide the body of my brother?" He weeps, not only for what he has done, but for the realization that even a bird knows how to show respect for the dead. The crow, through its quiet actions, becomes a messenger, showing Cain the path of burial and reverence for life, even in death. This story, found in both Islamic and biblical traditions, carries with it deep meaning. The crow, often seen as a bird of ill omen, here plays a pivotal role in teaching humanity one of its earliest rituals: how to mourn, how to return what has been lost to the earth. It symbolizes the beginning of our relationship with death, a relationship filled with fear, sorrow, and ultimately, understanding. But why a crow? Why did God choose this bird, with its black wings and haunting call, to teach Cain such a vital lesson? In many cultures, crows are seen as creatures that bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. Their presence at moments of death, their scavenging nature, and their stark black feathers have long linked them to death and the afterlife. It is as if the crow itself carries within it the knowledge of both life and what comes after. In the Quran, the crow is a direct messenger of God's wisdom. It is not just any bird but a chosen guide for Cain, offering a way to deal with the consequences of his actions. The crow's lesson is not merely practical, it is deeply symbolic. It represents the cycle of life and death, the return to the earth, and the way in which nature, in its quiet wisdom, often shows us how to heal from the wounds we create. This tale of the crow and Cain is not just a story about death, it is a story about the burden of guilt and the weight of responsibility. Cain's crime was one of the deepest sins, a brother killing his own blood. And yet, in the aftermath, even in his isolation and torment, God sent a sign of mercy, a bird that would teach him how to cope with the consequences of his actions. The crow becomes a symbol of God's compassion, a reminder that even when we fall, there is a way to make amends, to bury our wrongs, and to seek forgiveness. The image of the crow scratching at the earth to bury its dead resonates with a timeless truth. Death, though inevitable and often tragic, is also a part of life's cycle. In teaching Cain how to bury Abel, the crow also teaches humanity how to honor those who have passed. It shows us that even in moments of great sorrow, there is a way to find peace, to return to the earth that which has been lost, and to move forward. For centuries, this story has been told and retold, each time reminding us of the fragile line between life and death, love and violence. The crow, once feared as a harbinger of doom, stands in this tale as a figure of wisdom, teaching the first murderer how to mourn his victim. In the quiet scratch of the crow's beak against the earth, we hear the beginning of burial, of grief, and of the human need to mark death with respect and dignity. And in Cain's tears, we see the first steps toward understanding the gravity of our actions, the consequences of violence, and the possibility of redemption, even in the darkest of times. The crow, with its simple act of burial, reminds us all of the importance of remembrance, of laying to rest not only our loved ones, but also our own regrets, as we move forward in life. In the wilderness, the prophet Elijah stood alone, weary and burdened by the weight of his mission. The land was parched, the sky scorched with a drought that seemed to have no end, and hunger gnawed at his spirit. He had fled from the wrath of Queen Jezebel, seeking refuge in the wilderness. Desperate and exhausted, he found shelter by a stream, but the hunger remained. In the silence of his solitude, something remarkable happened. From the sky came the sound of wings, not gentle or delicate, but strong and purposeful. Ravens, those dark, mysterious birds often shunned for their scavenging nature, appeared out of the empty sky. They carried food, bread, and meat in their beaks, and they delivered it to Elijah. Day after day, these birds, often seen as symbols of death or ill omens, became his lifeline. The very creatures that fed on death were now the bringers of life. This story of Elijah and the ravens, found in Jewish tradition, speaks to something deeper than mere survival. It is a story of unlikely hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, help can come from the most unexpected places. The ravens, traditionally viewed as unclean birds, were chosen by God to sustain one of his most beloved prophets. Through these ravens, a message of divine care and protection unfolded. It was as if the universe was saying, even the least likely, the most misunderstood, can carry out acts of grace. Ravens and crows have long had a complicated role in Jewish folklore. These birds, with their dark feathers and haunting cries, have often been associated with mystery and the unknown. Yet, their presence in stories and traditions suggests something more profound, a connection to the divine, to prophecy, and to fate. In another legend, it is said that when Noah sent out a raven from the ark to search for dry land, the bird did not return, leading Noah to eventually send a dove. This part of the story casts the raven in a light of abandonment, perhaps stubborn or unreliable. Yet, the deeper meaning points to the raven's role as a harbinger of what is to come. It did not return, for it was not yet time. The raven, it seems, is not just a bird of the present but of the future, a creature that moves between worlds, between what is and what will be. In Jewish thought, the raven is also linked to the prophet Elijah in other, more mystical ways. Some believe that Elijah can take the form of a raven, appearing to those in need, disguised as this dark, unassuming bird. In this form, he watches over the poor, the suffering, and the lost, offering protection and guidance when they least expect it. The raven becomes, in this sense, a guardian, silent, watchful, and ever-present in times of trouble. The association of ravens with Elijah reflects a deeper Judaic belief in the interconnectedness of all creatures, even those often seen as outcasts. It speaks to the idea that nothing is beyond the reach of divine purpose. What might appear frightening or unwelcome can be, in fact, an instrument of mercy. The raven, with its black feathers and ominous presence, transforms into a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in desolation, there is provision. The crows, too, find their place in Jewish folklore, often as messengers of God's will. Their cries, piercing the air with their raw and eerie call, were believed to be omens, signs that something important was unfolding. Crows, in their noisy and bold nature, were seen as creatures unafraid to announce what others might shy away from. In some stories, their appearance at key moments in a person's life was interpreted as a warning or a call to action. But crows, much like ravens, also carried a duality in their symbolism. While they were often feared for their association with death or misfortune, they were also admired for their intelligence and their ability to survive. They were, in many ways, reflections of human nature itself, capable of both darkness and light, of fear and wisdom. Their presence in Jewish stories and traditions reminds us that life, too, is filled with these contradictions. One particular tale tells of a crow who was once white, but over time, as it became the bearer of difficult truths, its feathers turned black. The weight of the knowledge it carried stained it forever, marking it as a bird of both wisdom and sorrow. In this, the crow becomes a symbol of the burdens that come with insight, the painful truths that often must be spoken, even when they bring discomfort or fear. In Jewish folklore, ravens and crows are not just birds, they are carriers of meaning, threads that weave through stories of survival, prophecy, and divine intervention. They are the unexpected heroes, the silent watchers, the ones who stand at the edges of human experience, offering glimpses into the unknown. Whether feeding a prophet in the wilderness, carrying messages between worlds, or warning of what is to come, they are reminders that life's mysteries often come wrapped in feathers, flying on the wind, waiting to be understood. As Elijah stood by the stream, nourished by the bread and meat brought by the ravens, he must have felt not only gratitude but awe. In the midst of his despair, it was the least likely of creatures that sustained him. And so, the ravens became more than birds, they became symbols of faith in the unseen, and the belief that help will come, even from the darkest corners of life. In Jewish folklore, these black-feathered birds remind us that redemption, like the flight of a raven, can appear when we least expect it, carrying with it the hope that even in the shadows, there is grace. In the vast stretches of ancient Persia, where the horizon met the sky in an endless dance of light and shadow, the people looked to the heavens for signs. Life was not just the earth beneath their feet, but the cosmos above, a universe filled with mysteries and divine messages. Among the creatures that bridged the gap between the mortal and the divine was the raven, a bird whose black feathers seemed to hold the secrets of the cosmos itself. In Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest religions, the raven wasn't just another bird. It was a messenger, carrying the will and words of the divine. Its cries were not merely sounds, but echoes of a deeper truth, rippling through the fabric of time. To the ancient Persians, this bird represented a connection to the divine order, a reminder that the universe was not chaotic but filled with purpose, and the raven was a key to understanding it. Zoroastrianism, rooted in the teachings of the prophet Zoroaster, taught that the world was a battleground between good and evil. Every action, every choice, played a role in this cosmic struggle. The raven, with its sharp intelligence and piercing gaze, was believed to be attuned to this battle. It was not just a passive observer but an active participant, carrying messages from the heavens to those who knew how to listen. In Persian myths, ravens were said to be sent by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, to guide humanity. Their appearance was a signal that something greater was at play, that forces beyond the mortal realm were influencing the events of the world. When a raven flew overhead, its wings slicing through the sky like a blade through air, it was as if the universe was speaking directly to the people. The bird's presence could signal a warning, a call to action, or even a blessing from the gods. But the raven's role as a divine messenger wasn't always one of ease and comfort. In a world where good and evil were in constant conflict, the messages carried by ravens were often laden with the weight of responsibility. To see a raven was to be reminded of the choices that had to be made, of the delicate balance between light and darkness. The bird, with its black feathers absorbing the light of the sun, was a symbol of this balance, a creature that existed in the in-between spaces of life and death, hope and despair, action and inaction. Ravens, in Persian cosmology, also held a unique connection to the stars. The ancient Persians were skilled astronomers, gazing at the night sky in search of patterns and meaning. The raven, it was said, could traverse these celestial pathways, moving between the earth and the heavens with ease. It was a guide not only in the physical world but in the spiritual one as well, leading souls through the complexities of existence, offering insight into the unknown. There's a story of a great Persian king who, on the eve of battle, saw a raven perched on his banner. The bird looked down at him with its unblinking eyes, and in that moment, the king knew that the outcome of the battle was not just in his hands. The raven's presence was a message from the gods, a sign that the forces of the universe were watching, weighing his decisions. When the battle was won, the king gave thanks not only to his soldiers but to the raven, whose silent gaze had reminded him of the higher powers at play. The raven's role in Zoroastrianism wasn't limited to war and conflict. It also appeared in stories of creation and cosmic order. In one myth, the raven is sent by Ahura Mazda to survey the earth, to see if humanity is keeping to the path of righteousness. The bird flies over mountains and valleys, over cities and deserts, its eyes seeing everything. When it returns to the heavens, it carries with it the fate of humanity, a report of their deeds and misdeeds. It is both a witness and a judge, holding humanity accountable to the divine laws set forth by Ahura Mazda. To the ancient Persians, the raven was more than just a bird, it was a bridge. A bridge between the mortal and the divine, between the known and the unknown. Its presence reminded them that they were never truly alone, that the universe was filled with signs and messages, if only they had the wisdom to see them. In times of despair, when the world seemed dark and hope seemed lost, the sight of a raven could bring comfort. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the universe was still watching, still guiding. The raven's black feathers, far from being a symbol of death, became a symbol of life's mysteries, of the unseen forces that shape the world. There's a certain beauty in the raven's role in Zoroastrianism, a beauty that lies in its duality. It is a creature of the earth, feeding and nesting like any other bird, but it is also a creature of the heavens, soaring through the skies with messages from the gods. It exists in both worlds, and in doing so, it teaches humanity to look beyond the surface, to see the divine in the everyday. The raven's call, harsh and unmelodious to some, was music to the ears of those who understood its meaning. It was a call to pay attention, to open one's eyes to the greater truths of the universe. In a world filled with distractions and noise, the raven's cry cut through, a reminder that the divine was always speaking, always present. In ancient Persia, where the sands of time shifted with the winds and the stars illuminated the night, the raven was a constant. It was a reminder of the cosmic battle between good and evil, a messenger of the gods, and a guide for those seeking wisdom. Its black feathers carried the weight of the universe, and its flight was a symbol of the eternal connection between the heavens and the earth. And so, when the people of Persia looked to the sky and saw a raven, they didn't see just a bird. They saw a messenger, a sign, a reminder that they were part of something much larger, something divine. The raven, with its sharp gaze and steady flight, was the link between the mortal and the immortal, a creature that carried with it the hopes, fears, and prayers of a people bound by the cosmic laws of the universe. In the pages of the Bible, stories often unfold with quiet grace, their meanings woven into symbols and moments that reach deep into the human heart. Among the creatures that carry these powerful symbols is the raven, a bird with dark wings and an even deeper significance. To those who understand its presence, the raven's appearance is never by chance. It is a bird that carries messages not just across the skies, but between the realms of life, death, and the divine. One of the most striking moments when the raven appears in the Bible is during the story of Noah and the Great Flood. As the rain ceased and the waters began to recede, Noah stood inside the ark, waiting for a sign that life could begin again. The earth had been wiped clean by the flood, and everything he knew had been drowned in a relentless storm. Noah, filled with hope and desperation, sent a raven out from the ark. He watched the dark bird soar into the sky, its wings beating against the wind, carrying with it the weight of Noah's silent prayers. The raven flew over the endless waters, searching for land, for a place to rest. But days passed, and the raven did not return. It flew back and forth, a lonely silhouette against the endless horizon, perhaps finding perches on debris or bodies floating in the aftermath of the storm. In that moment, the raven became a symbol of endurance, of survival against all odds. It didn't return to the ark like the dove later would, but its presence lingered in the narrative, a reminder of the stark reality of life after such devastating loss. The raven's flight spoke of resilience in the face of overwhelming destruction, of the search for hope even when it seemed impossible to find. This biblical story resonates with a deep truth about the raven's symbolic nature. The bird doesn't promise immediate answers or comfort, but it reflects the long, hard journey through grief and uncertainty. The raven's role in Noah's story is quiet, but profound, a reflection of humanity's own search for meaning when the world has been turned upside down. The raven's connection to Christian symbolism doesn't end with Noah's story. In the life of Saint Benedict, the raven takes on another, more personal role. Saint Benedict, the father of Western monasticism, lived a life of devotion and spiritual discipline. But even saints are not immune to the trials of life, and Saint Benedict faced a moment of mortal danger when a group of jealous monks plotted to poison him. As the story goes, Saint Benedict sat down to eat, unaware of the deadly trap that had been set for him. A loaf of poisoned bread was placed before him, its harmless appearance hiding the treachery within. But before Saint Benedict could take a bite, a raven swooped down and snatched the loaf from his hands. The raven carried the bread far away, saving Saint Benedict from certain death. In this act, the raven became a protector, a guardian sent by God to shield one of his servants. The dark bird, often associated with mystery and the unknown, became a symbol of divine intervention, its sharp beak and swift flight a sign that God's watchful eye extends even to the smallest details of life. The raven, in this story, is not a harbinger of doom, but a deliverer of salvation, reminding believers that God's grace can come in the most unexpected forms. Throughout Christian tradition, the raven holds a dual nature. On one hand, it is a bird of the wilderness, often seen as a scavenger, surviving in desolate places. But on the other hand, it carries a divine purpose, appearing at moments of great spiritual significance. The raven's dark feathers contrast with the white purity of the dove, yet both birds are messengers of God, serving different roles in the unfolding of His will. In the Book of Kings, the prophet Elijah is fed by ravens during a time of drought and famine. Alone in the wilderness, Elijah finds himself at the mercy of the elements, with no food or shelter. But God sends ravens to bring him bread and meat, sustaining him when all hope seems lost. The image of these black birds, their beaks carrying sustenance through the barren landscape, is both haunting and beautiful. The raven, often associated with death and decay, becomes a source of life, bringing nourishment to the weary prophet. This moment in Elijah's story reminds us that God's provision can come in unexpected ways. The raven, a bird often feared or misunderstood, becomes an instrument of divine care. It teaches us that even in the harshest moments of life, when everything seems bleak, there is a way forward, a path provided by God, though it may come from the most surprising sources. In these stories, the raven stands as a bridge between the mortal and the divine. It flies between heaven and earth, carrying messages that are not always clear but are always important. Its black wings, often seen as ominous, become a symbol of endurance, protection, and faith. The raven doesn't promise ease or comfort, but it does promise presence, God's presence in the midst of life's most difficult trials. The raven's role in Christian symbolism is not one of simple good or evil. It is a bird that embodies both the mystery and the grace of God. It reminds us that life is filled with shadows and light, with moments of despair and moments of divine intervention. The raven flies through all of it, never turning away from the complexity of existence. It shows us that even in the darkest times, there is something sacred at work, something that can carry us through, even when we cannot see the way ahead. In the stories of Noah, Elijah, and Saint Benedict, the raven takes on many roles: scavenger, messenger, protector, provider. But in each role, it remains a bird of deep significance, its presence woven into the fabric of God's interaction with humanity. The raven reminds us that God's love and care are not always straightforward, but they are always there, guiding us, protecting us, and providing for us in ways we may not immediately understand. And so, the raven, with its dark wings and piercing gaze, continues to fly through the pages of Christian tradition, a symbol of faith in the face of uncertainty, of protection in times of danger, and of the mysterious ways in which God works in the world. In the dim light of medieval Europe, where superstition and faith intertwined in the minds of the people, the raven's black wings cut through the fog of everyday life like a dark omen. Yet, it wasn't always a bird of fear. There was something about the raven's sharp intelligence, its piercing eyes, that made people pause. They looked at this creature, perched high on barren trees or soaring across gray skies, and saw not just a harbinger of doom, but a bird steeped in ancient wisdom. In the Middle Ages, the raven existed in a world heavy with symbolism. To see one fly overhead could send a chill through the spine. A raven cawing in the silence was more than just a sound, it was a message from beyond. People whispered that these birds carried news from the other world, their cries echoing from the edges of life and death. The raven's feathers were as black as the night, as black as death itself. In this time, where death lingered close, where plague swept through villages and the threat of war loomed, the raven became a symbol that could not be ignored. But for every whispered tale of terror, there were stories of the raven's wisdom. In some parts of medieval Europe, ravens were thought to possess knowledge beyond what any human could grasp. These creatures, so familiar with the skies, seemed to hold the keys to understanding the mysteries of the world. Their intelligence was obvious to anyone who observed them. They were cunning, crafty, able to outwit those who underestimated them. And so, alongside the fear they inspired, ravens also commanded respect. To ignore a raven's presence was to risk missing a vital message, one that could be the difference between life and death. Stories were passed down from one generation to the next, stories of ravens warning of disaster before it struck. It was said that these birds could see what others could not, storms gathering on the horizon, armies marching in the distance, or even the illness creeping through the body of a loved one. A raven's appearance before a battle was taken as a sign, a dark prophecy that blood would soon be spilled. In these moments, the bird became a bridge between the world of the living and the world of the dead, a creature capable of seeing through the veil that separated the two. At the same time, the raven's reputation as a bearer of bad news wasn't entirely fair. There were those who believed that the bird did not bring the disaster, it merely warned of it. The raven's cry, its unsettling call in the still air, was a signal, a chance to prepare for what was to come. It was not the raven's fault that death and destruction followed in its wake. It was simply doing what it had always done, observing, understanding, and communicating the truths that others were too blind to see. Yet the fear persisted. In the medieval imagination, the raven became intertwined with witchcraft. It was said that witches could transform into ravens, their black wings carrying them silently through the night as they cast their dark spells. These witches, like the ravens they became, were seen as creatures of both wisdom and danger. They knew the secrets of the earth and sky, but their knowledge was feared as much as it was revered. The raven, by association, became a creature that danced on the edge of the forbidden, straddling the line between light and shadow. In the folklore of medieval Europe, the raven was often linked to death, not as a bringer of it, but as a witness. It was a bird that saw what others could not, that knew when a soul was about to leave the body and lingered close to the dying. To see a raven at a funeral was both a comfort and a curse. Some believed the bird was there to guide the soul to the afterlife, to carry it on its wings to whatever awaited beyond. Others saw it as a scavenger, waiting for the body to become nothing more than carrion. Either way, the raven was a constant companion in the rituals surrounding death, a reminder that life was fleeting and the end was never far away. Despite the fear and suspicion that surrounded ravens, there were moments of reverence. In certain legends, ravens were seen as protectors of kings, offering their guidance in times of peril. It was said that these birds, with their far-seeing eyes and sharp minds, could advise rulers on matters of war and peace. Kings, like the common folk, were not immune to the raven's mystique. They too saw the bird as a creature capable of understanding the world in ways that no human could. In some ways, the raven embodied the very nature of the Middle Ages, a time of contrasts, where fear and faith existed side by side, and where the line between life and death was always blurred. The raven, a bird that thrived in the gray areas of existence, reflected this uncertainty. It could not be easily categorized as good or evil. It was both, and neither. It was a creature of the earth and the sky, of wisdom and darkness. In those dark and uncertain times, when the night stretched long and the future seemed always out of reach, the raven stood as a reminder of the mysteries that surrounded life itself. Its presence, whether perched on a lonely tree or flying across the stormy sky, was a reminder that the world was far more complex than anyone could ever understand. The raven did not offer answers, but it didn't need to. It was enough that it was there, a witness to the great unfolding of life and death, carrying with it the knowledge that some truths were too vast, too ancient to ever be fully grasped. And so, the raven remained a bird of both dread and admiration. Its shadowy figure, forever circling the edges of medieval life, became a symbol of the contradictions of existence, of the wisdom that comes from seeing the world as it truly is, and the fear that comes from knowing how little control we truly have over it. In the shadowy corridors of Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, where the souls of the damned roam and the righteous bask in eternal light, the imagery of crows and ravens emerges, dark and haunting. These birds, with their glossy black feathers and sharp, watchful eyes, symbolize something profound and unsettling. They represent not just the presence of death, but also the weight of human sin and the intricate dance between fate and free will. As Dante embarks on his journey through hell, purgatory, and heaven, the crows linger at the edges of his vivid depictions, embodying the spirits that hang in limbo, those who have strayed from the path of righteousness. The cawing of these birds echoes like a mournful reminder of the choices made and the consequences faced. They are the witnesses of humanity's darkest moments, and their presence sends shivers down the spine, reminding readers of the fragility of life and the weight of guilt. In the first part of Dante's masterpiece, titled Inferno, the crows and ravens serve as symbols of despair and judgment. They circle above the souls trapped in the depths of hell, their cries a chilling chorus that reflects the agony of the damned. These birds are not mere creatures of the earth, they transcend into the realm of the spiritual, acting as messengers between the living and the dead. Their dark forms are ever present, reminding readers that in every shadow lies the potential for darkness to consume the soul. Dante's hell is a place where punishment mirrors the sins committed in life. The imagery of the crow is particularly potent here, as it represents not just the act of dying but the deeper implications of living a life devoid of morality. The caw of the raven can be interpreted as a final judgment, a cry that heralds the arrival of consequences that cannot be escaped. The torment of the souls trapped in hell is compounded by the constant reminder of what they have lost, their freedom, their dignity, and ultimately, their humanity. As Dante moves from one circle of hell to another, the presence of these birds grows more ominous. They watch, waiting for the moment when a soul realizes the weight of their sins. In this context, the crows become symbols of enlightenment, albeit through suffering. They are the harbingers of truth, forcing the damned to confront their past choices. The sound of their wings flapping in the distance becomes a signal of reckoning, urging the lost to reflect on their lives before it is too late. In the next part of the Divine Comedy, Purgatorio, the symbolism of the crow shifts. Here, crows can be seen as agents of hope, representing the possibility of redemption and the chance to atone for one's sins. As Dante climbs the mountain of purgatory, the crows serve as reminders of the ongoing struggle between sin and virtue. Their cries resonate with the idea that every soul has the potential to rise from the ashes of their past mistakes. The journey through purgatory is a journey of transformation. The crows, with their sharp, intelligent eyes, symbolize the awakening of the soul to its potential for goodness. Each flap of their wings echoes with the promise of renewal, a reminder that the path to salvation is fraught with challenges but ultimately attainable. In this way, the crows become a source of inspiration, urging the weary souls to push through their suffering and embrace the light of forgiveness. As Dante finally ascends to Paradiso, the imagery of the crow becomes less pronounced, but its essence remains. The crow, now a distant memory, represents the struggles that must be overcome to reach enlightenment. The souls in heaven are bathed in divine light, free from the chains of sin and guilt. Yet, the lessons learned in the shadows of purgatory linger on, serving as a testament to the power of redemption. Renaissance art and literature often reflect Dante's themes, drawing on the imagery of crows and ravens as symbols of wisdom and prophecy. Artists use these birds to illustrate the complexity of the human condition, capturing the duality of light and dark, good and evil. The crow becomes a motif that transcends individual stories, weaving its way through the fabric of human experience. In paintings of this era, the presence of the crow often signifies a deeper understanding of life's mysteries. Artists depicted these birds perched on the shoulders of philosophers or hovering near the heads of wise men, symbolizing the eternal struggle for knowledge and truth. The raven, with its sharp intellect, served as a reminder that wisdom often comes from grappling with darkness. Just as Dante explored the depths of sin to find redemption, so too did artists convey the idea that enlightenment emerges from confronting the shadows. The symbolism of crows in Renaissance literature resonates beyond Dante's work. Writers began to adopt the bird as a symbol of foresight and understanding, seeing in it a reflection of their own grappling with moral dilemmas. Crows became the silent observers of human folly, watching as individuals stumbled through life, offering insight through their mere existence. Their cries echoed through the words of poets and playwrights, serving as a poignant reminder that life is a tapestry woven from both light and shadow. In the end, the presence of crows in Dante's Divine Comedy and the broader scope of Renaissance literature and art captures the essence of the human experience, an intricate blend of joy and sorrow, wisdom and ignorance. The symbolism of these birds transcends mere superstition, inviting readers and viewers alike to reflect on their own journeys, the choices they make, and the shadows they must face. Through the lens of crows and ravens, we see our own struggles, our own quests for redemption and understanding. They remind us that even in the darkest of times, there is always the possibility of growth, of transformation, and of finding the light once again. As we turn the pages of history and literature, the echoes of the crow's cry continue to resonate, urging us to seek the truth within ourselves, no matter how deep the shadows may be. The chilling tales of the Tower of London are wrapped in history, intrigue, and an eerie presence that sends shivers down the spine. This iconic fortress, standing tall and silent against the backdrop of time, is not just a symbol of British history, it's home to a legend that intertwines the fate of the kingdom with the fate of its ravens. It is said that if the ravens ever leave, the tower will crumble, and the kingdom will fall. With these words, the legend takes flight, igniting both fear and fascination in the hearts of those who hear it. Picture this, a gloomy day in London, the skies cloaked in thick gray clouds, casting a somber shadow over the ancient stones of the tower. A chilling wind howls through the narrow corridors, whispering secrets of the past. Amidst this haunting atmosphere, the ravens sit, their glossy black feathers shimmering like shards of night. Their piercing eyes seem to hold the weight of countless stories, and as they caw, it echoes like a warning from the depths of history. The ravens at the Tower of London are not mere birds, they are guardians, watchful protectors of the realm. Legend has it that King Charles II, concerned about the stability of his rule, declared that at least 6 ravens must always reside at the tower. The moment they take flight, the nation would face disaster. This decree brought forth a sense of both comfort and dread, as the ravens became symbols of the monarchy's strength and fragility. The sight of them perched on the ancient battlements inspires awe, but it also reminds onlookers of the delicate balance between power and vulnerability. These birds have become entwined with the history of the tower itself. Within its walls, stories of treachery, betrayal, and loss unfold. Many have met their tragic ends here, princesses imprisoned, traitors executed, and souls lost to the echoes of time. The ravens have watched it all, their presence a solemn reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath a crown. As each visitor gazes upon the towering structure, they can almost feel the weight of those stories pressing down on them, a testament to the ravens' role as keepers of secrets. Walking through the tower grounds, visitors may witness the ravens' behaviors, each one a whisper of ancient lore. They hop and flap, a dance that seems to celebrate life amid the shadows of death. It's easy to imagine the spirits of those who once walked these stone paths, their laughter mingling with the cries of the birds. In that moment, it feels as if time itself has paused, allowing history to breathe through the wings of the ravens. As stories circulate about the tower, some speak of the bond between the ravens and those who guard them. The Raven Master, tasked with caring for these regal birds, shares an unspoken connection with them. There's a sense of duty, a sacred promise to uphold the legend that binds them to the tower and to the nation. In moments of quiet reflection, the Raven Master might look into the eyes of a raven and see not just a bird but a companion in this timeless tale. Their bond is a testament to the shared history, a reminder that the past is always present, waiting to be honored. The ravens have witnessed centuries of triumph and turmoil, and their calls carry the weight of history. When they caw, it's more than just a sound, it's a reminder of the lives that have come before. Their cries resonate with the souls of those who have suffered, a haunting reminder that history is written in both blood and feathers. Each flutter of their wings stirs emotions, connecting the living with the echoes of the past, igniting a sense of reverence. Superstitions surrounding the ravens amplify their mystique. Many believe that the presence of the ravens ensures protection for the realm. In times of crisis, people have looked to the skies, seeking solace in the sight of these dark birds. It is said that their behavior can foretell events, a silent warning of the turbulence that may lie ahead. To some, a raven's appearance signifies change, urging the onlooker to pay attention to the world around them. Yet, it is not merely fear that captivates the hearts of those who visit the tower. There is an undeniable magic in their presence, a connection that stirs something deep within. The ravens are symbols of resilience, having thrived amid the tumult of history. Their ability to adapt and survive mirrors the strength of the human spirit, a testament to the battles fought and won over the centuries. On misty mornings, as the sun struggles to break through the clouds, the ravens stand solemnly on the stone parapets, surveying their kingdom. They are not just birds, they are guardians of a narrative woven into the fabric of British identity. Each flap of their wings tells a story, and every glance from their watchful eyes reveals a layer of complexity, echoing the triumphs and tragedies of those who have come before. As twilight descends, the atmosphere thickens with a sense of foreboding. The ravens, now silhouettes against the fading light, appear almost ethereal. Their presence is both haunting and beautiful, reminding us that history is not just a series of events, it is a living, breathing entity that continues to shape the world today. The legends surrounding them endure, binding the past to the present and infusing the air with an indescribable magic. In the heart of London, amidst the hustle and bustle of modern life, the ravens stand as a bridge between what was and what is. They embody the spirit of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is strength in survival. As the tales of the Tower of London continue to unfold, the ravens remain steadfast, whispering their secrets to those willing to listen, keeping watch over a history that will never be forgotten. The legends, the superstitions, and the emotions that arise when witnessing the ravens of the Tower of London form a poignant tapestry of what it means to be human. They evoke a sense of wonder, a connection to a time long past, and a recognition of the fragility of life. The ravens, with their haunting cries and watchful presence, are more than just birds. They are symbols of the resilience of the human spirit, bridging the chasm between our history and our future. In the windswept moors of England and the misty highlands of Scotland, there are stories that have lingered for centuries, carried on the voices of ancient ballads and whispered through the rustling leaves. Among these tales, one haunting image appears again and again: the raven, the crow. Dark and silent, these birds seem to hold within them the weight of death itself, their black wings casting shadows over the fate of those whose lives are woven into the old songs. The ballads sing of love and loss, of battles fought and hearts broken, but when the raven or crow takes flight, it brings with it a sense of finality, a deep shiver of foreboding. In these tales, the raven doesn't just watch, it knows. It circles above the battlefield, or perches on the branch of a gnarled tree, waiting. And when it comes, it often signals that something is about to end, that life itself hangs by a thread. There's an eerie stillness that falls over these scenes, the kind that makes your skin prickle as you listen to the stories. A raven's cry pierces the air, sharp and jarring, as if death itself is calling out. One such ballad, the Twa Corbis, tells of two crows who discuss the fate of a fallen knight, whose body lies forgotten and alone in the wilderness. "Where shall we gang and dine the day?" one crow asks the other, and their cold conversation carries with it a chilling disregard for the knight who once lived and loved, now reduced to nothing more than a feast for scavengers. The crows plan to pluck out his eyes, weave his hair into their nest, and feast on his flesh until there is nothing left. The imagery in the ballad is stark and raw, reminding us how quickly life can be erased, and how, in death, we become little more than a memory fading into the earth. The raven, too, appears in the old Scottish ballads as an omen of doom. In the ballad of Sir Patrick Spens, a tale of treachery and sorrow at sea, the raven is a symbol of the tragic fate that awaits the noble knight and his crew. As the ship sinks beneath the storm-tossed waves, it is said that a raven circles overhead, foretelling their demise before the waters close over their heads. The bird, unbothered by the storm, waits for its grim reward, death made flesh in its scavenging form. These birds are not merely messengers of death, they are tied to fate itself. In many English and Scottish folk tales, they seem to understand things beyond the reach of human knowledge. They are watchers on the edge of life and death, their cold eyes seeing the threads of destiny long before they unravel. When a raven appears in a ballad, it is as if time slows, the inevitable creeping in with each beat of its wings. But there is something more to these birds than mere omens. There is a kind of ancient wisdom in their presence, a recognition of the cycle of life and death that runs through the old tales like a river. The ravens and crows in these ballads are creatures of both sorrow and knowledge, perched at the boundary between the living and the dead. They do not mourn, but neither do they celebrate. They simply are symbols of an ending, of the way things must go. There is something deeply human about this. As we listen to the ballads and hear of the raven's cold, knowing gaze, we can't help but feel a sense of empathy for the people whose fates are sealed. In The Three Ravens, a ballad closely related to the Twa Corbis, the birds wait to feast on a knight, but are thwarted by the appearance of his loyal lover, who buries him and dies of grief. The crows are left without their meal, but the tragedy remains. It's not just the knight's death that haunts the story, but the deep love and loyalty that follow him even into the grave. In a way, the ravens and crows are not just symbols of death, they are reminders of how fragile life is and how deeply we are bound to one another. They may circle above, waiting for their moment, but their presence in the ballads also reflects the ties that hold us together, even in the face of loss. Their sharp cries echo with the knowledge that love, loyalty, and grief are all part of the same story, intertwined with the inevitability of death. As you listen to these ballads, or read the old tales, there is a sense that the raven and the crow know more than we do, that they see the world through ancient eyes. They carry with them the weight of countless lives, of endless stories of joy and sorrow, and in their watchful silence, they seem to understand something profound about the human condition. Their role as omens is not just to herald death, but to remind us that every life, no matter how grand or small, is part of a larger tale that stretches beyond the individual. The ballads of England and Scotland, with their rich, haunting imagery, have kept these birds alive in our collective memory. The raven's wings, dark and wide, cast a long shadow over the stories we tell about love and loss, fate and fortune. And though the songs may end, and the voices may fade, the raven remains, perched on the edge of the world, watching with knowing eyes. Its presence lingers, a reminder that life is fleeting, that we are all part of something larger, something unknowable. In the end, the ravens and crows of these ballads are not just symbols of death, they are reflections of life's fragility, of the fleeting moments that make up our existence. Their cries may signal an end, but they also echo with the weight of everything that comes before. They are, in their own way, keepers of the stories that make us human. In the winds of ancient Wales, where the hills whisper old tales and the rivers hum with forgotten songs, the raven's shadow stretches long over myth and legend. Among the stories passed down through generations, one figure looms larger than most, Bran the Blessed, a giant king whose name means raven in the old tongue. His story is not just one of power and battles, but of sacrifice, destiny, and the eternal bond between life and death. And through it all, the raven remains, watchful, knowing, a symbol of the mysteries that link the living to the world beyond. Bran, the great king of Welsh myth, was no ordinary man. His size alone marked him as something extraordinary, a towering figure who was said to be able to wade across seas. But it was not his strength that made him unforgettable. It was his wisdom, his love for his people, and the tragedy that ultimately defined his fate. The raven, ever present in his story, became more than just a bird. It became a guide, a protector, and a harbinger of things to come. When Bran led his warriors to Ireland to rescue his sister Branwen from a cruel marriage, he knew the price would be high. The journey was fraught with danger, and Bran, with his immense stature and heart full of duty, led his men with the weight of inevitability pressing down on him. As they approached their fateful battle, ravens were said to circle the skies, watching silently. Their presence was a sign, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death, and the sacrifice that Bran would make for those he loved. In the battle, Bran was mortally wounded. But even in his final moments, his thoughts were not of himself, but of his people. He knew his death would bring devastation, and so he commanded his men to cut off his head and take it back to Britain. This was no ordinary act of violence. Bran's head, it was said, would continue to speak, offering wisdom and protection to those who guarded it. His head, like the raven that bears his name, would bridge the gap between the living and the dead, a symbol of hope even in the face of death. For 87 years, the story goes, Bran's head remained unburied, providing solace and guidance to his people. It was a time of peace and plenty, as if Bran's spirit, through his head, continued to protect the land. And when the time came to finally lay the head to rest, it was buried on the White Hill in London, facing the continent, to guard against any future invasions. The ravens that now live in the Tower of London are said to be a continuation of this ancient protection, their presence ensuring the safety of the land. Legend has it that if the ravens ever leave the tower, Britain will fall. In this way, the spirit of Bran, through the ravens, lives on, watching over the land as it did so many centuries ago. But Bran's story is not just one of kings and battles, it is a tale of the deep connection between humans and the natural world, between life and death, and between the seen and the unseen. The raven, in Welsh myth, is not merely a bird. It is a creature that straddles two worlds, moving effortlessly between the realm of the living and the afterlife. In Bran's story, the raven is a guide, leading souls from this world to the next, carrying messages between the two, and reminding us that death is not an end, but a transformation. Branwen, Bran's beloved sister, also carries the weight of this myth. Her name, meaning white raven, reflects the sorrow and purity of her tragic story. After suffering cruelty in her marriage to the Irish king, she returned to Wales broken-hearted. It was the ravens that seemed to understand her grief, their black feathers contrasting with her pale sadness. The birds were there, as they often are in Welsh myth, as silent witnesses to her pain, offering no comfort but only the truth of the world as it is, harsh, unforgiving, and filled with sorrow. Yet, for all their darkness, ravens in Welsh legend are not purely harbingers of doom. They are also symbols of wisdom and protection. Just as Bran's head provided guidance after his death, so too do ravens in other Welsh stories act as protectors and guides. Their sharp eyes see beyond the surface, their wings carrying them across the divide between what is known and what lies hidden. They are creatures of prophecy, often appearing when something important is about to happen, their presence both a warning and a reassurance that even in death, there is a purpose. The connection between Bran the Blessed and the raven runs deeper than just a name. It is a bond forged through the very nature of Welsh mythology, where the lines between the natural and supernatural blur. The raven, with its dark feathers and piercing eyes, embodies this connection, a creature that is both feared and revered, both a symbol of death and a bearer of wisdom. In Bran's story, and in the wider tapestry of Welsh myth, the raven is a reminder that death is not the end, but a continuation of the journey, and that those who leave this world still watch over us in ways we may never fully understand. The raven's cry, sharp and echoing across the hills of Wales, carries with it the weight of these ancient stories. It speaks of sacrifice and sorrow, of wisdom and fate, and of the deep, unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. Bran the Blessed, the giant king whose name will forever be tied to the raven, may be long gone, but his spirit lingers, watching over the land through the eyes of the black-winged birds that still fly over the hills and valleys of Wales today. In these stories, the raven is not just a bird, it is a symbol of something far greater, something that touches the very essence of what it means to live, to love, and to die. Its presence reminds us that we are all part of a larger story, one that stretches beyond the limits of our understanding, and that, even in the darkest moments, there is wisdom to be found in the flutter of a raven's wings. Once upon a midnight dreary, Edgar Allan Poe gave life to one of the most haunting symbols in literature, the raven. It's a cold, quiet night, and a man sits alone in his room, tormented by the weight of his grief. As he slips further into despair, a soft tapping at the door leads him to the discovery of a visitor that will change everything, a raven, dark as the night, perched above his chamber door. The raven isn't just a poem, it's a cry from the depths of a soul aching with loss, longing, and unanswered questions. The raven's voice echoes through the ages, whispering nevermore in the ears of countless readers, its influence reaching far beyond the pages of Poe's work. Poe masterfully weaves sorrow and mystery into each line, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion. The narrator, lost in the memories of his lost love, Lenore, cannot escape the shadows that surround him. His heart, fragile and full of yearning, clings to the hope that somehow, someway, he might find peace or an answer to the pain that grips him. But the raven, this dark, almost otherworldly figure, offers nothing but a single, relentless word, nevermore. It's a simple word, yet it carries the weight of despair that the narrator cannot bear. Each time the raven speaks, it is as if the narrator's hope is shattered again, over and over. The bird, perched high above, becomes a symbol of the inescapable truth: death is final, and nothing can bring back the past. The repetition of nevermore becomes a haunting refrain, the sound of a heart breaking, a soul unraveling. In this poem, the raven is not just a bird, it is the embodiment of death and sorrow. Its black feathers, the darkness of its eyes, and its eerie silence when not speaking create an image that lingers long after the poem is read. The raven represents the narrator's inner turmoil, the part of him that knows the truth even as he wishes to deny it. The man's desperation to find meaning in the raven's presence mirrors the human desire to seek answers to life's deepest questions about love, loss, and what lies beyond. But the raven offers no comfort, no explanation, only the cold, hard truth of nevermore. The cultural impact of the raven cannot be overstated. It has become more than just a poem, it is a reflection of the universal experience of grief and the human confrontation with death. Poe's raven has taken flight in the imaginations of readers for generations, becoming a symbol of mourning and the unanswerable questions that haunt us all. The imagery Poe conjures is unforgettable: the dimly lit room, the dying fire casting shadows on the floor, the raven sitting, still and silent, its presence heavy with meaning. Through this poem, Poe taps into a fear that is buried deep within all of us, the fear of being alone in our sorrow, of never finding peace or closure. The raven's repeated nevermore feels like the echo of that fear, reverberating in the quiet spaces of our minds, reminding us that some losses are too great to overcome. And yet, we are drawn to the poem, compelled to read it again and again, as if somehow, in confronting that fear, we might find a way to make peace with it. The raven has appeared time and time again in art, literature, and popular culture, its symbolism evolving with each new interpretation. In music, film, and even modern-day references, the raven continues to be a powerful image of mystery and melancholy. Its black wings have flown through the hearts and minds of artists and writers, each one finding new ways to express the weight of loss and the finality of death through its presence. The bird, once only a character in Poe's imagination, has become a cultural icon, a symbol of the darker side of the human experience. Even in modern interpretations, the raven remains relevant, its themes of grief and loss resonating with readers across time and place. The poem speaks to that part of the human condition that is both universal and deeply personal, the part that mourns what is gone and struggles to accept that it may never return. The raven, with its unblinking stare and its unyielding message, forces us to confront the reality of death, no matter how much we may try to avoid it. But perhaps what makes the raven so enduring is not just its exploration of sorrow, but its understanding of the complexities of the human heart. Poe doesn't simply present us with a character who is sad, he gives us a man who is torn between wanting to remember and wanting to forget, between hoping for answers and fearing them. The raven, in all its dark glory, represents the uncertainty that lives within us all, the feeling that no matter how much we search for meaning, some things may remain forever out of reach. As the poem draws to its close, the raven remains, still as sitting upon the bust of Pallas. It has become a permanent fixture in the narrator's life, just as grief often becomes a permanent part of those who have lost something or someone dear. The raven's presence, unwavering and unyielding, serves as a reminder that some wounds never fully heal, that some questions never find their answers. And yet, there is beauty in the way Poe captures this pain, and the way he gives voice to the silent suffering that so many experience. In the end, the raven is more than just a tale of sorrow. It is a meditation on the human condition, on the way we cope with loss and the ways in which we try, and sometimes fail, to make sense of it all. The raven, with its dark feathers and its somber message, will continue to fly through the pages of literature and into the hearts of those who read it, offering not answers, but a reflection of the pain we all carry within us. And though its cry of nevermore may seem bleak, there is something undeniably powerful in the way it echoes through time, reminding us of the fragility of life and the enduring power of love and loss. In the quiet moments of a story, when the world seems to hold its breath, there is a flutter of wings, a raven, dark and knowing, appears. Its eyes seem to peer into the hearts of both characters and readers alike. Ravens and crows, with their ancient, shadowy presence, have found their way into modern fantasy literature, becoming symbols of mystery, death, and fate. In the pages of books like Game of Thrones and Stephen King's The Dark Tower series, these birds carry with them not just wings, but a weight of history, of meaning, and a sense of something both feared and revered. In Game of Thrones, ravens are more than simple birds, they are the messengers of fate itself. They deliver letters across the vast landscapes of Westeros, bringing news of war, death, and betrayal. Yet, the raven's significance goes beyond being mere carriers of information. Bran Stark, who possesses the gift of greensight, becomes deeply connected with the enigmatic figure of the three-eyed raven, a mystical being that sees all of time, past, present, and future. Through Bran's eyes, the raven is no longer just a bird, but a bridge to a deeper understanding of the world and its hidden truths. It is a creature of visions, guiding Bran to understand his place in the unfolding story of life and death, power and sacrifice. There is something haunting about how these ravens appear in the Game of Thrones universe. Their black feathers cut through the bleak winter skies, silent observers of the chaos below. They seem to know things the characters do not. Their presence feels like a harbinger, a sign that something terrible or inevitable is on its way. As they swoop down to deliver their messages, you can almost hear the cold wind whisper through their wings, carrying with it the weight of an unseen future. Similarly, in Stephen King's The Dark Tower series, the raven, often seen in the character of Zoltan, a talking raven, holds a key role in the vast and intricate landscape of King's universe. Zoltan's ability to speak adds an eerie, almost supernatural quality to the already dark and strange world of the series. The raven becomes more than just a bird, it becomes a voice from another world, an echo of something darker, something ancient that lingers in the air. Zoltan's cryptic words, spoken with the clarity and finality that only a raven can seem to possess, leave both characters and readers questioning what lies ahead. Ravens and crows in modern fantasy literature are not just passive elements, they are active participants in the unfolding of destiny. These birds have always carried an air of foreboding, and in the worlds of Game of Thrones and The Dark Tower, that foreboding takes on new layers. They serve as reminders that the forces guiding the characters' fates are often beyond their control, that the world itself is vast and unknowable, and that death and mystery are never far away. Yet, these birds are not only symbols of doom. In some ways, they also represent wisdom and a connection to something greater. The three-eyed raven teaches Bran Stark to see beyond the surface of things, to look deeper into the fabric of time itself. This raven becomes a mentor, a guide to knowledge that is otherwise hidden. It is through the raven's eyes that Bran learns to understand his role in the greater story of Westeros, to grasp the complexities of history, and to see the threads that tie together past and future. In The Dark Tower, Zoltan's cryptic nature also hints at a deeper wisdom. Although his words may seem nonsensical at times, there is a sense that he knows more than he lets on. He embodies the idea that ravens, with their keen intelligence and their long history in myth and legend, are creatures who straddle the line between life and death, between the world we see and the world we cannot understand. They hold within them secrets that humans can only grasp at, and their presence in these stories serves as a reminder of the mysteries that linger just beyond the edge of our understanding. What makes the ravens and crows in modern fantasy literature so compelling is the way they tap into our collective subconscious. For centuries, these birds have been associated with death, prophecy, and the unknown. They are creatures that dwell in the shadows, watching and waiting, their black feathers blending into the night. In the worlds of fantasy, they become symbols of the forces that shape the characters' lives, forces that are often as dark and mysterious as the ravens themselves. But there is also beauty in their presence. There is something majestic about the way they soar through the air, their wings cutting through the sky like ink across parchment. They are reminders that even in the darkest moments of a story, there is grace to be found. Their intelligence, their quiet observance, and their connection to the unseen make them creatures of both dread and wonder. In the end, the ravens and crows in modern fantasy literature are more than just birds. They are echoes of ancient myths, symbols of fate and prophecy, messengers of both doom and wisdom. Their presence in works like Game of Thrones and The Dark Tower adds layers of meaning and depth, drawing on the rich history of these birds in mythology and folklore. They remind us that the world is full of mysteries we may never fully understand, that death and fate are always close at hand, and that sometimes the only answer is the quiet, unblinking gaze of a raven, perched high above, watching the story unfold. A cold wind stirs the dead leaves on a lonely path, and in the distance, a crow calls out, a single, sharp cry that sends a chill down the spine. In the world of horror and Gothic fiction, this sound is more than just the caw of a bird, it's an omen, a whisper of something terrible to come. The crow, with its black feathers and beady eyes, has become a harbinger of doom, a symbol of death waiting just beyond the shadows. Its presence feels like a warning, a messenger sent from the darkness, bringing with it an inescapable sense of dread. Crows have always been tied to the unknown, to the eerie edges of life where the living and the dead meet. In horror stories, they often appear when death is near, circling above or perched on gravestones, watching as if they know a secret no one else does. Their black feathers blend into the night, making them seem almost like creatures of the otherworld, more spirit than bird. And it's this connection to death that gives crows such a powerful place in the Gothic tradition. They do not just symbolize death, they embody it. In Gothic novels, the crow is often the first sign that something is wrong. When the story's heroine steps out into the mist, it's the crow's caw that breaks the silence, as though it senses the darkness she's about to encounter. There's something unsettling about the way they seem to watch, their eyes glinting with a knowing intelligence. In stories filled with ancient houses and haunted forests, the crow is the constant presence, lingering like a shadow, its caw echoing through the fog like a distant scream. And it's not just their appearance that makes crows so terrifying. It's their behavior. Crows are scavengers, feeding on the dead. They gather where life has already slipped away, where death is present but not yet complete. In horror fiction, this makes them the perfect symbol of what's to come. They are the birds that wait for death, sensing its approach before anyone else can. They are there when the body falls, when the spirit leaves, and in some stories, they even seem to guide the dead to whatever lies beyond. Think of all those haunted houses, those desolate moors, where the only sound is the flutter of a crow's wings. The moment you hear it, you know something is wrong. The crow is never just there by accident. It's always a part of the horror, a piece of the landscape that warns the characters and the reader that danger is near. Its black eyes watch with a kind of cruel patience, as if it knows exactly what's about to happen, but will say nothing until it's too late. In Gothic fiction, crows often seem to possess a kind of supernatural wisdom, knowing the things that mortals cannot. They are not just birds, they are witnesses. They see the tragedies that unfold, the secrets buried in the walls, the ghostly figures that roam through the night. And because they are so closely linked to death, they become a bridge between the living and the dead. Their presence signals that the boundary between these two worlds is thinner than we'd like to believe, and in horror stories, that boundary is often crossed. In films like The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock used crows and ravens to stir a deep, primal fear. These birds were no longer just passive symbols of death, they became active agents of terror. The idea that a creature so common, so ordinary, could turn against us taps into a fear that we are not as in control of the world as we think we are. In horror, crows serve to remind us that death and violence are always closer than we imagine, lurking just outside our door, waiting for the right moment to strike. In many ways, the crow represents inevitability. In horror, there's often a sense that the characters are doomed from the start, that no matter what they do, death is coming for them. The crow embodies this fate, its black wings spreading like the shadow of the Reaper himself. No matter how far the characters run, no matter how hard they fight, the crow is always there, watching, waiting, reminding them that death is inescapable. But there's also something deeply sorrowful about the crow's role in these stories. It's not always a bringer of malice. Sometimes, the crow is simply there to witness the tragedy, to mourn in its own silent way. Its call, harsh and lonely, can feel like a lament for the dead, a cry for all that has been lost. In this way, the crow becomes not just a symbol of death, but of the grief and sorrow that accompany it. In modern horror, crows continue to play this role, serving as omens of what's to come. They perch on telephone wires in small, desolate towns. They gather on rooftops as the fog rolls in. They appear in dreams, their eyes glinting with the knowledge of something dark, something final. In every instance, their presence is a reminder that death is always near, watching from the wings, waiting for its cue. Crows have been part of our collective nightmares for centuries, and their role in horror and gothic fiction shows no sign of fading. Their black feathers, their sharp beaks, their relentless gaze, these elements combine to create a creature that is both real and otherworldly. In these stories, the crow is not just a bird. It is a symbol of all that we fear, the unknown, the inevitable, the inescapable presence of death. As the crow takes flight in these tales, its wings stir something deep within us, something ancient and primal. It reminds us that no matter how much light we surround ourselves with, the darkness is always there, just beyond the edges of our vision, waiting. And when the crow calls, we know that the shadows are not far behind. The battlefield lies still, smoke rising in the distance, the air heavy with the scent of blood and dust. Silence hangs like a thick shroud, broken only by the beating of wings. Ravens and crows descend, their black feathers stark against the gray sky, their eyes gleaming with a knowing darkness. They land among the fallen, scavenging, watching, as if they understand the grim dance between life and death that has just played out. For centuries, these birds have been tied to death and war, their presence a haunting reminder of the violence and destruction that human hands can unleash. In ancient times, the appearance of ravens and crows on the battlefield was never seen as mere coincidence. These birds seemed to be drawn to places where death loomed, where warriors clashed and blood was spilled. Their arrival was often regarded as a sign that death had come to claim its due. Soldiers would look to the skies and see the dark wings circling overhead, and they would know that the battle would not end without loss. It was as if the birds could smell death in the air, long before the first body hit the ground. In the heat of battle, ravens and crows became symbols of war's inevitable toll. The warriors who fought knew that the birds waited for the moment when the fighting ceased, not to honor the dead, but to feast on them. This grim reality gave these creatures a reputation not just as scavengers, but as harbingers of doom. Their cawing, harsh and unrelenting, echoed the cries of the dying, blending with the chaos of war in a way that felt almost supernatural. They were messengers of death, announcing that the end was near, not only for the fallen, but for those who survived as well. In Norse mythology, ravens were more than just birds, they were the eyes and ears of Odin, the god of war and death. His two ravens, Hugin and Munin, flew over the earth, bringing back news of the living and the dead. Their presence symbolized the ever-watchful nature of death itself, always lurking, always listening. In the minds of warriors, ravens were a reminder that even the gods were tied to death and war, that no one, mortal or divine, could escape the pull of the battlefield. Crows, too, carried similar connotations. In many cultures, their black feathers and sharp cries were seen as signs of death approaching. To hear a crow's call before battle was to hear the voice of fate, whispering that blood would soon be spilled. Crows became symbols not only of death, but of the chaos and unpredictability of war. They would perch on the remains of fallen soldiers, their presence a stark contrast to the silence that followed the storm of battle. It was as if they were the only ones unafraid to witness the carnage, the only creatures at peace in the midst of such destruction. In Celtic traditions, the Morrigan, a goddess associated with war and death, often took the form of a crow or raven. She was seen as a shapeshifter, appearing on the battlefield to foretell the outcome of wars and to guide the souls of the dead. Her presence was a dark omen, one that warriors feared and respected. The image of a raven or crow circling above the battlefield became a powerful symbol, one that suggested not only death, but the inevitability of fate. There was no escaping the Morrigan, just as there was no escaping death in war. But it wasn't only the ancient warriors who saw these birds as symbols of war and death. Throughout history, crows and ravens have appeared in the art and literature of many cultures as grim reminders of the costs of battle. In paintings and poems, they often hover over scenes of conflict, their dark wings casting shadows over the fallen. They are not mourners, but witnesses, their presence a stark reminder of the violence that has taken place. They don't cry out in sorrow, they call with the cold finality of death. In modern times, the association between ravens, crows, and war has not faded. These birds still appear in stories and films as symbols of death and destruction. Their black feathers and piercing eyes make them perfect representations of the darker side of human nature, the part that seeks violence and revels in chaos. When they appear on screen or in literature, they bring with them the weight of centuries of symbolism, reminding us that war is never without consequence, and that death is never far behind. Yet, even in their role as symbols of death, ravens and crows possess a certain wisdom. They are survivors, creatures that thrive in the aftermath of destruction. They do not cause war, nor do they relish in it. They simply exist in its wake, understanding that life and death are part of the same cycle. In this way, they are not just harbingers of doom, but also reminders of the natural order of things. War brings death, and death brings renewal. The ravens and crows, scavenging among the dead, are part of this cycle, taking what remains and giving it back to the earth. As they fly overhead, their wings casting shadows on the ground, they remind us of the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. The battlefield may one day fall silent, but the ravens and crows will continue to fly, their cries echoing long after the last sword has been sheathed. They are not bound by the same fears as humans. They do not shy away from death, but instead embrace it as part of the world they inhabit. In this way, the ravens and crows are more than just symbols of war. They are symbols of the human condition itself. They remind us that while we may try to distance ourselves from death, it is always there, waiting for us on the other side of the battlefield, as inevitable as the setting sun. And as they circle above, watching with their keen eyes, they remind us that war may end, but death never does. A raven's sharp cry echoes through the stillness of the forest, cutting through the mist like a whisper of ancient wisdom. There's something in its gaze, something that feels like it sees beyond the present moment, as if it knows more than we ever could. For centuries, ravens and crows have carried the weight of knowledge on their wings, symbols of intelligence, wisdom, and the ability to see what lies ahead. It's as though they hold a key to truths hidden from human eyes, their dark feathers hiding the secrets of the future. In mythology and folklore across the world, these birds have always been more than just creatures of the earth. Their presence in stories is often tied to their uncanny intelligence, their sharp wit, and their ability to see beyond the veil of time. People have watched them, studied their behavior, and come to believe that they possess a unique understanding of the world, one that humans can only grasp at the edges. It's said that their knowledge comes from a place deeper than logic, a place where the threads of time are woven together, and past, present, and future blend into one. Among the Vikings, ravens were more than just birds of the sky. They were the messengers of Odin, the god of wisdom. Hugin and Munin, his two ravens, flew across the world each day, gathering information and returning to whisper it into Odin's ear. Hugin, meaning thought, and Munin, meaning memory, were not just birds. They were extensions of Odin's mind, helping him to understand the world in ways no one else could. Through them, Odin saw everything that happened in the world, and with their help, he became the god of knowledge. Their presence beside him symbolized the power of thought and memory, the ability to know both what has been and what is to come. The wisdom of ravens and crows isn't confined to the myths of one culture. Across the world, these birds have been seen as guides and prophets, creatures with the power to reveal truths that are hidden from ordinary eyes. In Native American traditions, the crow is often viewed as a keeper of the sacred law, a being that understands the deeper meanings of existence. To see a crow was to be reminded that there are forces at work in the world that go beyond human understanding, forces that the crow, with its piercing gaze, could see clearly. The raven, too, is a creature of prophecy, a bird that has been connected to visions of the future in cultures from the Celts to the Greeks. The Greeks believed that ravens were messengers of the gods, especially Apollo, the god of prophecy. It was said that ravens could carry the will of the gods from one realm to another, their dark wings brushing against the fabric of time as they moved between the known and the unknown. The Celts saw ravens as omens, their appearance signaling shifts in fate. To see a raven was to be reminded that the future was always moving, always changing, and that fate itself was not fixed. There's something about the way these birds move through the world that seems to reflect a deeper intelligence, a knowingness that is more than instinct. It's in their eyes, the way they seem to study everything around them with a keen understanding, as if they are piecing together a puzzle that we can't even see. Scientists have studied ravens and crows and found that their intelligence is remarkable. They can use tools, solve complex problems, and even recognize themselves in mirrors. But there's something more to their intelligence than just cleverness. It's as if they have an awareness of the world that transcends the physical, as if they are connected to something greater, something beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this is why, in so many stories, ravens and crows are not just symbols of knowledge, but of prophecy. They seem to move between the worlds of the living and the dead, the known and the unknown, carrying messages from one to the other. Their presence is often a sign that something is about to change, that the future is not as certain as it seems. They are creatures of transformation, birds that signal the shifting of fate's wheel. In the poetry of the past, ravens and crows often appear at moments of great transition. Their caws echo through scenes of life and death, their black wings a reminder that the future is always uncertain, always in motion. In Celtic tales, the raven's call is sometimes a warning, a sign that death or change is near. But just as often, the raven brings wisdom, guiding heroes toward the choices they must make to shape their destiny. The bird doesn't dictate the future, it simply reveals it, offering a glimpse of what could be, leaving the final decisions to those who are willing to listen. In modern times, ravens and crows continue to fascinate us, not just because of their intelligence, but because they seem to hold the answers to questions we didn't even know we were asking. They appear in stories of magic and mystery, their presence signaling that the boundaries between worlds are about to blur. In fantasy novels and films, they are often messengers of fate, birds that deliver cryptic warnings or guide characters through moments of uncertainty. Their role as symbols of knowledge and prophecy remains as powerful today as it was in the myths of ancient cultures. As we watch these birds, soaring through the sky or perched silently on a branch, it's hard not to feel that they see something we can't. Their dark feathers blend into the shadows, their eyes reflecting the light of a world we can barely understand. They carry with them the weight of centuries of stories, centuries of belief that they are creatures of wisdom, birds that understand the threads of fate better than any human ever could. They are more than just birds, they are symbols of the unknown, the guardians of secrets we are only beginning to unravel. And as their cries echo in the distance, we are reminded that the future is always just out of reach, always waiting, hidden in the flight of a raven's wings. The raven's wings shimmer under the sunlight, and with a sudden tilt of its head, it seems to smile. There's something mischievous about the way it moves, something that hints at a deeper, cleverer game being played. It's as if the bird knows something you don't, a secret, a joke hidden just beneath the surface. Across countless cultures and stories, the raven has long been a trickster, a figure who bends the rules and reshapes reality with wit and cunning. The trickster is a character who defies the ordinary, one who laughs in the face of convention and finds joy in stirring the pot. The raven, with its dark feathers and sharp eyes, fits this role perfectly. In many cultures, it is more than just a bird, it's a creature of transformation, a shapeshifter that slips between worlds, never quite what it seems. It's a master of deception, changing form and creating chaos, but always with a purpose, a lesson hidden in its antics. In Native American folklore, the raven is one of the most famous tricksters. Particularly among the peoples of the Pacific Northwest, this bird is not only a creator figure, but also a being who loves to outwit others. One story tells of how Raven stole the sun, bringing light to the world. But the way he did it wasn't straightforward or noble, it was filled with trickery. Raven transformed himself into a tiny speck of dust and slipped into the home of the Sky Chief, where the sun was kept. Once inside, he changed again, becoming a baby to gain the trust of the chief's daughter. She doted on the little raven child, not knowing that this baby had the mind of a cunning trickster. As soon as Raven had the chance, he seized the sun, escaping through the smoke hole and bringing daylight to the people below. It wasn't just the theft that defined Raven, but the cleverness in his deception, the way he used his ability to shapeshift and manipulate to outsmart even the gods. But Raven's tricks weren't always harmless. Sometimes, his actions created chaos and disorder. In many stories, his mischief would lead to trouble for others, forcing them to reckon with the consequences of his games. Yet even in these moments, there was always something deeper at work. The raven's tricks often carried lessons about pride, about greed, about the dangers of underestimating those who seem smaller or less important. He was a reminder that life itself is unpredictable, and that sometimes wisdom comes not from straightforward answers but from the unexpected twists and turns of fate. In Norse mythology, the raven appears in a different but no less cunning light. Hugin and Munin, the two ravens who served Odin, would fly across the world each day, gathering knowledge and returning to their master. They were not tricksters in the sense of causing mischief, but they were shapeshifters of a different kind, able to cross between the realms of the living and the dead, to know all things, both visible and hidden. Their ability to move between worlds, to shift their presence and gather knowledge from places unreachable by gods or men, made them powerful symbols of transformation and intelligence. Though they were loyal to Odin, their very nature, beings of flight, of shadow, of duality, hinted at the trickster's ability to exist in multiple spaces at once, never fully tied to one form or purpose. In African folklore, the trickster raven takes on a new shape, often blending with the characteristics of other clever animals like the spider Anansi. In these stories, the trickster is not just a figure of mischief but also of survival. The raven's intelligence is a tool to navigate a world that is often unjust or dangerous. By outwitting stronger, more powerful foes, the raven teaches that wit can be more powerful than strength. In some stories, the raven's tricks lead to balance and justice, restoring order in a way that brute force never could. The trickster's role here is not just to cause chaos, but to challenge the status quo, to remind us that power does not always come from size or might, but from the ability to think differently, to see the world in a new way. In many ways, the raven's trickster persona reflects the complexity of life itself. It's a bird that seems to embody the contradictions of the world, light and dark, chaos and order, wisdom and foolishness, all wrapped up in one sleek black package. It doesn't just follow the rules, it bends them, reshapes them, shows us that sometimes the best way to understand something is to look at it from a completely different angle. The raven reminds us that there is more to life than what we see on the surface, that beneath the ordinary lies the extraordinary, if only we have the courage and the cleverness to find it. Even in modern stories, the raven continues to play the trickster. From literature to film, the bird is often depicted as a creature that challenges our understanding of reality. It might appear as a guide, leading characters through moments of confusion or transformation, but it does so in a way that's never direct. There's always a twist, always a game being played just beneath the surface. The raven, with its sharp beak and knowing eyes, is always one step ahead, always in control of the narrative, even when we think we're the ones making the choices. Perhaps that's what makes the raven such a powerful symbol across cultures. It's not just a bird, it's a reminder that life itself is filled with twists and turns, with moments of clarity and confusion, with laughter and chaos. The raven doesn't just trick for the sake of tricking, it teaches, it reveals, it transforms. Its shape-shifting nature speaks to the fluidity of existence, the way we are constantly changing, constantly being shaped by the forces around us. And so, when you see a raven perched high above, watching with its bright eyes, remember that it carries with it the weight of 1,000 stories, each one filled with cleverness, with wit, with the playful, unpredictable nature of the trickster. It's a bird that refuses to be bound by the ordinary, one that constantly reminds us to question, to laugh, and to see the world not just as it is, but as it could be. In the stillness of a world shrouded in darkness, a single cry cuts through the silence. It is the raven, black feathers gleaming against the void, soaring through the heavens with a purpose only it understands. To many, the raven is a bringer of light, a figure that carries not only the weight of creation but the promise of salvation. Across different myths and cultures, this bird emerges as both creator and savior, a figure who brings hope to the world when all seems lost. In the stories of the Pacific Northwest indigenous tribes, the raven is not just a bird but a hero. It is said that in the beginning, the world was veiled in darkness, the sun hidden away, leaving the people to stumble through their days without light. It was the raven, with its cunning and bravery, who decided to change this. The raven flew to the sky chief, where the sun was kept locked in a box, far from the world below. Raven knew that without light, the people would never thrive. So, he devised a plan. Transforming himself into a small speck of dust, the raven entered the sky chief's home, unnoticed, and waited. He waited until the chief's daughter drank from a cup of water. In that moment, the raven, still as dust, slipped into her drink. Soon, the daughter became pregnant, and when she gave birth, the raven was reborn, not as a bird but as a child. The Sky Chief adored his new grandchild, unaware that this innocent-looking baby was none other than the clever raven in disguise. And so, Raven, in his new form, waited and watched. The days passed, and the child grew, always keeping an eye on the precious box that held the sun. Then, one day, Raven saw his chance. The chief, trusting his beloved grandchild, handed him the box. With a gleam of triumph in his eyes, Raven quickly transformed back into his true form, snatched the box, and soared into the sky. As he opened it, the sun burst forth, bathing the world in light for the first time. It was a selfless act. Raven did not keep the light for himself, but released it so that all could live in its warmth. He was not just a trickster in this tale, he was a hero, a light bringer who changed the world. In other parts of the world, similar stories unfold, each one painting the raven as a being of transformation and salvation. In Inuit myths, the raven also plays the role of creator. He is said to have shaped the earth from darkness, molding the mountains, rivers, and oceans with his beak, bringing life to a barren world. With each beat of his wings, the raven stirred the winds, and with his cry, he called forth the animals and people who would live in this new land. It is a story of creation, of birth, of the raven as the force that brings order to chaos. Without the raven, there is no world, no life, no hope. But the raven's role as a light bringer is not limited to stories of creation. In many cultures, the bird is also a symbol of hope during times of despair. In ancient Greece, for example, the crow was sacred to Apollo, the god of prophecy and healing. It was said that the crow, with its ability to see beyond the present, could guide humans through the darkness, offering glimpses of the light that awaited them on the other side. The crow, like the raven, became a bridge between the worlds of shadow and light, guiding the way forward when all seemed lost. In some African traditions, the crow and raven are also seen as cultural heroes, beings who help humanity in times of need. These birds, often associated with wisdom and foresight, are said to have taught the first humans how to survive, how to find food, and how to navigate the dangers of the natural world. They brought fire to the people, taught them how to use tools, and showed them how to live in harmony with nature. In these stories, the raven is not just a creature of the sky but a teacher, a guide, and a savior. Even in Norse mythology, where ravens are closely linked to death and war, they are also symbols of knowledge and protection. Hugin and Munin, the two ravens of Odin, fly across the world each day, gathering knowledge and bringing it back to their master. Though they serve a god of war, their purpose is one of enlightenment, offering Odin the wisdom he needs to guide and protect his people. They are light bringers in their own way, offering clarity in a world that is often shrouded in confusion and darkness. The raven's dual nature as both a creator and a savior is what makes it such a powerful figure in mythology. It is a bird that brings light to the darkest corners, a being that challenges the darkness not through brute force but through cunning, wit, and wisdom. It reminds us that even in the darkest of times, there is always hope, always a chance for redemption and salvation. And perhaps that is why the raven and the crow continue to captivate us. They are birds that embody the complexities of life, the light and the dark, the chaos and the order, the despair and the hope. In their stories, we find not just tales of creation and salvation but reflections of our own struggles. We see the moments when we too must navigate the darkness, when we must find the strength to bring light to our world, to become our own heroes. The raven, with its gleaming black feathers and piercing eyes, watches from the sky. It is a reminder that even when the world seems cloaked in shadow, there is always the possibility of light. And like the raven, we too can find a way to transform our world, to become the light bringers that our stories and our lives so desperately need. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the world is still asleep, a single crow's caw breaks the silence. It reverberates through the air, echoing the weight of ancient wisdom. For centuries, Crows and ravens have been seen as more than just birds. They are harbingers of insight and messengers of the unknown. Cultures around the world have turned to these dark-feathered creatures for guidance, seeking signs and omens in their behavior and flight. In ancient Rome, crows were held in high esteem. Augurs, the priests of the time, would observe the flight patterns of these birds to predict the future. If a crow flew to the left, it was interpreted as a bad omen, while a flight to the right promised good fortune. The very act of watching the crows became a sacred ritual, a way to commune with the divine and gain a glimpse of what lay ahead. Imagine a group of solemn men standing on a hill, eyes fixed on the sky, hearts racing as they decipher the messages hidden in the movements of these majestic birds. Each flap of their wings, each caw, carried with it the weight of prophecy. In Celtic traditions, the raven was no less significant. It was believed that ravens had the power to connect the physical and spiritual worlds. The Celts viewed them as guides for the soul, leading the deceased into the afterlife. When a raven appeared, it was not merely a bird passing through, it was a signal that something important was about to happen. People would pause, their hearts pounding, waiting for the raven's message. The presence of a raven during a burial or a significant life event was seen as a profound blessing, a sign that the spirit of the departed was being guided home. The caw of the raven echoed through the hills, a haunting reminder of life's fragility and the mysteries that lay beyond. Similarly, Native American tribes honored crows and ravens for their intelligence and foresight. The Lakota people, in particular, revered the crow as a symbol of creation. They believed that crows could see the past, present, and future, serving as both tricksters and wise mentors. In their stories, the crow often played a role in delivering important messages or warnings to the people. If a crow cawed repeatedly, it was thought to signal a need for caution. The sound became a catalyst for reflection, urging the community to examine their choices and the paths they were walking. The powerful presence of the crow reminded everyone that their actions had consequences and the universe was watching. In the mystical traditions of the Norse, the raven was a companion to Odin, the god of wisdom and knowledge. Hugin and Munin, Odin's two ravens, flew across the world every day, gathering information and bringing it back to their master. These birds were not just messengers, they were embodiments of knowledge and prophecy. Their daily flights were seen as omens, their appearances in dreams and visions rich with meaning. When someone dreamed of a raven, it was often interpreted as a sign to pay attention to the wisdom being offered from the other side, a reminder that knowledge is often hidden in plain sight. In Japan, the crow also holds a place of reverence. The Yatagarasu, a three-legged crow, is said to be a divine messenger of the sun. In Shinto beliefs, this crow guided Emperor Jimmu during his quest to unify Japan. The appearance of the Yatagarasu was not only seen as a sign of victory but also as a promise of prosperity and guidance. This deep connection to the divine gave the crow an almost mythical status, making it a symbol of hope and future blessings. To see this crow soaring through the sky meant that the heavens were watching over you, that you were not alone in your struggles. In modern times, many still find meaning in the actions of these birds. People often stop and listen when a crow caws, seeking wisdom in its song. Urban settings have not diminished the reverence for these creatures, rather, they have adapted their messages to contemporary life. The crow's presence at a crossroads, for example, can prompt reflection on life choices, serving as a reminder that every decision carries weight. Across cultures, the crow and raven have been seen as symbols of divination and prophecy, their dark feathers holding the secrets of the universe. When they caw, it feels like the very fabric of fate is being woven into the air. Every sighting becomes a moment of reflection, a call to pause and consider the future. In a world filled with uncertainty, the cawing of a crow can provide a sense of reassurance, as if the universe is whispering that we are on the right path. The bond between humans and these birds transcends time and geography. It is rooted in an ancient understanding of the world, a recognition that nature often holds the keys to understanding our existence. As crows and ravens soar above us, they remind us of the interconnectedness of all things. They urge us to look beyond the surface, to listen closely, and to trust in the wisdom that surrounds us. So, the next time you hear a crow caw or see one perched silently on a branch, take a moment to listen. Feel the weight of their presence and the wisdom they carry. In their eyes lies a story, in their flight lies a prophecy, and in their calls lies a connection to something greater. These birds are not just creatures of the air, they are messengers of hope, reminders of our shared journey, and guides through the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. In the stillness of a quiet forest, a gathering unfolds, unlike any other. The air is heavy with emotion as crows, with their glossy black feathers and sharp, intelligent eyes, come together in a solemn assembly. This is no ordinary meeting, it is a scene that many have come to call a crow funeral. Watching these remarkable birds pay their respects to a fallen companion can stir something profound within us, awakening feelings of empathy and wonder. As one approaches this gathering, the first thing that strikes you is the hushed atmosphere. Unlike their usual raucous calls, the crows seem to communicate in soft murmurs, a language only they understand. They perch on branches, their heads tilted, eyes focused on the lifeless body of their fallen friend, often found on the ground below. In these moments, they appear to be mourning, expressing a depth of emotion that many humans might overlook in the animal kingdom. Witnessing such behavior sends shivers down the spine, prompting us to reflect on the bonds these birds share and the loss they experience. The crows engage in behaviors that can only be interpreted as a form of mourning. Some crows gently poke at the deceased, perhaps trying to understand what has happened. Others bring small twigs or food items, placing them near the body, a gesture that resembles the human act of leaving flowers at a grave. It's a beautiful yet heartbreaking sight. Here, in this simple act of farewell, the crows demonstrate their connection to one another. They are not just solitary creatures, they are part of a community, a family that grieves together. Interestingly, this behavior is not unique to one species of crow, but is observed across various types of corvids. Researchers have documented similar gatherings among ravens and other crows, showcasing a deep-rooted understanding of life and death. These behaviors challenge the long-held belief that only humans possess the capacity for grief and understanding of mortality. The implications of these observations ripple through time, inviting us to reconsider how we view the relationships within the animal kingdom. Imagine standing quietly as a crow perches nearby, observing the scene unfold. You might feel a lump in your throat as you witness the sorrow etched into their expressions. This powerful connection to their fallen friend speaks volumes about their intelligence and emotional capacity. It's easy to see how such moments could influence human perceptions of these birds, embedding them into folklore and mythology. For many cultures, the crow is not merely a bird but a symbol of something much deeper: wisdom, fate, and the cycle of life. In ancient times, when humans relied heavily on nature for survival, the observation of animal behavior held significant meaning. When they witnessed a gathering of crows mourning one of their own, it likely struck a chord. They may have interpreted it as a sign of impending death or as a reminder of the fragility of life. This could lead to stories and myths that portrayed crows as messengers between worlds, guiding souls to the afterlife. Over generations, such beliefs took root, shaping the way we view crows and their role in our lives. The crow funeral serves as a bridge between nature and mythology, a real-world event that inspires legends and tales. When ancient peoples observed these gatherings, they might have wondered about the mysteries of life and death, about what happens after we take our last breath. The emotional display of the crows may have led to stories of these birds carrying souls or acting as guides for the deceased, creating a rich tapestry of lore that continues to influence cultures today. As modern society continues to evolve, the significance of these gatherings remains relevant. People who witness crow funerals often describe feelings of connection and reflection. It's a reminder that we, too, experience loss and that grief is a universal emotion, transcending species. Observing the crows can spark a deep introspection about our relationships, reminding us to cherish those we love. Moreover, these rituals underscore the importance of community in dealing with loss. Just as crows come together to support one another, humans benefit from the support of friends and family during times of sorrow. The crow funeral illustrates that we are not alone in our grief. It is a shared experience that connects us to others, both human and animal. Witnessing these gatherings encourages us to embrace empathy, opening our hearts to the feelings of others. It can challenge our perceptions of intelligence and emotional capacity in the animal kingdom, reminding us that the bonds we share with animals can run deep. As we come to understand the depth of feeling in creatures like crows, we may be compelled to treat them, and all living beings, with more compassion and respect. As the sun sets and the light begins to fade, the gathering of crows slowly disperses. They take flight, their dark silhouettes stark against the orange sky, leaving behind the memory of their shared sorrow. It's a poignant moment, one that stays with you long after the birds have gone. You realize that in their farewell, they have gifted us a lesson in love, loss, and the importance of community. The crow funeral is a beautiful testament to the connections we share, a reminder that mourning is a part of life and that the bonds of love and loyalty can transcend the barriers of species. In their quiet way, these remarkable birds teach us about empathy, connection, and the significance of remembering those we have lost. As we walk through our own lives, we can carry this understanding with us, knowing that in grief, we are never truly alone. In the quiet moments after a loved one passes away, an air of reverence settles over the gathering. Families and friends come together, sharing stories and memories, while the weight of grief hangs heavy in the air. In many cultures, this mourning ritual is not just a human affair, it intertwines with nature in a profound way, particularly through the presence of crows and ravens. These birds, often seen as omens or messengers, carry deep significance in death rituals around the world. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting shadows that dance across the earth, the cawing of crows can be heard in the distance, echoing like a haunting melody. Their calls are often interpreted as a signal of something more, a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. Many people believe that these birds are guardians of the deceased, watching over the souls of those who have passed on. Their presence can bring comfort, suggesting that the spirit of the departed is not truly gone but is instead embarking on a new journey. In some indigenous cultures, the raven is regarded as a significant figure in their death rituals. For the Haida and other Northwest Coast tribes, the raven is not just a bird but a cultural hero who plays a vital role in creation stories. When it comes to mourning, the raven symbolizes transformation and the connection between the physical world and the spiritual realm. During rituals, the appearance of a raven can signal the arrival of a spirit or serve as a guide for the departed soul, bridging the gap between life and the afterlife. Imagine a small village where people gather at dusk for a funeral. They wear traditional garments, their faces etched with sorrow and remembrance. As they process toward the burial site, a raven circles above, gliding effortlessly in the evening sky. The villagers pause, looking up, feeling a strange mix of sadness and hope. They believe the raven is carrying their loved one's spirit, guiding them to the great beyond. This belief can help them cope with their grief, as they feel connected to something greater, a cosmic cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In many cultures, crows are also associated with the act of cleansing after death. When a person dies, it is believed that their spirit lingers for a time, caught between worlds. The arrival of crows can signal that the spirit is ready to move on. In some traditions, family members may even leave offerings of food or small tokens outside to appease the birds. This gesture is meant to honor the deceased while ensuring that the spirit is guided safely into the afterlife. The crows, in turn, act as both protectors and messengers, helping to facilitate this transition. Across the globe, in places like Eastern Europe and parts of Africa, similar rituals take place. Crows and ravens are seen as mediators between the living and the dead. Their black feathers and piercing eyes evoke both fear and reverence, reminding people of the inevitability of death. In some cultures, it is customary to have a raven or crow present during funerals to keep watch over the body. The bird serves as a reminder that death is not an end but a continuation of a journey. In ancient Rome, the crow was seen as a symbol of prophecy and the afterlife. Priests would observe the behavior of crows at funerals to interpret messages from the spirit world. If a crow cawed loudly or flew overhead, it was viewed as a positive sign, suggesting that the deceased had reached a safe passage into the afterlife. This belief in the prophetic nature of these birds added a layer of meaning to the mourning process, creating a connection between the physical and spiritual realms. As the world continues to change, the symbolism of crows and ravens in death rituals remains strong. Many people still feel a deep connection to these birds during times of loss. Their presence can be comforting, a reminder that death is part of life's cycle. In the midst of grief, people often share stories of how crows or ravens appeared at pivotal moments, just after a loved one passed away, for instance, or during a significant memorial service. These encounters, laden with emotion, can foster a sense of peace and connection to the departed. Imagine sitting alone in a garden, lost in thought, when a raven lands nearby, its feathers gleaming in the sunlight. For a moment, time stands still. The bird watches you with intelligent eyes, and you feel a sense of understanding that transcends words. It's as if the raven knows your pain and shares in your sorrow. You take a deep breath, feeling the weight of your grief lift slightly, as though the bird is there to remind you that your loved one's spirit lives on in the beauty of nature. The rituals surrounding death, intertwined with the presence of crows and ravens, reveal a deep-rooted understanding of our connection to the world around us. They serve as powerful symbols of change, loss, and the enduring nature of love. The sight of these birds at funerals or during moments of mourning evokes a sense of continuity, reinforcing the belief that those we have lost remain part of our lives, guiding us even as they move on to the next phase of existence. As the sun sets and shadows stretch across the ground, the gathering of mourners prepares to bid farewell to their loved one. The crows perch silently on nearby branches, their presence a poignant reminder of the life that has passed. In their watchful gaze, there is an understanding that transcends words. They embody the cycle of life and death, teaching us to honor those who have gone while embracing the memories they left behind. In the hearts of those who grieve, the connection to these birds becomes a source of solace, a reminder that love endures beyond the physical realm, forever intertwined with the beauty of nature. The sharp caw of a raven slices through the air, echoing against the quiet backdrop of a bustling city. For many, this sound conjures an instant sense of unease, as if the bird is a harbinger of something darker lurking just beyond sight. Even in modern times, the presence of ravens and crows stirs emotions, drawing on ancient beliefs and superstitions that refuse to fade away. Their sleek black feathers glisten ominously, and their beady eyes seem to hold secrets, invoking a mix of fear and fascination in those who cross their path. In urban neighborhoods, stories about these birds circulate among friends and families, each tale more vivid than the last. Some people say that seeing a lone crow is a sign of bad luck, while a group of them might indicate the arrival of troubling news. Others believe that a raven perched on your roof could mean that someone is watching over you, or perhaps that someone you love is in danger. These beliefs create a web of stories that entwine with everyday life, feeding the imagination and coloring the way people perceive their world. Consider a rainy afternoon when the skies are heavy with clouds. As you step outside, you spot a solitary raven on a nearby power line. Its dark silhouette stands out starkly against the gray sky, and you can't help but feel a shiver run down your spine. For many, such encounters are not just coincidences, they are laden with meaning. Some might pause to consider if this is an omen. Is it a sign of impending doom, or perhaps a message from a lost loved one? The questions race through the mind, fueled by age-old superstitions that persist in the collective consciousness. In some communities, stories persist about how crows can predict death. It is said that if a crow flies over your house and caws 3 times, someone will soon pass away. This belief can instill a sense of dread, leaving people glancing nervously at the sky, anxiously wondering if the next sound will be the herald of something grim. For others, it serves as a reminder to cherish every moment, knowing that life is fragile and uncertain. These stories linger, becoming part of a rich tapestry of folklore that surrounds these birds. Urban legends also spring up around these creatures, transforming them into figures of mystery and intrigue. In some cities, tales are told of a mysterious crow that appears in the same spot every evening, watching passers-by with an intense gaze. Locals often wonder if this bird is a guardian of the neighborhood, or perhaps a spirit taking the form of a crow, observing the lives of those below. Children dare each other to approach the bird, fueled by a mix of fear and curiosity, crafting a narrative that intertwines their everyday lives with the mystical. These modern-day beliefs are not limited to personal anecdotes, they often reflect a broader cultural fascination with the supernatural. In popular culture, ravens and crows frequently appear as symbols of foreboding or change. Movies and television shows weave them into plots, using their haunting presence to heighten tension or signal something significant is about to happen. The way these stories resonate with audiences highlights the lasting impression these birds have on our collective psyche, shaping the way we view the world around us. Consider the late-night stories shared around flickering campfires, where friends huddle together, recounting tales of encounters with crows. A friend might share how a raven followed them home one evening, its eyes glinting in the darkness, igniting a spark of fear that lingers long after the story ends. These moments foster connections, as laughter and gasps intertwine, binding people together through shared fears and beliefs. In this way, the mythology surrounding ravens and crows becomes a part of the fabric of modern life, bridging the gap between ancient lore and contemporary experiences. Social media has also played a role in shaping modern superstitions surrounding these birds. Posts about strange encounters with crows quickly go viral, inviting speculation and discussion. People share images of ravens perched ominously on their windowsills or cawing loudly in their backyards, asking friends what they think the sightings mean. This online sharing fosters a sense of community around these beliefs, reinforcing their significance in modern society. The conversation moves from person to person, creating a modern folklore that evolves as it spreads. Additionally, some individuals choose to embrace the raven as a symbol of transformation rather than fear. In certain spiritual communities, crows and ravens are seen as messengers of change and rebirth. They are revered as symbols of wisdom and insight, reflecting a deeper understanding of life cycles. These perspectives offer a counterbalance to traditional beliefs about death and doom, presenting the birds in a more positive light. As people connect with their inner selves and seek guidance, the raven's presence becomes a source of comfort and strength. In many ways, the enduring fascination with crows and ravens speaks to our innate desire to find meaning in the world around us. Whether we view them as omens of death or as messengers of transformation, these birds invite us to reflect on our lives and the mysteries that surround us. They remind us that even in the chaos of modern life, there is beauty in the unknown, a reminder that some things are beyond our understanding. As night falls and the stars emerge, the cawing of crows might linger in the air, echoing softly in the distance. With each call, they weave a story that is as old as time itself, a tale of loss, connection, and the delicate dance between life and death. In this shared narrative, people find solace, a reminder that they are not alone in their fears or hopes. The presence of these birds, laden with meaning, continues to shape our understanding of life's complexities, grounding us in a world that often feels overwhelming. So the next time you hear the sharp call of a crow or catch a glimpse of a raven soaring against the sky, take a moment to reflect. Consider the stories and beliefs that have shaped your perception of these remarkable creatures. In that fleeting moment, as the bird glides by, you may just feel the weight of history and the whispers of ancient tales reminding you of the rich tapestry of life that continues to unfold around you. The shadow of a raven stretches across a canvas, its wings spread wide, as if capturing the very essence of mystery itself. From ancient times to the modern era, ravens and crows have captured the hearts and minds of artists, inspiring countless works of art that evoke both beauty and darkness. Their presence in paintings, sculptures, and contemporary visual media resonates deeply, stirring emotions and igniting imaginations. When you stand before a painting of a raven, the deep blacks and iridescent blues of its feathers seem to pulse with life. Artists skillfully depict the intricate details, the glint in its eye, the sharpness of its beak, the way the light catches on its plumage. In those moments, you can feel the weight of history and myth that surrounds these birds. They become not just creatures of the sky, but symbols of wisdom, mystery, and transformation. In many classic paintings, ravens are portrayed as messengers of the divine. Artists throughout history have infused their work with the belief that these birds bridge the gap between the human and the spiritual. For example, in various pieces of religious art, you might see a raven perched on the shoulder of a prophet or near a sacred figure. This imagery evokes feelings of awe and reverence, suggesting that the raven carries messages from beyond, whispering truths that mere mortals cannot grasp. The world of sculpture, too, has celebrated the beauty of crows and ravens. Imagine walking through a quiet park, only to stumble upon a striking bronze sculpture of a raven. Its wings are outstretched, capturing a moment of flight frozen in time. The artistry involved breathes life into the cold metal, allowing the viewer to feel a connection with the bird. Each curve and contour tells a story, drawing people closer, inviting them to touch the surface, to engage with the spirit of the raven. In many cultures, these birds are depicted in ways that reflect their complex symbolism. For example, the raven often appears alongside figures of war and death, representing the duality of life itself. Artists use this imagery to evoke a sense of foreboding, reminding viewers of the thin line between life and death. The combination of beauty and darkness creates a powerful emotional response, making the viewer reflect on their own mortality and the transient nature of existence. Modern visual media has taken the portrayal of ravens and crows to new heights. In films and television shows, these birds often appear as ominous figures, foreshadowing events to come. The chilling call of a raven might echo in a suspenseful moment, causing viewers' hearts to race. This use of sound and imagery captivates audiences, invoking feelings of fear and anticipation. The raven becomes a character in its own right, a symbol of the unknown lurking just beyond sight. Consider a well-crafted scene in a gothic horror film. The protagonist stands alone in a foggy graveyard, and suddenly, a raven lands nearby, its piercing gaze fixed upon them. The tension in the air thickens as the bird seems to beckon with its presence. In that moment, the audience feels the weight of history and lore surrounding the raven. It becomes a messenger, a harbinger of what lies ahead. This portrayal transcends mere visuals, tapping into deep-seated fears and beliefs that have persisted through generations. Throughout art and iconography, crows and ravens also symbolize intelligence and cunning. In many illustrations, they are depicted engaging in clever acts, often outsmarting other animals. These representations evoke admiration and intrigue, inviting viewers to appreciate the bird's wit and resourcefulness. This quality resonates with those who have faced challenges in their own lives, offering a sense of hope and encouragement to embrace their inner strength. The evolution of art has also seen crows and ravens portrayed in a more whimsical light. In children's literature and animation, these birds often take on playful roles, acting as guides or companions to young heroes. Their cleverness and adaptability are celebrated, creating a bond with viewers who find joy in their antics. This softer portrayal reminds us that, even in the shadows, there can be lightness and joy. These artistic choices tap into the deep emotional connection people have with these birds, inviting everyone to appreciate their complexity. As you navigate the world of modern art, you might encounter installations featuring crows and ravens. Artists use various mediums, paint, sculpture, mixed media, to explore themes of life, death, and rebirth. One installation might consist of hundreds of delicate paper crows suspended from the ceiling, casting shadows on the walls below. Visitors wander through, feeling a sense of wonder and introspection. The birds seem to dance in the air, evoking emotions tied to freedom and the ephemeral nature of existence. In galleries, you might find portraits of ravens paired with meaningful phrases or quotes, inviting contemplation. The combination of visuals and words deepens the impact, encouraging viewers to reflect on their own beliefs and experiences. Each piece speaks to the viewer, urging them to consider the wisdom and lessons that can be gleaned from the raven's presence in their lives. In contemporary street art, crows and ravens have emerged as symbols of resilience and rebellion. Artists paint vibrant murals that capture the spirit of these birds, using bold colors to create a sense of vitality and strength. This artistic choice resonates with communities, inspiring a sense of pride and empowerment. The raven becomes a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is beauty and courage to be found. As we move through a world filled with images, the presence of crows and ravens in art and iconography serves as a powerful reminder of the complex emotions and beliefs they evoke. They capture our imagination and challenge us to confront our fears and hopes. Each brushstroke, each chiseled line, tells a story, inviting us to connect with the deeper meanings embedded in our shared human experience. In the end, these birds remain eternal symbols of wisdom, mystery, and transformation. Their depiction in art transcends time and culture, weaving a tapestry of emotion that binds us together. Through their eyes, we glimpse the shadows and light of our own lives, echoing the timeless dance between joy and sorrow, hope and despair. As we continue to create and appreciate art, the presence of ravens and crows will undoubtedly remain a powerful force, inspiring generations to come. The caw of a raven pierces the quiet, echoing like a forgotten memory of ancient times. Ravens and crows have an enduring power that captivates the human spirit, intertwining with our stories, fears, and dreams. These birds have perched themselves at the crossroads of life and death, wisdom and folly, light and dark. Their presence continues to inspire awe and reflection, resonating in our hearts and minds. Throughout history, these creatures have stood as symbols of mystery, their dark feathers glistening with secrets untold. They evoke emotions that stretch across the spectrum, from fear and dread to curiosity and reverence. When we hear a raven's call, it awakens something primal within us, reminding us of the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. In many ways, they embody the human experience, navigating through the complexities of existence alongside us. In folklore and myth, ravens and crows are woven into the fabric of cultures around the world. From the Norse god Odin, who had two ravens named Thought and Memory, to the tales of Native American trickster figures, these birds have shaped our understanding of wisdom and cunning. They symbolize the duality of life, capturing the essence of both creation and destruction. Each story we share about them is a reflection of our deepest fears, our aspirations, and our search for meaning in an often chaotic world. When we see a crow flying against the backdrop of a stormy sky, it becomes a reminder of resilience. These birds have adapted to their environments, showcasing their intelligence and resourcefulness. They remind us that survival is possible, even in the harshest of circumstances. There's a beauty in their flight, a dance with the wind that whispers of hope. In that moment, we are reminded of our own ability to rise above challenges, to spread our wings and embrace the unknown. Art has immortalized the essence of ravens and crows, allowing us to explore our emotions and beliefs through creative expression. Whether depicted in paintings, sculptures, or modern media, these birds evoke a deep connection with viewers. They challenge us to confront our fears while also igniting our imagination. The countless interpretations of their symbolism reveal our collective struggle with mortality, wisdom, and the mysteries of life. Every brushstroke tells a story, inviting us to reflect on our own narratives and the complexities of our existence. In contemporary culture, ravens and crows remain powerful figures in literature, film, and art. They often serve as harbingers of fate, reflecting our anxieties and uncertainties about the future. The portrayal of these birds as both ominous and wise resonates with our modern sensibilities. In an age filled with rapid change and uncertainty, they ground us in the age-old truths of human experience. They act as reminders that we are not alone in our struggles. We share these feelings across generations and cultures. Moreover, ravens and crows hold a special place in our hearts during times of loss. Their presence during moments of grief can feel almost sacred. Observing their behavior during a crow funeral, where they gather in mourning, evokes a sense of shared sorrow and compassion. It is a beautiful reminder that even in nature, there is a recognition of loss and the importance of community. This instinctive understanding of grief transcends species, uniting us in our shared experiences of love and loss. As we reflect on the enduring power of these birds in mythology, we can't ignore the lessons they impart. They teach us about the balance of light and darkness in our lives. They encourage us to embrace both our joys and sorrows, for they are all part of our journey. The connection we feel to ravens and crows serves as a reminder of the complexity of our emotions, allowing us to find beauty even in the shadows. The stories of these birds have been passed down through generations, each tale enriched with layers of meaning. They are more than just creatures of the sky, they embody our hopes, fears, and dreams. The power they hold over us lies not only in their symbolism but also in their ability to make us reflect on our own humanity. In moments of solitude, when a raven crosses your path, take a moment to pause. Feel the weight of history, the echoes of countless stories whispered through time. Consider what this bird represents in your own life, perhaps a reminder of a loved one lost, a symbol of hope, or a prompt to confront your deepest fears. In that fleeting moment, the connection between you and the raven is undeniable. As we continue to navigate the complexities of life, the allure of these birds will never fade. They invite us to ponder the mysteries that surround us and encourage us to engage with our emotions fully. The enduring power of ravens and crows in mythology reminds us of our shared humanity, our collective stories, and the universal truths that bind us together. These birds are more than mere symbols. They are reflections of ourselves, our struggles, our triumphs, and the ever-present dance between life and death. In their presence, we find solace, inspiration, and a deep appreciation for the journey we all share. As long as we gaze upon the sky and hear the call of a raven or crow, we will remain captivated by their timeless magic, ever reminding us of the beauty found within the shadows.